The House will come to order. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, May 2nd, 2024, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File numbers 4411 and 5247.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4124. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4124, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government appropriating money from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, the second engrossment.
To the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I have an amendment. I was wondering if I could offer the amendment. I believe it's the A3 to get it in shape for further discussion.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lillie moves to amend House File number 4124, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A3.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, and apologies to everybody. We didn't, just a few technical things that are in the Lessard Sams, changing a fiscal agent, and then something with the change on the U.S. ward effort that we're doing in there. So appreciate members' support.
Discussion to the Lillie amendment. There being no discussions, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Thank you. Sorry about that amendment. So this is the legacy bill that's essentially contains the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for Lessard Sams and the Outdoor Heritage Fund, and also fiscal year 2025 appropriation in the 3 other funds that are covered by legacy. The Legacy Committee is, most of our work is done in the first year of the biennium, but we have quite a bit of it work that ended up happening in the second year with Lessard Sam's proposal, and then quite a bit of work with the money that came in with the forecast coming in higher in the second year for all the 3 other funds. So the Outdoor Heritage portion of the bill really strongly follows the Lessard Sams Council recommendations, and currently myself and Representative Burkle serve on, so if anything's wrong, you can blame Representative Burkle. Where is he? Sorry about that. No, there's projects to restore, for restoration and protection, enhancement of the wetlands and prairies and habitat for fish and game all over the state of Minnesota. Overall, there's 51 projects adding up to about $192 million. So it's quite a bit of money that's being invested in this bill. There's also, on top of the 51 different projects, there's a small grant program that about $15 million that your communities can apply for, and that's going out to all over the state for smaller projects that can be done. Some of the projects that I might mention is a project in Lake Alice and Fergus Falls, and it's trying to improve the lake in the town there. There's obviously 51 projects, so I'm not going to name them all. There's about 2 miles of wild rice shoreline restoration and protection, forests. There's about 7,600 acres that are going back to counties, and also about 10,000 acres that are currently owned by Potlatch. That'll be purchased by the state of Minnesota. It'll continue to be, for some of us, your side used to care about this, it'll continue to be a working forest. It'll be able to be farmed and also be habitat at the same time. There's kind of some fun things in here. There's Representative Wogelmont's not here, and the other, maybe it's in the other St. Cloud area, but there's in St. Cloud there's a bat cave. It's a tunnel, and I don't know if you know, the bats of all over the country are in trouble, and so this is helping to save their habitat. So it's kind of a fun little project. And probably the big thing is working on the invasive carp issue that we have in the state of Minnesota as they're working their way up the Mississippi. This has a big investment working with the DNR, Minnesota, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Army Corps, and this has worked in some other states to help stop the spread of the. I don't know if you've seen the video on this, on the invasive carp. So we, as a state, obviously need to do something bold, and Lessard Sams is doing that now to help stop and on this the spread. So. That's basically it for Lessard Sams. And so transitioning into some of the clean water part of the bill, again with the surplus, or not surplus, when we had our forecast, there was more money that was available to spend. And so the big appropriation was last year for clean water. So this year there's an additional 26 million rather, that's being invested in the clean water area. And this bill very closely follows the recommendations of the Clean Water Council. Representative Heitzman is on the Clean Water Council, and Representative Purcell. So again, you can blame those two. I like to pass the blame here if I can. No, there's actually some really good proposals in here, and the largest is with Bowser, restoring and protecting floodplain area for drinking water. And there's some big shoreline protection in north central Minnesota that's being done, and expanding partnerships, you know, working on cleaning up waters around Minnesota. And quite a bit more effort on, this is kind of the big one, is working with checking the Mississippi, all the way from the start of the Mississippi to Iowa. It's helping to finish up the funding on that research to find out the data that really what's going on and what the status is of the Mississippi River. But there's quite a few programs. We've also, through this fund, as we worked with a lot of farmers in Minnesota, and they continue that work. There's currently 1,000 farmers that are working in certified farms, and one of our members here is Representative Jacobs, is one of these award-winning farms. So thank you, and working with the state government and the farmers, and it's proving to be a really big success. So we're just kind of continuing in that area. There's onto the parks and trails. There isn't really a formula that's set in stone, but years ago when Chair Erdahl was in charge, he came up with a formula that has kind of been respected to this date, and 40% of the funds go to the DNR, and 40% are going to the metro area, and then additional 20% is going to Greater Minnesota Parks and Trails, and so that's added up. It's to almost $619 million through the years and 800 projects. So it's continuing the work, and it's really amazing to see what work has been done. And the Greater Minnesota, each group comes up with different proposals. So there is a big long list. If you wanted to see it, I could get it, or your STAR team member, Amy, could get it for you. But it's to show what the projects are going to. And as we all know, we learned during COVID, parks and trails are just incredibly popular. And this is, and they continue to be coming out of COVID. And this is helping to improve them all over the state of Minnesota and continuing that. In the arts and cultural area of the fund, there's about $12 million that we're able to spend in this bill, and $5 million of that, 5.7, is going to the State Arts Board, and that goes to various programs all over the state and funding arts organizations, individual artists, and regional art councils. So all of our districts are covered by different regional arts councils, and so they're able to divide up the money, and that'll go all the way from Springborn Arts Organization. I think I saw that one day in Fergus, and then to a Potter or anything along the line. We also started, there's $2 million going to community cultural grants. There's capacity building grants or funds that are in here to help if you know someone in your districts that want to start up an arts organization. So we had money in last year's bill, and we built on that. So trying to help new people getting in that haven't traditionally been able to get these funds. We started, there was quite a few festivals that we're interested in. We hadn't really done festivals in Legacy, but there was quite a bit of interest, and so we're helping set up a fund. Again, there's a grant program that we're doing that you can go after your communities and try to help work on your community festivals. There's an ethnic studies program that was important to some of the members, and that's been brought forth, and that's for helping ethnic and cultural studies for teachers. Urban Debate League is in here. There's some money for the USS Ward. I don't know if you've ever seen the US Ward gun. It's on the mall here at the Capitol, and it's going up to Little Falls, so that's going to help preserve that. We're in a little bit of competition with that, so I'm actually excited. They're trying to do a naval museum in Washington, and being the first shot, they really want to take it back from Minnesota, and so we're lucky to have it here. So it's there's Justice Ramsey House. I'm sure you saw that in the news. That's going to be moved right up here at the Trains Museum. There's a bunch of other things, and of course we had to sneak something in for Litchfield. I know that's hard to imagine. Maybe this is the last request. I don't know. Maybe he'll be a big shot lobbyist after this year. One of the things that's in the arts and cultural area is that we're starting a new program. We've had for $1 million we put towards this. It's for our staff actually came up with the idea, which I just think is a great idea, but it's for a lot of the schools right now have cut back on arts programs and music and other things, so you can apply for a grant if you're a poor family or disadvantaged, or if you need some help, and hire quality a dance teacher or pottery instructor or whatever you want, and so there'll be a grant program for this. But that's essentially it. There's a lot in this bill. Minnesotans are still loving the Legacy program. I think this bill captures that, and really does a good job of investing these funds that we're lucky to have as Minnesota. And quite honestly, we're the envy of many other states in the country that we have these funds and are able to spend it, because honestly, these areas would be left behind, in tight budget times, or even in, if we had more money. So anyways, I think it's a good bill, and I look forward. I believe there's some amendments. I look forward to the discussion, and again, thank you for your time.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moves to amend House Bill number 4124. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lillie. First, before I dive into the amendment, I want to thank him for his work on Legacy. I don't think we all realize how much is involved with doing a Legacy bill. It covers a lot of territory, a lot of different interest groups that are interested in this money that is available. And Chair Lillie covers a lot of ground working on this bill, and I want to thank him for his work, because I know how hard that work is. Then on to the amendment. First off, I have an office in the SOB that has a window looking to the north. And those of you that have windows looking to the north, you know that you're looking at a very large hole in the ground right now. This project is moving quickly. They've been working very hard, and it's very costly. It's over $700 million total cost. If it's a 2-year time horizon, that's about $1 million a day being spent on this project, spending money at quite a clip. As I've watched the progress, I'm kind of a nerd about this. I like watching these guys do their work, and they're great workers. They're doing a great job. No shadow on them. But I've also seen some non-construction workers out there doing other digging, and apparently they are archaeologists. We have a state archaeological office that supervises things like this, and they've been apparently finding a lot of stuff. Now, I've asked in Rules Committee to get more information about this. I've written letters, gotten a little bit of sketchy information, but no real details as to exactly what they're finding out there. But there's at least 3 or 4 different spots where you can see the foundations have been revealed. There's old rocks there. You see the archaeologist with his screen. You know, they throw a shovel full of dirt on and they screen it off, and they pick off things and they look at them, and some of the things go that way and some of the things go this way. I want to know what goes this way. You know, it must be something interesting they're finding there. What this money would do would give some money to the Historical Society to really make sure that we're cataloging this and getting this information back, not only to us here at the legislature, but to the public. The public's interested in this project. We're spending millions of dollars of the public's money. I think we're overspending. Personally, I think this project is much larger and more costly than it should have been, but the fact is it's going on, it's not stopping. We deserve to know how this money is being spent and what they're finding as they're finding these archaeological artifacts. And the concern here is also the concern about the potential delay of this project. It's obvious to me that it's slowing the project down because they haven't finished doing the pilings that are the wall that holds the dirt back as they're working on the project. They've put a stop to that as they're working on figuring out what is archaeologically significant on this site. Is this going to delay the project? For those of us here in the legislature, we know we're moving to Centennial for our offices right after session, and we're anticipated to be there for just 2 years. But what happens if this project is delayed? We could be stuck in Centennial beyond the 2 years, and additional costs would be involved with us staying not off campus, but in another building for an extended period of time. We should know how this is all going to work out. This is a small step in that direction. I'm hoping that we can keep digging and finding out more information about this very expensive project. Finally, I think it's important to point out that during this process, the CAP board has been cut out of the process. The CAP board kind of supervises the layout of this entire campus, and they were cut out for reasons I don't really understand. Cass Gilbert is a big hero of mine. Cass Gilbert, the architect of this Capitol, was a genius, in my opinion. He put together a beautiful Capitol with, and thought of every little aspect from the artwork down to the furniture. He also thought that this Capitol sitting on a hill should be unobstructed, that when you came to this Capitol from any direction, you would see the vista of the Capitol and it would stand out in the neighborhood. Well, this new building is right up to the street, right up to the boulevard, Martin Luther King Boulevard, and it's going to block, in my opinion anyway, block part of the view from that western aspect of the Capitol building. That's a shame. Cass Gilbert is probably spinning in his grave right now thinking they're blocking off the beautiful view of my Capitol. It didn't have to be that way. There's plenty of space out there. They could have pushed it back away from the street, but that was not a consideration. Nobody asked the CAP board. Nobody asked us. With that, Madam Chair, I'm hoping that we do slow this project down and take some time to make sure it's done the best way possible, and perhaps save some money if we reevaluate the project. But this amendment, Madam Chair and members, really is focused on saving history. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Discussion on the amendment. To the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I rise in support of this amendment. I have been working on this every day in Rules Committee since last fall. I brought a motion to bring this up in Rules last November, and it has never been calendared to have a public discussion on this. And so after regular business in the Rules Committee is done every day, we usually have a discussion about this. And I'm grateful to Chair Long that he did invite us to a meeting with the Department of Administration to have a private meeting to learn more about how all of these things are going to be handled. But we have not had a public discussion about this, so bringing it to light here in the chamber is part of this effort. So members, as has been talked about, we are spending so much money on one building, and there are pieces of history in there that we need to save. And I'm personally a big fan of the railings in the State Office building that have little gophers in them. And I am glad, I have been assured by Chair Long that those will be somehow preserved and brought forward into the new building. But these are decisions that really need to be done in conjunction with the Capital Area Architectural Board. And we have been trying for months to get the CAP board back involved in this process, and we are just stonewalled every single time. And I honestly don't understand it. It seems like we would want to have their input. They were certainly involved when the Senate built their office building. And members, if we are going to spend this unconscionable amount, $730 million on remodeling one building, we at least should have the CAP board involved so that there are not even more costly mistakes. And so I'm very supportive of this. I honestly I think we should not be doing it. I have looked at this 6 ways from Sunday to try and figure out how we can stop this waste of taxpayer money. It is far excessive of our needs. As a part-time legislature, the building's only going to be occupied 5 months of the year. I could go on and on, but this is a good amendment. It's a very small step. Let's support this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Leader Torkelson. Thank you for the kind words. I think this is an amendment that we can, I will support and just carry this forward and see if we can look at it. I look out the window as well. I was curious about those foundations, and but I've been told that they're looking into it, but I'm certainly happy to continue the discussion and carry this forward for you, sir.
Any further discussion? Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lillie. You know, this project is so large and so expansive that we've nicknamed it the Palace. That's not official. That's just been floating around here. And I just want the public to know that someday a website near you, hopefully there will be the Palace Cam, and we can all keep an eye on the project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend House File Number 4124, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lillie. I do share the same comments that Representative Torkelson made a moment ago. We appreciate the work that you've done on this bill, and I will say, Chair Lillie, I appreciate the support of the previous amendment that you just allowed us to adopt, and I really appreciate that, which is exactly why when or if you get to conference committee on this bill, I hope that you will keep that strong House position on that amendment, because I think that that's really important. In addition, here, I am bringing forward the A4 amendment, which is also incredibly important because in the way of the discussion as it's related to the renovation, the $730 million renovation and massive expansion and addition to the state office building, The point has been made through the conversation here over the last few years, and to the CAP board, I sit on the CAP board as a House appointee, that there are certain historical natures to the state office building, but based upon the statute that is in law over the renovation and restoration and massive $730 million expansion to the state office building, that there are certainly some features of the state office building that are historic, that are worthy of ensuring that the future, that the next generation of Minnesotans, that they are able to appreciate. There are many different aspects, from stone carvings to the way that they interwove the gopher into the certain art, kind of art factors within the state office building, that we should ensure that we preserve. So with this amendment, we are taking from a different appropriation within this current bill. So we're not spending more money, but we're taking from another appropriation to ensure that we have some money left and available to ensure that our history that is within the state office building, that is preserved. So that's the amendment, and I encourage support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for this. I was lucky enough to talk to Leader Long, and then I actually visited with the folks with admin, and they are looking at it, and they are going to preserve some of the things that are important. And some of them you mentioned, the carvings and the gophers. I was surprised at how much you guys cared about gophers. I don't know if you've had I'll let Minnesota in a little secret. In our retiring room, there's gophers carved in the woodwork. Pretty amazing. So if you ever come visit the Capitol, come and have one of your members or escort you back there. So I appreciate that you're doing this. You know, I would add on, there's a couple offices that we preserve. We should probably preserve the Pulowski Golf Museum. We could preserve that. I mean, that certainly is worthy something. I don't know. And how about the Erdahl political office? He's got even a Jimmy Carter picture in there. You guys probably didn't want to know that. But anyways, I'm gonna support this, and again, I look forward to continuing discussion, and I'll bring this to conference, and I'll do my best for you, or sorta.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Lillie. I'm glad to hear that we, as a part of a $730 million expansion of the state office building that removes the green space to the north of the Capitol, that especially in a legacy bill like the one we have before us, that we are ensuring that we're preserving the history. And to your point on the gophers, Chair Lillie, there's a lot of money, I think something like $19 million for prairies, where hopefully the gopher can do really well, that's contained inside this underlying bill. So it's super important that we preserve that history, and I really appreciate your support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The amendment prevails, and the motion is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House Bill number 4124, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again, thank you, Chair Lillie, for provisions included inside this bill. And this week we're coming up on the 79th anniversary of the victory in Europe, World War II. And certainly following that, VJ Day is something we'll also celebrate. And as a part of that, we on the Capitol grounds currently have the gun for the first gun that was fired at Pearl Harbor. And that gun is incredibly important. It happens to be owned by the Navy. And as we are building out the military museum near Camp Ripley, or just outside of Camp Ripley, I think it's incredibly important that we are ensuring that we restore that gun and that we get it to a proper place where Minnesotans can truly appreciate it. And I'm really excited to see that project come to fruition, and I really appreciate that you included that in this bill, and a whole host of other provisions that you included, but I especially wanted to call that out, and I appreciate that you included that in this bill. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. First of all, I was going back to that last discussion a little bit. The thought maybe there could be some new artwork. Maybe like just a bowl, simple bowl with rose petals in it, and put the gopher in it. Be the first time a gopher's been in a rose bowl in a long time. That said, I'd like to thank Representative Lillie, Chair Lillie, for his work on this. This is not an easy bill to put together. I chaired the committee for 4 years, and back in the earlier days when a lot of groundbreaking was happening with this, and you think it'd be easy to distribute these dollars, but it's not. And we owe gratitude to the people of Minnesota, who in 2008, in the middle of a Great Recession, decided to raise their own taxes because they thought that this was important. And through the years, one of the things that I've been involved with is helping to restore historic structures. This building being one of them. Didn't use quite so much legacy money here, but in other areas we have. And since Representative Lillie did mention the Litchfield Opera House, I'll just throw that in there. It was a building that was going to be torn down, a 1900 building. They're going to turn it into a parking lot. But through a lot of piece-by-piece legacy money over the years, we've been able to make it into a very important part of our Litchfield community. And I invite you to come by sometime. I'll take you in there. We go in the front, into the Leon Lillie lobby. We go past the Steve Green room, up the stairs to the backer balcony. And that's what this latest funding is going to be used for the handrails in the balcony, and just about finish it off. So thank you, Representative Lillie, for that. And speaking of handrails, another one, Representative Schultz, the gopher handrails I read about in this. I mean, gophers don't have hands. How can they use handrails? With that, thank you.
To the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield to a question?
He will yield to a question. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Lillie, page 41, lines 41.23 through 41.27, we were just talking about the Litchfield Opera House. And I've been here for 10 years and I've seen quite a few of these. And I'm just wondering, is there anything left to build that the state hasn't paid for in the Litchfield Opera House?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Nash. I'm not sure. Somebody says that they're done, but I'm never sure. That would be my final answer.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to make sure because, things have a habit of coming back, and now that Representative Erdl is retiring, I just wanted to make sure, do we need to make a list to do things in the future, or should we expect to see you up here anytime soon, Representative Erdl? Because I'm almost to the point where I think kids should get free admission to come and see the Litchfield Opera House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lillie. And I just want to rise for a moment and thank you for the consideration and the efforts for Morrison County, specifically Little Falls, as Representative Schultz talked about. The USS Ward, the gun itself was manned by Minnesota reservists and Navy reservists. And if you don't know the story, a little bit more on that. The ship itself was named after a Commander Ward, who was the first naval officer that died in the Civil War. So there's a tremendous amount of history. And the interesting thing about the the trip the gun is going to make up, as it comes from the Twin Cities and it goes to Litchfield for its first presentation at the Litchfield Opera House, then on its way to Little Falls at its final resting point. So with that, I want to thank you, Representative Lillie, and I do want to thank you for all the conversations and your work on the legacy, and we'll be back. The one thing I did want to mention as well, and why the legacy is so important, every one of my kids that has gone through a program, and when I go to high school programs or I go to the youth choir in St. Cloud, so often you hear this group or this effort was made possible by the legacy funds and the arts grants. And that is Minnesotans supporting our youth, our cultures, our arts. So Representative Lillie, you've always taken this very seriously. You've done a great job with this, and I thank for that, and I look forward to voting for this bill.
To the member from Ottertail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Lillie and committee for hearing this bill. This is a bill that it represents a memorial park in Ottertail County. And that Ottertail Park is it's the oldest township in Ottertail County. And it was formed in 1865. It's just south of Battle Lake, Minnesota. But the people from the township decided that because it was the oldest township, they wanted to make sure that it represented their fallen heroes and people that had represented us in war. And so this memorial includes veterans all the way back to the Civil War. So 2 representatives from the township were from the Civil War, and there's 135 members that are represented there. They contributed all the dollars for this to start out with on their own. They actually said that we didn't want any other help. We wanted this to make a memorial that we stood for. And then just recently they said, you know, we'd like to make this even more impressive. So when people come by here, they can really see what this is all about. So this contribution for this grant is going to be used to really make it a lot more, to beautify it. We're going to add a well. We're going to do some landscaping. One of their displays is the actual famous picture from Iwo Jima of Mount Suribachi. In that battle, the 6 people that pushed that flag up, 3 of them died in that battle. When the person that brought me this bill, Clinton, he said, when he came to committee, I had him speak. And Clinton moved the committee because Clinton said, you know, I was never able to fight in a war myself. But I said, I need to do something that shows my respect for our veterans. And he was emotional about it. And it's really important for us to remember our veterans, remember our fallen heroes. This is a good investment for Minnesota. It's good to honor our veterans. It's good to educate our youth. It's good to share our history. Spouses and families have sacrificed. Freedom isn't free. So thank you, Chair Lillie and committee. Appreciate the kind words from Representative Herr and Representative Lillie and the other members with my person that came that day. So thank you very much.
To the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the bill's author would yield to a question.
He will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lillie, I'm guessing that you may have, in looking through your bill, you may have thought, I should know something about this one because just by the name of it alone, I'm probably going to get some questions. But help me out on 47.22 with Monkey Bear. Tell me more about this puppet program. I'm understanding it's contemporary puppetry. Where is this located? What are the ages that this is directed to?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Scott. And actually, unfortunately, the author is the speaker today at this current moment. But my understanding from looking into it, it's for youth. And it's a puppetry program that's done with youth, and it's very popular. And so it's building on the work that they're currently doing. And I think it's interesting that you notice that because I think Representative Nash asked the same question in committee. So I think it's something that we can be real proud of, and they're doing good work. It's with kids, and it's building on it. I guess that's.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a shame we can't ask you questions up there from your podium to learn more, but I'm just curious, Representative Lillie, if you'd yield to one last question.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lillie, is Monkey Bear actually the name of a puppet, and is he part monkey and part bear, or do you know?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't know if your rules allowed you to make some subtle comment up there. I think it's just a cute name of the organization doing good work with kids, and I think it's work that we all can be proud of. And maybe we could do that in a retiring room with gopher puppets.
To the member from St. Louis, Representative Skraba.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Speaker. One of the things I've learned in this committee is never question art. I've looked at all these different names, Monkey Bear, you name it. I've seen it. I've heard it. I'm blessed to be on that committee. And you learn that art is to one person is not to another. And who am I to judge? Who am I to know? If it's made it this far, it's gone through quite a gauntlet to make it here. So when we hear things like that, it's like, what do we do with it? We listen. Somebody cares about it enough, it made it here. I have the same passion for trails in Minnesota. And trails are important, especially to my district. But trails are important because we all can get away. And this bill supports trails. And when you have a leader that supports trails, people will find a way to get to the leader to expand trails. More importantly, something I've learned in my life, maintaining these trails. It's really expensive to maintain these trails. And this fund, which is a unbelievable resource for Minnesotans, and I hope when it comes up to vote again, we can pass it again, because it does we are set apart from other states. It's incredible. But as a user of the trail and a representative of the various users of the trail, I personally want to thank Chair Lillie for allowing all of these issues to come forward, because maybe a chair that didn't like it wouldn't get it. But you're broad-based enough and open enough that we do see it. And I also want to thank Chair Lillie. One of the issues that came up this year, and in greater Minnesota, not just my district, but greater Minnesota, septic fields. There's a lot of people that have septic fields in Minnesota, and the cost of maintaining properties, taxes, houses, and all the other costs, sometimes the septic field is forgotten. And people, I'll take care of it later. I'll do it later. And then it comes time to get inspected, and they can't afford to fix the septic field. And in this bill, there's money set aside for people who cannot afford to do their own septic field. And at first blush, you'd think, well, that's their problem. No, actually, it's our problem, because a dirty septic field dirties the water. And our goal in Minnesota is to keep clean water. And I really I want to thank you for being a leader on getting more money. And I'll keep pushing as long as I'm here to get more money, because the way we're taxing our state right now, we're going to tax them out, and we're going to have to figure out how to fix these septic fields. And I do want to echo what Leader Erdahl said about you and towards you. And I look forward to serving again next year after the election. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the member from Nicollet, Representative Brand.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I just wanted to take a moment to thank our Chair Lillie, for inclusion in the bill some money for a fence for the invasive carp in the Mississippi River. I just want to point out to you that if we don't do something soon, it's going to end up in the Mississippi River, but it's also going to end up in the Minnesota River, where I represent the bend in the river section. I will tell you that there are a lot of people in my particular part of the district who are very worried and very concerned about that and have been asking in the last couple of months for something to happen. I really want to also thank the agencies involved in the discussions at the federal level and the state level on ways to maybe get at this problem. I will end my comments by just pointing out that on May 9th, two people, Scott Miller and Scott Duffus, are going to be attempting a speed record canoe of the Minnesota River. It's never been done before. And I personally love canoeing and kayaking on the Minnesota River, and I think it's really an important part of the recreation to be able to have access to the river. And Representative Frederick and I are working on some legislation that would actually give people more access in Mankato to the river. I know there's a business in Mankato that does excursions from Mankato to St. Peter on canoes and kayaks. It's just a wonderful river to kayak and canoe, but I can't tell you how difficult it would be if that lake was just inundated with invasive carp. And I know a lot of people enjoy our rivers, our lakes, and our streams, and I think we should continue to do what we can to protect those lakes, rivers, and streams from invasive species, the ones we can see and the ones we can't. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
To the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Brand, you actually talked a little bit about something that I'm going to address today. I've been talking about the carp barrier for a long time, a couple of years, in fact. If there's anything in this bill that I think needs to be highlighted, Representative Lillie, this is one of those items, not just for those in the chamber today, but anybody watching. They should know that the Outdoor Heritage Fund is being used in a way that I think virtually every Minnesotan can support, which is saying something. There's typically going to be folks kind of one way or the other on a lot of stuff, but when it comes to fixing or at least addressing the potential for invasive species to move their way, invasive carp, up the Mississippi into Minnesota waters, your bill is addressing that today. And a lot of people have talked about the carp barrier over the last few years. In fact, in the outdoor heritage category, it goes back to 2012, if I'm not mistaken, Representative Lillie, and there's been money there that's been appropriated, and we've been working towards getting to this point, but it's your bill that actually puts significant funding into moving this project forward in a collaborative effort with the Corps of Engineers and others. And it's hard, I get it, it's hard work, but the people of Minnesota are expecting us to do that hard work and to move forward with this project and protect Minnesota from an invasive species that could potentially have an impact, multiply the number, which I think the appropriation, if members want to look for it, is on line 19, starting on 19.31, protecting upper Minnesota River from invasive carp, $12 million in the second year. I'll just stop there. The cost to Minnesotans and to potentially clean up or try to address invasive carp, if we don't do this, at least try to stop invasive carp, it probably isn't calculable. And Representative Lillie, Chair Lillie, you deserve a hell of a lot of credit today for making sure that this gets across the line. It wasn't as though it's just going to happen. This came in late. The Outdoor Heritage Council met, the Osage Sam's Council met and had to kind of behind a lot of different discussions. There was a lot of different collaborative efforts, but they met and they were able to agree to make this recommendation. And even though there's been some negative here and there as to some of the questions, you've addressed those questions, Chair Lillie. I think that where a lot of other legislators have failed, you have been successful. So enough being super nice about the bill. That's something that's near and dear to my heart. There's things I am concerned about, but because of this issue, I think that Minnesotans are very well served by your bill and that you've addressed it. That's why I'm going to be supporting the bill today, primarily the reason why, and I hope that other members would join me in a green vote. This is a big deal, folks. This is a big deal for our state to get the revenues necessary and hopefully hopefully address invasive carp in a meaningful way, there's a chance that we won't be successful. There's a chance that this will fail. But if we didn't take advantage of this opportunity right now while we have the revenues, I think generations would look back and say, why didn't you try? So I hope that when this goes to conference committee and when there's, assuming it goes to conference committee, there's a chance it might not, but assuming it does, I hope that, Chair Lillie, you make sure that this stays in this bill. If we lose this, potentially those in the future are going to look back and say, why didn't you do something? Do something lest you do nothing, I think is what the situation is right now, and this bill does something. So I'll stop there and look forward to voting for this bill.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Hussein.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to support this bill today, and I want to thank Chair Lillie for taking the time and put together this amazing bill that will reflect the whole state of Minnesota. We had a great time in our committees, and there's a lot of agreement that we agreed when it comes to clear water and outdoor heritage and arts and cultural that connect us in our community. And I want to thank for Chair Lillie for taking the time to involve us all in our committees, and he has done a great job. So I want to thank him for this opportunity to support this bill. And thank you, Chair Lillie, for champion for our Minnesotan when it comes to arts and cultural. Thank you.
To the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to say thank you for all the members who have served on this committee, both the majority, and there has been some times that the majority provided the minority entertainment, so we do appreciate that during the committee. And we have fun on the committee. We do have, if you look at the members on the committee from both sides of the aisle, we really have a wide variety of members, okay? We have a person who lives on the hump, bump, tip, elbow, nose on the western part to downtown St. Paul and all across. And then, of course, up on the Iron Range. So that gives a very interesting perspective. I also want to shout out to the staff. If it wasn't for the staff, both the majority and minority would look a whole lot worse. So thank you for all the staff that has served. A couple of things I do want to highlight. You know, as we've heard, a legacy bill is without Litchfield Opera House, it's just not a legacy bill. So I don't know what we'll do in the future. As Representative Murphy talked about, I'm a big believer. This is what the money is for, is to help our veterans. We have actually two projects in Otter Tail County, one in Pelican Rapids and then one in south of Battle Lake. And these individuals with these memorial, it is so important that the younger generation understands the sacrifice. And the one in Pelican Rapids is right on an intersection that they're adding a roundabout and would potentially have damage to that wall. And it's being moved to show respect to those men and women that served our country. Representative Heinzman, agree with him 100%. If we don't get a hold of what's going on with the carp, invasive carp, we're going to see a huge, especially in greater Minnesota, not just an economic challenge, but we will see also just what makes Minnesota special. And as we know, that's our outdoors. That's why we call it Greater Minnesota, because we have some of the greatest assets here in the country. I do like the parks and the trails. There's some odd stuff with arts and culture, but that's always happens in this bill. But overall, it is a good bill. And I want to thank Chair Lillie to work with the minority and allow us to really make it more this year as a bipartisan bill. So thank you, members, and take care.
To the author of the bill, Representative Lillie.
Thank you, members, and thank you for hearing about the work that we were able to do in the Legacy Committee. It was really a good session. You know, again, I mentioned it when I first started off, we spent most of our effort in the first year of the biennium, but this added up to being a pretty strong bill in the second year. And so there's some amazing projects in here, but my committee, I'm really proud of the work we did. We really looked back at people that received money. We spent most of our session, honestly, looking backwards. And I know that's a little odd in this business, but I'm really proud that we did. And we looked, and we had everybody basically come in that received funds, and we looked at everybody. And so if you're getting funds in this bill, expect that you're going to be looked at again. So I was really proud of our committee that we spent that time doing that. I appreciate the discussion we've had today, and it's, you know, some of the words, and you know, the ward gun's kind of personal to me. A lot of the folks that were on the USS ward were for, as Representative Crenshaw mentioned, were from Minnesota, and a lot of them were from St. Paul, quite honestly. And you know, just, which is amazing to think that you'd have a big naval component in Minnesota generally. So, and appreciate your comments too there, Representative Schultz. And you know, and the first shot is really an amazing thing. So there's this huge museum that's going up in Washington, and for the Navy, and we're lucky to have this because very easily they could take this gun and have it go to Washington for obvious reasons. It's the first shot of World War II, so we're able to do our part to hopefully preserve it for Minnesota. And there's so many good things in here, and other things. I just want to speak for a second on the carp barrier, and you know, and I really, Representative Brand and Representative Heitzman, I think, really captured it. I mean, just think about, I'm sure you've seen the videos, and what can happen. You will not be in a canoe. You will not be in a kayak. You will not be moving in a fish boat. And on the other side, and I appreciate Representative Heitzman's honesty, it's a bit of a gamble. You know, I'm not going to stand up here and say that this is 100% sure, but if we don't take this initiative to do something as a state, it's a big mistake. So I appreciate the Lessard-Sams for having the courage for bringing it forward, and the members of my committee supporting it, and then hopefully today. And I hope it is the answer. You know, years ago, Lessard-Sams, it's a funny story. We actually bought a dam in Iowa. Now we bought a dam in Iowa to stop carp? Well, that was to the southern Minnesota. The water moves differently. It was coming, the water comes from Iowa into Minnesota, and the carp were coming from Iowa. So we bought a dam, Iowa didn't, and we did it, and it stopped and essentially saved that whole watershed. So we have the same thing, and quite honestly, the committee, Lessard-Sams, we reached out to Wisconsin, and I hope Wisconsin steps up and does their part on this too, but there's no guarantee, but it's important to Minnesota. So I'm sorry to talk about that one item so much, but it's, you know, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that it's, you know, it's not 100%. So, but I think it's important that we do make a move. So Representative Heitzman, your comments I appreciate. So there's a lot of good things in the bill, but I just want to thank my committee. You know, I'm so lucky to have a great committee. I got Vice Chair Hussein here, and Lead Becker, and he reminds us how far he has to drive every time he comes down to a meeting and how far it is. So that's good. It's good for us to hear, because I think you're like 7 minutes. And I'm not that much farther either. So, and we have Representative Cha back here, and Representative Heitzman, who spoke a few minutes ago, and Speaker Her today, and Representative Lee, Chair Lee. Representative Farr is also on the committee. Where are you? I can't see you now. Dang it. He's hiding. He's missing an empty chair. And Chair Vang is on the committee as well, and which is a good connection to have agriculture. There's some good provisions in here. And Representative Skraba, I enjoy having you on the committee. We're so blessed to have some amazing nonpartisan staff. Mary Davis and does a great job. Janelle Taylor and Brad Hagemeyer. I feel sorry for the rest of you because we got the best. So I'm surprised you guys can get any work done because we have the best. Paige, Maddie, Ryan, she was out here earlier, but then she snuck away. Must be on the late shift. And then on the partisan staff, Amy Zipko with the GOP team, and does a nice job and asks us some tough questions now and again. Does a good job. And Chelsea Ray with our team did a great job and joined us. And my legislative assistant, Madison Priestley, imagine there's a few appointments that need to be set up, and she did a great job. And Mike Malzahn, thank you. I very much appreciate it. Again, there's some really good things in this bill, and I really want a couple things stood out, in particular, like Representative Murphy. We all fell in love with your proposal, quite honestly. And that happens in this committee. You just kind of get attached to you wouldn't expect it. And that happened every day where someone comes in, but your people came in, that gentleman, the beard, and kind of touched all our hearts. So it was kind of nice to be able to do different things. But there's some great things. I'm glad Representative Skraba mentioned it. You know, the people that when you get out in your communities and see the artwork and the parks and trails, all the good work that is able to be done with this money. Again, thank you to Minnesota for investing in these things. But there is some good work, and I sure appreciate if you vote green today and light up the board.
The clerk will take the roll. Will the chief clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carol.
Okay, go ahead.
Carol, yes.
Carol, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Keel.
Aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle. Cagle, aye.
Have all the members who wish to vote voted? The clerk will close the roll. There being 118 yeas and 13 nays, the bill is passed as amended and the title agreed to. The next bill on the agenda for the calendar for the day is House File 5237. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 5237, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to education, providing for supplemental funding for pre-K through 12 education, the second engrossment.
To the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. Before you is the Education Finance Supplemental Bill. This bill reflects the work of the House Education Finance Committee and many of its members. I'd like to start with thanking our amazing committee staff and nonpartisan staff for their work, our CA, Polly Sturgvenik, our CLA, Shamata Braha, and our DFL researcher, Mars Beltrami-Runquist, and of course, our committee page, Connor Beckel. I would like to also thank GOP researcher Jody Withers. Your open line of communication with our DFL staff is greatly appreciated. And members, many of you know that we have some incredible nonpartisan staff. And I have to disagree with Representative Lillie, we have the best in education. We have Tim Strom, Christina Parra, and Solveig Beckel. And we could have not put this bill together without our stellar reviser, Cassandra Bruni. And a shout out, special shout out to House Public Information, Barry LaGrave and Brian Basham. Public information is so important because it gives our public access to all of our committee hearings, and transparency is good. I would also like to thank Vice Chair Mary Frances Clardy for her partnership in putting this bill together, as well as the contributions of all of our committee members. Your ideas and discussions helped to shape this bill. And finally, thank you to Lead Krisha for meeting with me and having a constructive dialogue around the work our committee was charged to do. Members, the bill before you builds on the investments that we made last year in our public schools. It strives to put more teachers in our classrooms, keep more of our students in our classrooms, brings student voices to the table when we make the decisions at the legislature, and takes a deeper look into the areas that we invested the most in last session. We had a $43 million one-time target to spend, and we did a lot with those dollars in this bill. I would like to just hit some of the highlights before we move on. Last year, we invested nearly $100 million in the READ Act. Make sure our students are reading at a level that will put them on the path to success and graduation. And in this bill, we're building on that with an additional $37.225 million. Since the end of last session, Representative Edelson has been working really hard with our schools, administrators, teachers, literacy experts around the state and the Department of Education on what increased investments should be focused on. The number one request we got from administration was money for teacher stipends, either when they're training after hours or for substitute teachers when our teachers are training during the school day. So this bill has just over $31 million dedicated just to that piece. We're also investing more money to continue to provide free training for our education workforce. We provide funds to develop training for our paraprofessionals and volunteers, as well as those who teach our students who are deaf, blind, and hard of hearing. We also provide funds for Carrie to work with experts to make sure our curriculum, our schools will be reimbursed for as culturally competent. And finally, we really did provide more needed flexibility to our districts with $35 million of the curriculum dollars we had last year. We pulled that forward. It wasn't set to go out until December this year. We pull it forward, so it'll go out July 1st in disbursement straight to the schools. Schools can use those funds to purchase curriculum, intervention materials, or any other items that are listed under literacy aid. Those funds, like I said, will be available to be distributed July 1st with much more flexibility. With a few different provisions in this bill, we invest more in getting teachers in our classroom. We fund an intermediate special education apprenticeship program of Representative Clardy's. We increased access to special education teacher pipeline dollars in Representative Bennett's bill. And with Representative Tapke's bill, we made sure our parents are getting the support they need as they work in our classrooms. We scaled back Representative Norris's bill a bit to create a student-teacher stipend pipeline. This pipeline will have the Professional Educator Licensing Standards Board distribute funds to 5 of our Minnesota state colleges and universities and 2 of our U of M campuses to provide a stipend for all the student teachers they place in our school districts across the state during the 24-25 school year. PELSB will then survey the students who receive the stipend to see if the money helped remove some of the barriers to completing their teacher training and if they applied and received a teacher licensure after graduation. You know, and as we heard during testimony in committee, student absenteeism is a large concern for our school administrators and our families across the state. So I would like to thank Representative Keeler and Representative Bakeberg for being willing to take a deep dive into data around absenteeism in their proposed task force that's funded in this bill. We also crafted a 3-year pilot program from Representative Spencer-Murray's absenteeism proposal. These funds will go to 9 districts across the state to participate together in collaboration with Minneapolis School District. These districts are Burnsville, Columbia Heights, Northfield, Mankato, Windham, Red Lake, Moorhead, and Chisholm. The demonstration project will provide the individual districts funds and flexibility to create or enhance programs within their communities to support their students, their families, and administrators with the main goal of keeping kids engaged and keeping them in our classroom on the path to graduation. The legislature will receive the data being gathered in periodic reports throughout the pilot project. Data collected by the legislative task force and the pilot project will be used to identify best practices and build a framework for investment statewide. We also invest in the Minnesota Promise Fellows program, which is an AmeriCorps program that focuses on engagement and attendance of students in grades 6 through 12. And I know we all know how important having our students be civically engaged is, and to have our student voices at the table when we make decisions around education, among other things. With that in mind, we invest both in youth and government from Representative Greenman's bill and the Minnesota Youth Alliance and Representative Sensenmurra's bill. And I know you all probably feel the same way I do. When we watch our students participate in the legislative process, I feel confident that our Minnesota's future is in good hands. Last year's bill brought large investments for our students in the areas of special education and English language learners. We fund 2 task forces that were proposed this session to look into those areas of investment. Representative Hicks brought forward a bill to take a comprehensive look at special education paperwork and how our schools are meeting the needs of our students with special needs. Representative Clardy's English Language Learner Task Force will look at a variety of ways the increased per pupil funding for our English language learners is being spent, as well as how it will meet the needs of our EL students as they progress towards graduation. Other one-time funding included is money for Pelsby to update their IT system and funding for MDE to go through the 2-year-long rulemaking process for the statewide health standards. There are a variety of no-cost items in our bill that adjust items from last year and provide flexibility for our schools, like adding our cooperatives to the Alternative Learning Center's transportation reimbursement program, or the addition of the purchase of lunchroom tables from surplus school nutrition accounts. And there's language that continues the compensatory aid hold harmless provision past 2027. There are also a few no-cost items from the governor's bill that were predominantly technical in nature that we heard when 5237 was first introduced. And finally, the TAILS targets where you'll find the VPK interactions on the funds provided last year to expand the 2025 VPK seats. There's also a fix to school districts who had an adjustment above compensatory aid formula. We will continue that discussion around the best way to distribute compensatory aid to our schools next session. Oh, members, it's a big bill, little bill with a big impact, I should say. Members, we set the 2-year state budget last session. There was a smaller supplemental budget this session, and we've been provided with the opportunity to invest in the education arena once again. I believe we made really good use of those funds in this piece of legislation before you, and I will now turn things over to Chair Pinto to describe the language in the early childhood education article.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this will be quite quick. Article 10 of the bill is the one that contains the provisions from the Children and Families Committee related to the Department of Education. So later today, we'll be taking up the remaining provisions from the committee. So the first section of that article, as Chair Youakim said, advances the more than 5,000 voluntary pre-K seats up a year and gets that going. I'm sure we'll be talking more about that when we come to amendments. Then there are 2 sections that contain provisions for Representative Katiza-Wattoon to improve the effectiveness of the Early Learning Scholarship Program that we all care so much about. And then 2 sections from the administration to strengthen Head Start and last year's early child curriculum grants. And I want to emphasize Head Start has such a powerful impact on kids, such a great investment that we can make. These are the provisions relating to early learning, but overall, this is a major step forward, building on the historic step forward last year to make sure that all of our kids and young people get off to the great start they deserve. And moving to amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Youakim moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A32.
To the author of the amendment to explain the amendment, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe there is a secondary amendment first.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend the Youakim amendment to House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A39.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A39 amendment adds some needed provisions to the Office of Inspector General that set up last session. Now, This has been something we've kind of done a crash course, just really quickly putting it together, because unfortunately MDE dragged their feet for, 6 months now. This is something that should have been ready to go at the beginning of the session, but somehow they could not get their act together. Which, when you see the amount of fraud we've had recently, that kind of makes sense. So what this amendment does is the underlying amendment provides some subpoena power, which was needed for the Office of the Inspector General to actually do the work of rooting out fraud. This amendment puts the enactment date on final enactment. So there's no reason, once this moves through the process, it should start right away. There's no reason to let it linger. It also clarifies that the Inspector General reports directly to the Commissioner. Now, this is important because there are a lot of personalities, a lot of territorial disputes that happen in the executive offices. And particularly if, say, the Inspector General was investigating something that interacted with a division overseen by a deputy commissioner or something like that, well, that deputy commissioner might get in the way and be like, oh, well, maybe try and explain it away, when we want to take it directly to the top, directly to the commissioner, because they are the ones. In the underlying amendment, it gives the commissioner the authority to stop payments to the nonprofits or individuals that are suspected of fraud that are referred by the Inspector General. It also clarifies that the Inspector General may not be terminated, reprimanded, discharged, suspended without pay, or demoted except for just cause. And then it lays out what just cause is. Again, this is to protect the integrity and the independence of the Inspector General, because he's doing what's inevitably going to be uncomfortable work. He's going to be up in a lot of state agencies' business, rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. Because part of the job of this Inspector General is to, yes, investigate fraud outside of the state, but it's also to evaluate things as they move through the process and become law. It also clarifies in the fraud definition, so it says deprive people of property or money through deception or unjust means. We also want to make it clear that it also is to acquire property. So if they're not depriving anybody, but they're getting it from somewhere else, just want to make sure basically theft is covered in that definition. And last, but certainly not least, is whistleblower protections. So fraud frequently is reported by somebody who has some tangential relationship with it. So we want to make sure that state employees or people in nonprofits or wherever this fraud may be are protected when they bring it up. Because if you are willing to basically turn against your bosses, because obviously there might be some fraud going on, they should not be allowed to retaliate against you while all this business is being sorted out. So these are needed changes. They vastly improved the underlying amendment, and I very much appreciate the chair working with me, because we've had some black eyes recently, $250 million in fraud in one case alone, and that was blatantly obvious. The Department of Education could have stepped in and done it without it, but they had a litany of excuses, even though there was some cases of 7,000 meals being served in an area where there's only 4,000 kids. The Feeding Our Future scandal was egregious, and if this was law right now, there is no way it would have lasted as long as it did or gotten to the number it did. We're at 70 charged and indicted, 70 charged and indicted in one fraud scheme, and 18 of those people have already pled guilty. So it's important that we take these measures and establish this office and take it into conference and ensure that this gets through the process. Because as it stands now, the Inspector General said in committee early in the year that he didn't have the tools to do his job. He did not have the tools to do his job. When I asked him that question, he said, no, that's it, no. These are the tools that he mentioned in that testimony that would allow him to do his job, allow him to root out fraud. So the department was sort of kind of halfway set up last year. This fleshes it out, and we need to do that, especially considering our recent past as a state. And I do have, there is one thing that we talked about ahead of time that I want to ask if the chair would yield to a question.
The chair will yield to a question. Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Youakim, the big concern I have with the underlying amendment and this amendment, assuming it goes on, is I want to make sure the Office of the Inspector General believes they can do their job. So we talked about this already. Will you commit to having the Inspector General testify in conference committee when we go? I know we don't often take very much testimony in conference committee, but because of the way we're doing this and it's so important, and the whole point is what he and his department think about the bill, I want to make sure they have an opportunity to testify in public.
Chair Youakim.
Thank you, Representative West. I do commit to having a robust discussion in the conference committee and look forward to your help in getting this past the Senate.
Representative West.
Would Chair Youakim yield to another question?
Chair Youakim will yield to a question. Representative West.
Does a robust conversation mean you will invite the Inspector General to testify before the conference committee when you are co-chair of it?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Representative West. Yes, I will be inviting them.
Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just clarifying here. So, members, I urge your support of this bill, this amendment to the amendment, and then also, when this goes on, we should also support the underlying amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Discussion to the amendment Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative West for bringing this important secondary amendment forward to further clarify the language in the underlying amendment and for being willing to work on this important issue with me. And honestly, do look forward to continuing your help as we move this through the Senate, and I would ask for a yes vote.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, last year we spent money in the Education Finance Bill to set up this Office of Inspector General because we realize how important it is to have that, and when we're dealing with 38% of the state budget. The amendment provides further guidance and the tools for the Inspector General to do their job. And I would like to thank Representative Feist and Representative Pinto for helping craft the language so that it reflects the legislative intent that we had when the bill left the floor last year. Thanks to the Judiciary and Civil Law for hearing the bill after deadlines and for the members' input there. And we'll be bringing this language into conference committee where we'll continue to work on it and want to make sure that we get it just right. So members, I ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. There being no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lee K moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 829 is a simple amendment. It is a $50,000 transfer to Pelsby from computer science funds that we appropriated last year to the department. The amendment also has a small technical change to clarify use of these funds. This language is the result of conversations with MDE, Pelsby, and advocates, and so I'm confident to say this has the support of all stakeholders. Adopting the 829 tonight is important so that the department and its partners like Pelsby and other advocates can continue to work to ensure that all students across Minnesota have a foundational computer science education. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Edelson moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A4 does many things. It establishes an effective date for July 1st for the READ Act. It clarifies paraprofessionals and volunteer training. It creates that training. It also does a two-step process for curriculum reviews. Oh, there we go. It requires MDE to do a RFP process for cultural responsive guidance. It also creates an ongoing review of curriculum, which will be sustainable into the future. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. There being no discussion, all those in favor? Oh, my apologies. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that there are several of my other colleagues that would like to speak to this as well. I'd really like to kind of take a little trip down memory lane a little bit before we quickly adopt this amendment. Oh, I heard some groaning. I'm sorry. You know, the fight that we had to get the READ Act even started was great. And it started in the sense that we heard for years, but I've only been in the legislature, this is my 4th year, but during my first term, we heard from countless teachers that they were not being taught how to teach reading. And we heard that over and over and over again. And so Representative Edelson decided to make the bold step of that we are going to revise our reading standards to make sure that our students are being taught by evidence-based reading. Now, despite my frustrations with what we call it, we have the same idea of being able to make sure that our students and our teachers are using evidence-based. I say evidence-based is actually science of reading. Fortunately, and this is why this amendment confuses me so much, we got so much pushback from using the phrase science of reading because we were told that it was not culturally responsive. We were told it was racist. We were told that actually this is something that is not supported by science, and that we couldn't use that term. And I watched as our bill, the READ Act, as Representative Edelson's bill, the READ Act, go through version after version after version. DE 15, I think it got to, as Representative Edelson was trying to appease parties on every side. A very difficult task, a very difficult task. And what we started with the READ Act that we started with, was a good start. And all of us has acknowledged that, even if we're frustrated that it doesn't say the word science of reading in it. This amendment that Representative Edelson is asking us to adopt today takes a step backwards. If you look at the amendment, members, and I would urge you to do so before we quickly adopt this by voice vote, I would ask you to open up your amendment package and look at what the language actually says. It says here, 2.17, upon approval of evidence-based intervention models, the department must ensure the models are reviewed by a contracted third party for culturally responsive guidance and materials. We are going to be spending, and if you look further, it tells you, $1 million to contract with a third party to make sure that our materials, from what I've heard from the conference committee, are not culturally destructive. I would like to say, before we move any further, if we're talking about culturally sensitive and making sure that we promote equity, I can't imagine anything more culturally destructive than not knowing how to read. I can't imagine anything more culturally destructive than keeping our teachers and our students trapped in a system that doesn't teach them how to read. We were told we couldn't use the science of reading because it wasn't culturally responsive. And now we are going to pause the work that Representative Ellison started to make sure that is culturally responsive. And then farther into the amendment, after the initial review of these materials, because if I'm remembering correctly, so far zero members, zero of our curriculum has been approved because it's not culturally responsive yet, never mind that it might actually work to teach students how to read. But further on, it says that there's an ongoing review of literacy materials. The department, this is 4.11, the department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education to conduct independent and objective reviews of curriculum. This is ongoing review. To partner with the same institutions that told us that we could not use the phrase science of reading. We are going to partner with the people that told us that science of reading is racist. They told us that. Why would we spend $1 million not only to contract with someone that's going to tell us the science of reading is racist, even though it's actually teaching people how to read? Why would we then continue to partner with an organization that has told us that they don't even want to have their teachers to be taught on how to use the science of reading? This amendment is a step backwards, ladies and gentlemen. This is a step backwards. And I think it's really important to remember there is a difference between making sure that our curriculum is relatable to our children, which is something that I did every day in my classroom. Every day we did making sure that our curriculum was relatable, making sure that we could see ourselves, the windows and doors and the windows and mirrors. I remember all of those things. Representative Keeler looking at me. I did all of those things. But that cannot take priority to the science of reading. The science of reading is a structural, explicit method on how to teach reading. And when that is not prioritized to then make sure that it's culturally responsive, we are doing a disservice to our students. And FYI, it's one of those things where as a teacher, I can take the curriculum and I can look at it and say, okay, here's how I can make sure that it's relating to my students. But you do not allow our method of teaching to suffer simply under this guise of the fact that science of reading is racist. Mr. Speaker, whoa, sorry, I turned around and all of a sudden we had a new speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, seeing 15 hands, a roll call is granted.
And I would request a red vote, members.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the scary thing is Patty's the good cop in this interrogation. So, it's been frequently cited that 50% of our students can't read at grade level. That's what the READ Act is supposed to address, and I think properly implemented, it will. But if you want a clue, and you might ask yourself, well, how did we get here? How did we get to a point where we're scoring an F as a state in literacy? In Minnesota, which historically is renowned for its education system. How did we get to this point? Well, there's a big clue in this amendment and in the backstory as to why it is that it's being brought before us today. As noted by Representative Mueller, if you look at lines 514 through 521 in the amendment, it appropriates $1 million for the Department of Education to request proposals for a contract to develop supplemental, culturally responsive materials. That's what we call gobbledygook. We want to ensure a culturally responsive curriculum. Materials that are culturally responsive. Well, what is meant by that? In short, not written by a white guy. And I'm not exaggerating. It's an article from Fox 9 talking about this. The headline was Read Act, Racial Insensitivity Concerns Raised Among Lawmakers. They say that teachers were alerting us legislators to concerns that they had about what they called racially insensitive material. And their article reads that the biggest problems they cited involved material coming almost exclusively from white authors. That's their definition of racially insensitive. It was written by a white guy. Therefore, it's racially insensitive. And because it's exclusively coming from almost exclusively coming from white authors and artists, even the elements designed to help with diversity mostly include inauthentic voices, they complained. Senator Aaron May Quaid, who was the author of the READ Act in that chamber, is quoted here as saying, "I have been to almost all the schools in my district, and I have seen firsthand the improvements that students have made as this has begun to be implemented." The point here is the READ Act works. The science of reading works. We're seeing tangible results in the improvement of literacy, the improvement of students' ability to read. But hold on, we gotta pause, because the book they're learning how to read was written by whitey. We got to spend $1 million of state money to take time to sift through the curriculum and ensure that things we deem to be, what's the term here, culturally destructive, don't make it in front of students. By the way, just as an aside, this is all happening parallel to an ongoing debate about, quote, banning books, unquote. Apparently, it's a really bad idea to keep kids from reading smut in the school library, but we gotta go extra far in our effort to ensure that they never read anything written by a white guy, because that's harmful. Not explicit depictions of sexual activity, illustrated, that's not harmful. But if a white guy wrote Great Expectations, we gotta pull that. There's a quote in here from one of the teachers. "As an educator, I could not place these materials in the hands of my students, and as a human, I hope they don't go into the hands of any student." That sounds an awful lot like a ban to me. And, we engage in these exercises. I know they fall on deaf ears, but let's just pretend for a second that the roles were reversed. Let's talk about my nieces who happen to be white. Let's say one of their white teachers were to make the case to us here in committee that it is culturally destructive to my niece to read a book written by a black author. That being subjected to a book written by a black author destroys her culture. And we should take time and resources to ensure that her culture is not destroyed by black authors. How would you describe that argument? What adjective would come to mind applicable to that style of argument? I think you might call it racist. And you'd be right. And it doesn't become less racist when you swap the skin color. And it's a black teacher arguing that their black student reading a book written by a white person is culturally destructive. If your culture can be destroyed by considering the viewpoint of somebody who looks different than you, then your culture might suck. I mean, the word fragility comes to mind. The idea that your culture is going to be destroyed because you read something that comes from beyond the horizon of your lived experience, isn't that the whole point? To expand your horizons? And isn't it the point of the READ Act to teach kids how to read? And again, when you ask yourself the question, how do we get to this point? How do we get to the point where 50% of students can't read at grade level? It might be because the adults in their life who are tasked with getting them there to the point where they can read are more obsessed with skin color and ideology and politics and woke nonsense than they are with whether or not kids can succeed in life. What we are dealing with here is an attempt to pick up the pieces from something that has truly been culturally destructive, and that's the prioritization of ideology above academics. That has destroyed our culture. And the READ Act makes an attempt to try to put those pieces back together, but oh no, we got to put a pause. We got to spend more money so we can take time to go back to the source of the problem, which is prioritizing ideology, prioritizing politics, prioritizing critical theory above the capacity of kids to read. Vote no.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add a little bit here because the portion of the amendment that we are speaking to here concerns me greatly. And it's in the area 4.12 and so on down in there, where it says the department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education. The department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education to conduct an independent objective review of curriculum and intervention materials. Representative Edelson, I believe this is the bomb that is going to kill your READ Act. It's going to gut it. And here's how it works. Towards the end of our education committee, we heard testimony by a few activists who were complaining that some of the science of reading-based curriculum that had been approved by the Department of Education thus far was racist. You heard some of my colleagues mention it, but I'll tell you what they were exactly saying. One of the examples, or a couple of the examples I heard, was there were Cinderella stories for basic cultural groups. There was a Korean Cinderella story. There was a Black Cinderella story. But they were written by white authors and they were illustrated by white illustrators. And somehow that was culturally insensitive and shouldn't be allowed. I will tell you this, in my 33 years of teaching, mostly first grade, which is a foundational grade for the teaching of reading, and I would work to get my kids excited to read, and I didn't have to work real hard, because at that age, most of them are excited to read and they love it. And even the ones that already hated reading, I'd bring them to the library and I would find them books that they loved. We'd read about Macduff, the little Westie dog, or Rotten Ralph, the naughty cat, and it had all kinds of books that they absolutely loved. And you know what they didn't look at? They didn't look at the color of the skin of the author or the illustrator. Matter of fact, it didn't even, in most cases, it wasn't there. So unless we adults point that out to them and say, oh my, this book has a white author or a white illustrator, they don't care. They just want a good book in their hands, and they love those books. So this is going to actually gut the READ Act, because we've already got these groups coming in and saying, oh my, this is racist, because we already heard early on in committee that the science of reading is racist. That's ridiculous. Phonics and the foundation and the structured literacy that's part of all of that is somehow racist? No, it's not. It's what gives the kids the foundation to be able to read. It's racist when we don't teach kids how to read so that they can be successful in life. That's what's racist. And as I heard Representative Mueller and Representative Hudson say, is the goal here is to get kids to read. So we're going to find out that probably all of these curriculum that have already been chosen somehow don't meet the responsive and linguistically responsive, culturally linguistically responsive, and reflect diverse populations. It's not going to meet that, so boom, jettison. All that good curriculum, gone. Sorry, we're just going to have to teach the old 3-queuing system that's not working, that has doomed our children to a life of frustration, a life where they can't find a good job, a life where they can't provide for their families, and a life of dependency on government. That's not a life we want our young people to look forward to. We want them to look forward to opportunity, to success, and all those things that go with it. And that's where literacy comes in, because that is a huge key. So this should be X'd right out of here. Of course, we should think about various cultures and be sensitive to racial issues and cultural issues. That's not the factor here. But that we're going to somehow ban certain curriculum and all the books that go in them because somehow they have too many white authors and white illustrators is absolutely ridiculous. Just yesterday in conference committee, we talked about the book ban issue because that's coming up in the education policy conference report. And yet here, we're developing a book ban committee that's going to ban a bunch of books and curriculum that can help our kids to read. And I'll just say one final thing. I peruse the social media every now and then just to see what people are saying, what's going on. And our governor talks a lot about the book bans right now. I'm banning book bans. You know what? His main message should be, I'm for the right for students, for children to read. The right to read. This whole book ban thing that we're hearing about on social media, it's a distraction. It's a distraction from the real issue, which is our kids in this state cannot read proficiently. Half of them can't. That's 500,000 kids. I believe I read there was about 1 million students in Minnesota, so half of that. 500,000 kids cannot read at grade level. They're set on a pathway for dependency, for struggle, for frustrations. So this part concerns me greatly. I'll vote no on this amendment just because of this part, because it is the bomb that's going to gut this whole READ Act and turn it into a bunch of mush and let those activist groups take it over and say, not going to work. We're going to go with our racially sensitive whatever, and it's going to be the most insensitive thing we've ever done because it's going to doom our children to be poor readers and doom them to a life of frustration and dependency. Thank you.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before joining the legislature and moving back to Minnesota, I was very active in community and corporate programs to mentor and tutor students in, well, several dozen schools. And one of the things that we also did is we looked at internationally. And there were groups studying, because when you're international business organizations, they want to help the communities across. So we analyzed, some of the techniques in Germany and parts of Europe, in Japan, parts of Asia. And one of the things we discovered is that you can have different cultures successfully teaching. In fact, my wife in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, several years of elementary school came over to the U.S. and they were ahead. So I understand there's difference in cultures. But the unifying factor is the desire for the results that their kids actually learn. I remember as a freshman hearing about issues that Minneapolis, St. Paul, and some of the other school districts have. But I also saw testimony from charter schools in Minneapolis and in the metro that were successful. Same demographics, and well, actually some of the charter schools were even more, the population was primarily minority, low-income students. And they had graduation rates that far exceed the public schools. They had success because it's not the name on the program, etc. It's that the programs work. And if you look decade after decade, there are several school districts with failing. In fact, some of the statistics are going down in reading at grade level, math at grade level, graduation, attendance, etc. They do the flavor of the month or year, but the name doesn't matter. It's the results. And when you hear from teachers from successful districts that actually they don't look at the race or the culture of the student, they look at what do they need to succeed. And when you get districts with minority students excelling, you should actually look and see what are the good districts doing that actually works. Because a priority should be teaching the children what they need in life, what they need to succeed, and not listening to the same groups that have been pushing failure in too many schools for too long. Why would I ever want to give a group money from the state that has failure as its track record instead of success? In the poorer sections of Dallas, when we were helping those schools, no matter who the person was that was tutoring or mentoring or just assisting the teachers, the only thing they cared about was the results of the kids actually learning. So, you can ignore the people that have actually been teaching and been successful from successful districts on their input, and you can continue to listen to the districts that have been failing for decades. When I was on the education committee, I continually said, what about the kids that are sitting in the desks now? This popular flavor or trend or whatever you had for an idea, well, in so many years, etc. I care about the kids now because they're the adults that are going to make our society successful if we give them the skills and the success that a good program does. They have to believe and have dreams. But if they're stuck in an unsuccessful program that sounds good, they're going to grow up without the dreams because they won't have the confidence that succeeding and learning gives them. So you can crumble to special interest groups and vote for this amendment? Or are you going to say, no, we care about actually delivering what these students need? Thank you.
The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of passion around this issue, and rightfully so. And I think when we pull back the layers, we have a common goal with the READ Act or the Reading Reset, and that's to address the literacy crisis across Minnesota. Half of our kids can't read at grade level. Just let that sink in. Half of the kids walking through the Capitol on tours on a day in and day out basis, if you gave them a book at their grade level, they would not be able to read that book fluently to you. That's a tragedy. Half of the kids can't read at grade level. Of course, when we're selecting text in school districts, of course we want students to see themselves in those texts. Of course we do. That's part of every single rubric that I've ever used when we're adopting curriculum. Of course we want kids to see themselves, but we have to push through the hard work to address a system change. And Representative Edelson, I've been clear. I think you've worked really hard. But when there are system changes that must happen, there is going to be pushback. Representative Hudson said something, and it really jumped out to me. The whole concept of putting an ideology ahead of academics. I've seen it in education over my whole career. What it often looks like to a teacher, what you'll hear from them is, oh, this too shall pass. We saw this 20 years ago. This is just a new fad. That's a problem. And some of it is the reason it's a problem is because we do shift and sway to the whims of ideology and not what actually works for kids. We know there is data that supports the science of reading. You can look at across the country, states that implement the science of reading with fidelity and they don't put ideology in front of academics. Guess what happens? Kids learn. Kids learn. We have to push through. We have to say to those people, yes, that's valid. We need to make sure kids see themselves. But we will not let your lack of wanting to do the hard work, or frankly, your comfort, allow half of our kids in the state to not be able to read at grade level. Just think about that. That's unacceptable. I talked about it previously on the policy bill, but we currently in the state of Minnesota have teacher prep programs that are saying we won't teach the science of reading. We have professors in teacher prep programs that are marketing their version of literacy to administrators across the state. We need to send a clear message, you're done. You are done. And if they don't want to do it, guess what? Get rid of them. Because half of our kids can't read at grade level. We sat out at that pension rally, and there were beautiful children from across Minnesota, from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. And they chanted, readers today, leaders tomorrow. Don't bow down. Don't bow down to people that want to squelch our future leaders. Vote no.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, members. And Mr. Speaker, It is so important to read. I talk firsthand about that. Several of you know that I am an identical twin. So good, bad, or ugly, there's two of me, okay? Back in 1972, they did not understand that twins develop their own languages. What did that mean? That mean my twin brother and I entered elementary school nonverbal. Literally, nonverbal. We were not supposed to graduate even from elementary school. Not because we didn't have the intellect, we just couldn't communicate. And one of my teachers, Mrs. Reed, worked with us. I am a product of special education, folks, and I'm proud of it because they taught me to read. Was it easy? No. Back then, we still didn't have the science of reading, so thank the Lord, I have excellent memory and learned that way, but I had teachers, parents who invested the time to read. Not who's the author of the book. Not if they had a specific political agenda. Just the basics of reading. That's what I was taught. And literally, folks, I would not be here today with that basics. This is what's so alarming. We're not teaching our kids the basics. These are people that are going to be here, our leaders, when I'm sitting in the nursing home or wherever I might be. We need strong leaders. And if leaders can't read, then what happens? They listen to other people instead of making up their own decisions. And there was long hours that Mrs. Reed spent with my twin brother and I. And we're not talking about just elementary. About 7th or 8th grade, things start to kicked in. I was still in special ed in sophomore year and junior year. Because of that learning disability, we were the butt of the class. Though my teacher, Mrs. Reed, and my parents too, never gave up on us because we learned the basics. This is not a good amendment. We need to focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic. So please do not support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. So I'm just going to focus a little bit on the policy itself. I've got notes all over the place, but let me just back up for a second as I organize my thoughts in my head. First of all, when I first came into teaching in the early 90s, we were talking about just coming out of OBE, outcome-based education. From there, we moved into the profiles of learning and into the standards. And those of you that have been through education and been through cycles, one of the things I quickly realized was there was always a new thing on the horizon. And that new thing would get watered down through channels of bureaucracy and publishers and essentially become the next shiny thing that could get sold. We all agree on the problem that's in front of us. We all agree that literacy and reading proficiency is at an abysmal low. We agree that we haven't recovered to some of the pre-standards of math and reading that were before COVID. All of that is fact. And the READ Act was a response to that, and a good response. A lot of work that went into that. But we're starting to see issues that, frankly, it didn't surprise me, but I was hoping it wouldn't come this soon. At the end of committee, when we heard the groups come in and start talking about culturally appropriate. And where we're headed now, well, let me hit pause again. The kid that I was when I went to the library as a kindergartner, then first grader, second grader, I checked out the same book over and over and over. It was a book on astronomy. And I kept reading it, and I kept reading it. And I loved that book. I knew everything there was about that book. I had read those words thousands and thousands of times. And it wasn't until I actually had to teach reading that I went back and I understood why I checked that book out over and over. And in fact, it came even more clear to me when I had my son. And my son would come to me, it was a joke between my wife and I. He would come every night as he was learning to read and he was learning language, and he'd come to us with the same Dr. Seuss book, left foot, right. And oh my goodness, we read that book. We could get through that book in 36 seconds. We had it down to a science. And he would give us that book every night, and he'd make us read it over and over and over. The reason was because as he was learning language and processing it, and if you don't know this about much of the science that comes with reading, a kid will develop 80% of their vocabulary by the time they're 6 or 7 years old. Reading is about getting to the science, getting to the repetition, getting to the phonetics, getting to the sound, and all the things that come with that. So fast forward that, we've tried to throw all these different layers under reading programs when the reality is the cultural appropriateness of a book is really about the relevance of the book to that kid as that kid starts to understand the language they're exploring. Through literature, so let's back up through that for a second. I looked at a number of studies when I saw this amendment come out. I thought, okay, let's see what's out there quantitatively and qualitatively about does cultural appropriateness and relevance actually improve literacy scores? Nope. There is no data, there is no good data that says cultural appropriateness and relevant actually improves assessment and scores, or scores through the assessment. But you know what does? The teachers. The teachers who can teach culturally appropriate and they can open those doors for those kids, that is the number one factor that improves reading scores for students. Why? We know this. A good teacher knows how to open doors up to a student's mind. A good teacher knows how to start them. You can start a student on 1,000 Nights, which gives us the beautiful stories of Aladdin and Ali. And then you can move right into Don't Go to Moby Dick. For the goodness sakes, do not go to Moby Dick. It is a terrible book. It is a documentary on how to be on a whaling ship in the 1800s. It is a terrible book. But you can go from 1,000 Nights into the adventures of Tom Sawyer. And you can start to bridge those gaps. You can then go into Charles Dickens, who, by the way, wrote A Christmas Carol because he was dirt poor and running out of money and he had to throw a story together, which became one of the greatest classics. And what we find is literature becomes the pathways and doorways for a student to expand their mind and to take and then become a culturally appropriate. It doesn't work the other way. So going back to the bill itself, I started to look at this and I thought to myself, OBE, profiles of learning, we're just throwing one more shiny new objects at schools. First of all, this the section effective date on line 2.25 becomes July 1st, 2024. So we're asking the Department of Education to begin this process right away. Okay, if we're going to have a process, let's get them moving on it. But they have to hire someone first. Schools are starting their purchasing now. They're starting their materials. They're starting to ramp up on this. If you've ever worked in schools, you get the kids out, you graduate them, they move the tassels over, and the pallets start moving in within a week because the supplies are starting to show up. And we don't even have a third party yet at MDE that MDE has contracted with because they must have a third party to review these materials. So we have the teachers on board, and we've heard this from administrators. The teachers are on board, they're getting trained, they're moving through all this. The materials are starting to come in, and we're now putting one more roadblock. We're now putting another gate that says, wait a second, we got to contract someone to review these materials for cultural appropriateness. Now, there is an out here in lines 2.27, 2.3, that, hey, if you've already bought in a district that purchases approved curriculum, which is interesting because it's approved curriculum, but it may not really be approved curriculum because we don't really have the cultural appropriate stamp of approval yet. But if you purchase a curriculum before the cultural responsiveness review is completed, which, by the way, could be 6 months, a year, we don't know. How long is it going to take to hire someone, and then maybe they don't work out? So if you purchase this, you are okay, so let's, in this lines, 2.27 to 2.3, if a school district purchases the curriculum before the review comes out, and then the review comes out and there are issues with it, how are we going to solve that? Well, it's right here on 2.29, 2.28 and 2.29. The district, again, putting this on the district, is encouraged to go back and work with the publisher, and this is important, 2.29, to obtain updated materials. You think they're going to get them for free? So I've purchased curriculum, and now I have to go back and get the new revised version, and I have to go back to the publisher, who then is going to work through this process. And didn't we get to this problem because we were relying on the publishers and the charlatans in the first place? They were sending the material into the schools, and they were doing this through the textbooks and their materials, and we had bought into it. Because in a school district, what you do is you end up buying into a series, you buy into a curriculum, you buy into, boom. I hope I'm wrong. But what I see us doing is heading right back to the problem that we started with. Members, we do not need this amendment. Let it ride. Let it go on. Get these groups out of our backyard for a while. The teachers, I would imagine if I were to ask the question here, how many of you think our teachers are doing a great job? Hands would fire up and we'd all be rah, rah, let's get behind them. So let them do it. If they're good teachers as we trust them, they're already selecting materials through the curriculum process, through handing a kid a book that will be culturally appropriate to get that kid to the outcome of reading. Let's not put this right back into another bureaucrat's hands in a cubicle in the Department of Education who has no idea who they're going to hire on this. Go ahead and do a quick search. Go look for companies that review curriculum for cultural appropriateness. I didn't find any, which scared me because it makes me wonder does this mean a group that's already gotten money from Pellsby, like Education for Liberation, could put in a bid? Absolutely they could. We could pass this bill without this amendment and give ourselves some time, give these schools some time. Let's get the feedback from the educators. We say it all the time. Let's get it from the grassroots. Let's get it from the boots on the ground. Let's let this run for a bit. And then guess what? If the teachers start to say, hey, guess what? Maybe we could get some material that has this, they can work with those publishers. But we're reverse engineering ourselves into a hole. And when you're standing in a hole, the first thing you do is you put the shovel down and you quit digging. Vote no, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank members for all the passion they have around this, around this issue. It was very clear in the beginning that we all share a lot of common goal. We want our kids to read. It's important. Actuarial studies say that if kids aren't reading by 3rd grade, they have more likely chance to end up in jail. So we all know that's important. I'm glad Representative Krisha talked about how we do share that common goal and all the work that's gone into this. And I loved Representative Bennett's story about bringing kids to the library and getting them excited and engaged in a book to get them to read. And that's important. So is seeing yourself in the curriculum to get you excited and engaged. And we should all want to expand our horizons and learn from people who think differently than us. Maybe not calling them woke would be a start. But cultural sensitivity or knowing and how books are written are different for everybody. Representative Krisha mentioned 1001 Arabian Nights as a beautiful story. It's a story about a king who takes a woman, Scheherazade, and says, "You're up for execution now. I don't like you as my wife." She tells him a story every night and leaves a cliffhanger so that he'll keep her alive until the next day. She was such a good storyteller, by the end of the 1001 Nights, he pardons her. In our family, we talk about that book as how brave Scheherazade was and how creative she was and how strong she was that she could save her own life. So it's different for everyone. And when we talk about the beauty of this place and people being able to testify, and the committee hearing we had, that testimony was from a teacher, and it was where she was coming from. We might not agree with it. I thought it was a little over the top. I don't like people screaming at us, even on Zoom. But that is what we do here. We listen. We listen to people, and she had something to say. But we don't try to prescribe that to then the author of the bill and any author's motives because a member of the public happens to come up and testify. So I want to bring us back to the bill because that's really what we're here about, back to this amendment. And if you vote no on this amendment, you're voting no on flexibility for our districts with training that they've asked for. You're voting no on more training for our paras and our volunteers. You're voting no on having the time for our teachers to do that training. And members, a lot of people care about literacy and have worked really hard on this. Representative Mueller talks about it all the time. And Representative Edelson, the minute she stepped in this building 6 years ago, this was her priority. Not just because of her personal story, but because she cares about our future of our students being able to read, because she knows what that did for her. And she wants to pass that on. So I want to thank Representative Edelson for all your work. I have never seen anybody, well, maybe Representative Feist too, wherever she is, be able to get people in a room that have big emotions, get them all to come together and to agree on something so that we can move forward and we can break those systems that we're stuck in. And I know with big feelings sometimes comes big differencing of opinions, but it shouldn't be differences of fact. And I know Representative Edelson will correct some of the inaccuracies we've heard on the floor today. But bottom line, members, vote yes on the amendment.
The author of the amendment, Representative Edelson.
Well, thank you. So lots of thoughts, and I just want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I genuinely do. Representative Krisha, Representative Bakeberg, Representative Bennett, Representative Mueller, I'm going to miss you when I'm gone. What will we do? Literacy Wars 2024 might have to pick up some new people. So this amendment, I know there was a lot of things that were said about this amendment. And we are trying to do large reform on literacy for the state of Minnesota. We are, and it's hard. And I think ultimately there's lots of agreements. It's like a beautiful mind over here with all my Post-its, but I'm trying to pick which ones I want to say. So we're creating in this amendment a two-step process. Structured literacy interventions, and materials. Materials are on the website already, by the way. And some of the districts, actually the district where the teacher had brought up the issue is actually, I think, entering it into a contract to buy one of the curriculums because we've met with the publisher, Senator McQuaid and I did. Right when we knew that they were flagged, we said, what do we need to do next? We went and we met with the publishers. Because not only can we teach kids how to read and thrive, we can also make sure these materials are representative of our diverse state, our growing, diverse state. When people open up books, a little kid is able to see themselves depicted in a way that will inspire them to greatness. I believe our state can do great things, and I believe it's not easy. And you know, it doesn't gut the READ Act. I know that was said, and it doesn't. We put in some really good parts of this that culturally and linguistically reflect diverse populations. Those things don't gut anything. Those things make it stronger, and I ask you to vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol. Carol votes aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Go ahead. Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
There being 69, clerk will close the roll, sorry. There being 69 yeas and 62 nays, the amendment prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mueller moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Mueller from Mower.
I feel it.
Mower.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before we move on, I do have an amendment to the amendment that I'd like to put on real quickly, as it is a technical amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will call the amendment to the amendment. We'll report the amendment to the amendment.
Mueller moves to amend the Mueller amendment to House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A44.
The member from Mower, Representative Mueller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment to the amendment is simply a technical correction. One part of the bill was referenced incorrectly, and so this is just a technical amendment. Thank you to our nonpartisan staff, Tim Strom, for catching it and for fixing it for us. If we could, I would ask members to support this amendment to the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would tell people to vote yes. It's not quite a technical amendment, but it needs to be fixed. The money was being subtracted from the VPK levy interactions, but not taking away the VPK seats to pay for their funding. So we would have kept the VPK seats, got rid of the levy interactions, and increased property taxes, and I'm sure that's not what folks wanted to do. So please accept the amendment to the amendment, but not the underlying amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion prevails. Representative Mueller, to your underlying amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I am thrilled to be able to offer this amendment number 33 here. This amendment affirms that our students have a right to read. And I want to talk a little bit about the film that just came out last year through the LeVar Burton Foundation called The Right to Read. And it was a film that that kind of followed the NAACP and several other teachers, including the Sold a Story author, as they were talking about how important it is for us to hold on to the science of reading. With the film, there is a discussion guide that goes with it. And at the very end, as they kind of walk through what is the science of reading, why is it not being used, what's going on, how can we make sure that we are holding fast to the science of reading, at the very end, the very last discussion point says, "It smells like freedom." And many of you have seen me wear my button, "Education is freedom." And I'm reading from the discussion guide. It says, throughout the film, Kareem emphasizes that literacy is a civil right issue. As a fundamental skill necessary to succeed in the information age, reading, writing, and literacy should be something every person can do at a proficient level or above. If you can't read, you can't access the full benefits of our society. As we know from decades of scientific research, the reality is that the majority of people can learn to read, but many are not being taught. If we have the tools to teach everyone how to read, everyone should have access to those tools. Civil rights guarantee equal social opportunities and a public education under the law, regardless of race, social economic background. High quality and effective literacy instruction should be guaranteed by a public education in the U.S. for all children. So the very first part of my amendment is an unequivocal statement that children have a right to read. And if you look at your amendment packet on 1.10 all the way through 1.14, it is that we are going to say that we have, this is the Right to Read Act. Children have a right to read. And they have a right to be taught by teachers who have been taught in the science of reading. If you go to the Right to Read movie, I think it's .org, my computer decided to turn off, and you go and look at the statistics, you've heard them all before. And you've heard all of the repercussions of what happens when you don't know how to read. And as we have talked about with the previous amendment and with this, that this is the #1 equity issue of the day. Learning to read is what will propel you to success. So my amendment establishes a policy statement recognizing our children have the fundamental right to read, and that is obtained through the science of reading. My amendment restores the requirement for the teachers of elementary education to demonstrate their knowledge and skill in the teaching of science of reading. And I looked up again through the nctq.org, their most recent research about how important it is for us to have a proficiency test. Their recommendations to state leaders is to require a strong reading test for anyone teaching students in the elementary grade, because they said that a licensure test is an essential tool to build a nation of readers. Elementary teachers, it says in their report here, elementary teachers deserve a fair and accurate assessment of what they do and do not understand about the science of reading so that they can quickly fill in those gaps. And we are removing that. We have removed that. My amendment restores that. It requires the Professional Educator Licensing Board to conduct an audit of teacher prep programs to verify compliance with the science of reading requirements. And we've already heard how there's such resistance to that. Colorado is an example of how someone has, how their Department of Education has told their teacher prep programs, if you're not going to abide by the science of reading, you don't get funding. It is that important. So let's start with some information and let's do an audit on our preparation programs. And then, because we have heard so much about how our teachers, our schools, are overregulated and underfunded, this provides $42 million of additional funding, along with the funding that is in the underlying bill. The $42 million is reallocated from the fiscal year 25 expansion of the VPK, and is already, the VPK is already funded in the expansion of fiscal year 26. This would just, we're reprioritizing it. And I'd like to say that, you know, when we put forth our reading reset bill in 23, not only did we have we did not include the other 64 other mandates that have been crushing our schools that we've heard so much about, that have cost billions of dollars. So historic investment, JK, historic mandate, so not actually historic money to be able to use. That we, on this side of the aisle, had a $250 million investment to actually go to our students, to go to our teachers, to go to our classrooms, and that if you add up last year's investment, the additional investment that we have, plus whatever investment that we're trying to do in this amendment, it still doesn't equal $250 million that we would have invested in our reading reset bill in 2023. We are still underfunding this because our priority apparently is digging big holes in the ground for palace of politicians. That's where that money is going. We could put $735 million in a palace for politicians. We can't teach students how to read, though, apparently. The language that I have here does not replace the changes proposed in the underlying bill, but works in concert with it. I talked last or 2 weeks ago about how, you know, this was a good start, that it just needed a little bit of polishing. I had some pushback that it didn't need polishing, but JK, we're actually polishing. So if we're going to polish, then let's do the right investments here. Let's invest in it, and let's draw a line in the sand right now that we are going to give every child the right to read. And Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, members, and I would ask you to vote green.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so I'm going to ask my members to vote no on the A33. The reading reset, the right to read. We got a lot of name changes going on over there. I think the READ Act is a good one. I think we should stay with it. So The Right to Read actually was a really good movie. I enjoyed it. I don't think we should fangirl it so much that we actually call our bill after it. But, you know, there's problems with this amendment in many ways. You're taking from VPK. That is 4th and 5th graders making sure that they have a good foundation laid to learn how to read. It doesn't feel like a good pathway forward, so I think we should not go for that. Teacher licensure exams. Being a good test taker does not mean you're a good teacher. It just doesn't. And we've been having this conversation around just exams and all of those things. I mean, I'm a person that has dyslexia. You know, I'm a terrible test taker. It doesn't define who I am. It doesn't mean that I'm not a smart person. I would never want teachers that aren't really good at memorization to not teach in our classrooms. So, and then the last thing, the higher ed audit report, we're doing that. We're doing that, and you know, Representative Mueller. But your bill says to do it by September of 2024. That's just a few months away. We're about a quarter of the way through the higher education. We're fixing it. I agree, actually. Representative Bakeberg, that is a problem. We do need to work with higher ed, and we need to hold them accountable to make sure that, you know, we're not having issues where we have this educational autonomy happening in higher education where they're costing our districts money. So we are dealing with that, and I completely agree. We're on the same point on that. So I'd ask my members to vote no, because I think every bill needs polishing. You are right. So, you know, congratulations on that one. But this is not the right polishing. Thank you.
To the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to rise in support of the Mueller amendment and especially point out the part starting in 5.1 in the amendment, line 5.1, the board adopting rules requiring applicants for Tier 3 and 4 teachers for elementary education to pass an examination or performance assessment, 2 ways to do it actually, of knowledge and skill and the ability to teach the science of reading. So I'm going to date myself right now, tell you when I went to college to be a teacher was in the late 1970s. And I also, after I graduated in 1980, I went to a year of graduate school for special education. And I know I have fellow teachers on the other side of the aisle here too, and we know what that was like. But I will tell you this, even way back then, the education that I received in my basic 4 years and got my elementary school degree along with a preschool early childhood degree, that was not adequate for teaching of reading. If I had not gone to graduate school and taken on the special education components, I would not really have known how to teach reading. It was that special education instruction as a teacher that taught me that. So therefore, teachers are totally dependent upon the curriculum, which is a whole nother subject I'm not going to get into right now, but that's why we have to have good curriculum. But we should be assessing this key knowledge because it is the critical factor for teaching. Because if a child cannot read, a child cannot learn any other subject adequately, including math, science, history, anything. So why not assess teachers? We used to. Some teachers people aren't good test takers. I will agree with that. Some students aren't either. But it doesn't mean we just dump the tests. So if third graders aren't good test takers, should we just dump the third grade reading test and say, you're good to go. You sat in my classroom all year or from first grade or kindergarten up through third grade, so you're good to go, you passed reading. No, we don't do that because we know better, because seat time does not equal mastery. And so our teachers' seat time in a teacher prep program does not prove mastery. I bet you I wouldn't have been able to pass a reading test after graduating as a teacher way back in 1980. After 1981, when I went to the special ed graduate classes, I think I could have. I'm assuming things have changed since then, but obviously they're not being taught totally correctly because teachers are saying that they don't have the skills that they need. So, in this amendment, we bring back the test, the assessment for teachers, and it could be a paper pencil test. It could be a performance test where you perhaps sit in an interview. We can do things more than one way in assessing. We do that with our students. We can do that with our future teachers as well. But don't just dump the assessment and that evaluation, because this area in particular is way, way too important. So I will say something about the VPK because I know this pulls funding from the governor's project, which is what he got into the bill, and Representative Mueller, I think it's $50 million, I believe, that was set aside for, or pulled out for this VPK expansion to start earlier. Well, if we're pushing kids into an early childhood program in our public schools that are already lacking quality, good education to get kids reading because they're trusting that curriculum that's faulty, and it goes way back into the preschool years when you're learning phonemic awareness and alphabet letters and all those kinds of things. Then we're just pushing those kids into a system that's not working. So why not focus on getting that system fixed instead of bringing more kids? I told you when I spoke up last that 500,000 kids in this state cannot read at proficient levels. Well, every time we have a classroom of kindergartners and pre-K come in, we're adding to that because half of those will not be able to learn to read proficiently unless we get this fixed. So I do support this amendment, and I especially like to see that assessment that shows that our future teachers are proficient in teaching the science of reading. Teachers want those skills. I don't think they're afraid to prove it either. They shouldn't be, because they're good teachers, and they want to show that they're able to do this. So I do support the Mueller amendment and ask for a green vote on that amendment. Thank you.
To the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I support the Mueller amendment as well. We just had a quick point, and I want to make sure I sharpen that point just a bit. We talk about the fiscal year 25 VPK funding, and that will really only impact about 5,000 kids. The Mueller amendment will actually impact tens of thousands of kids in all the school districts. So one of the things that we do down here is we have to determine how best to spend the resources and to move those about. So Representative Mueller, your amendment has it right. We're trying to get the literacy skills up, and we're trying to make the most amount of impact that we can, and I believe this amendment does that, and I would support it with a green vote.
To the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would support the Mueller amendment. Just a couple things. Representative Edelson, I look forward to working with you on the higher ed pieces of it, and I'm glad that we have a common ground on that. But I just want to paint a little bit of a perspective of what it looks like from the school district side when a school district hires a teacher from a higher ed institution that doesn't focus on the science of reading. That means that training cost now comes to the district. And it's not only the training cost, but it's the professional development time and cost for the teacher who we hire, but it's also the kids, because that teacher has to be out of the classroom for that professional development time. So if we don't get this right at the higher ed institution, it is going to push this problem downstream to our school districts. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the enactment date. And I'll be honest, Representative Mueller, I was kind of like, oh, wow, September 1st, that's fast. And then maybe the snarky side of me came out, and I said, well, they should have to do it too, because we got over 65 mandates last year that we just had to figure out. And some of them had enactment dates, I mean, that came very, very quickly to our districts. And it was just like, figure it out. Or, what we'd hear from the department is, we'll put it on the comment sheet. We'll put it on the question and answer document. And months and months and months. So, you know what? I think it's okay that we provide some pressure on higher ed institutions to figure it out. I'm okay with that. The last thing I would talk about is the early investment in VPK, and I would 100% agree. I've been in education long enough that I actually remember when kindergarten was every other day, or it was different structures. The district that I started teaching in, we invested in all day, every day K, so that we could get that ball rolling right away. So I understand that. But that only works if you're using a curriculum that's rooted in the science of reading. So you have to make good use of the time that you're using with those kids. And Representative Creshaw actually stole my thunder, because in my district, in 54B that I represent, 2 of my 3 districts do not benefit from the VPK dollars. So $50 million, that translates statewide to about 0.5% on the formula. So I would just ask you to think about your own districts. And is your district cutting? And could your district use about 0.5% on the formula? And I could go down the laundry list of districts that are cutting across the state, but there's a ton of them. This is what we should have been doing throughout this session. We should have rolled up our sleeves, and I'll talk about this more later, but we should have rolled up our sleeves and said, boy, where did we go wrong in last session? Where did we allocate funds and we missed it? We should have rolled up our sleeves. We should have said, wow, we need to reinvest, or we need to reallocate. That's what this amendment does. It reallocates funds across the state so that in just my district, all 3 of the school districts that I represent will receive money, not just one of them. And the district that gets this VPK dollars, they do great work with it. But when I think about the fiscal condition of our school districts across the state, we can't be putting things in buckets here and there. We have to do the work, the hard work, to be able to support our districts. Otherwise, what happens, and I'll say this again later, what happens is the school boards do the hard work and they cut teachers. And my district is hiring. I actually hired a teacher this morning. So unfortunately, my district is benefiting from your district's loss because I'm getting really good teachers. But we should support this amendment and support the science of reading. It's a good amendment. Thank you, Representative Mueller.
Further discussion on the Mueller 833 amendment as amended. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, so much for our discussion on this. You already heard Representative Bennett talk about what I did want to say for the test. And Representative Edelson, I was also one of the people that could not do paper pencil tests very well. Definitely wasn't one of those people. Had to retake the teacher, what it used to be called the praxis test, 200 years ago when I went through my teacher prep program. The praxis test, I had to redo that because I was not proficient in math and struggled with that. The pedagogy test, I remember taking the pedagogy test and being absolutely terrified about it because it was 120 questions in 120 minutes, and it was just absolutely terrifying. So I understand. I understand the reaction of, oh my gosh, I'm not able to pass this. Quick, let's get rid of it. But removing an independent mechanism, an independent measurement that ensures that our teachers know what they're doing. Because as we've heard from so much testimony, that just finishing a 4-year school here in Minnesota is not preparing them. We're already hearing that. We're hearing that from the people who come to our testimony tables and saying, I wasn't prepared. We hear it when they say that I wasn't taught how to teach reading. I wasn't taught how to do classroom management. Like, we're hearing it. So just because they graduate doesn't mean that they are ready to go. And we do this with no other profession. We really don't. We don't do this with lawyers and doctors. But I agree that a paper pencil test is not the only way, which is why, as Representative Bennett said, that I have, or a performance assessment of knowledge, skill, and ability to teach the science of reading. We have that flexibility in there. But I will tell you that we are only one of 2 states that does not have a reading test for elementary school teachers. We are one of 2. And before that, we had the Minnesota MLTE test, and that was labeled as acceptable. It was labeled as acceptable, and now we got rid of that. The other part that I'd like to address is that for the audit of the teacher preparation program, gathering data is one thing, but what my amendment does is actually put a little teeth into it. And if you look at 5.30 down to 5.32, it actually says the board must place a program not in compliance on immediate probation. A program placed on probation must develop and implement an action plan to comply with this section. Gathering data is great, but if we're not going to do anything with it, if there's no repercussions for not actually doing what they need to be doing, then what does it matter? We need to make sure that we're actually holding these teacher prep programs accountable. You know, by not doing the investment in the science of reading, instead of putting money in so many other things, and we have so many other things that we've invested in other than this foundational skill of reading, what ends up happening is that when we don't have kids that know how to read and they continue to get farther and farther behind, we now have adults that don't know how to read. Citing statistics from the Right to Read film.org, 54% of Americans between the age of 16 and 74 read at a level below that of a sixth grader. There's a lot of chatter going on, so maybe I should read that again. 54%. That's over half of Americans between the ages of 16 and 74 read at a level below that of sixth grade. Adults who struggle to read are more likely to be unemployed, underemployed, incarcerated. In a study by Gallup on behalf of the Barbara Bush Foundation, says that low literacy levels among U.S. adults could be costing the economy $2.2 trillion a year. The repercussions of not knowing how to read are astronomical. And it's more than a price tag. It's the dignity of these human beings to be able to live a life of prosperity, of opportunity, and growth. Members, you've heard it all before. We already have decided how we're going to vote. But for the public that's listening, I think it's really important for you to understand. While instruction on learning how to read may be bipartisan, the investment is not. We had a bill that would have been $250 million. And even with the extra money that has been offered by the majority party, it is still not enough to address this foundational issue. Please vote green on this amendment. Thank you, members. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment as amended. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
One more time.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Good.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the amendment as amended is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson P.E. moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22.
I recognize the author of the amendment to explain the amendment. It's the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A22 amendment moves to strike from the bill the proposed statewide health education standards mandate and redirect the proposed funding that was in here for rulemaking to be used for cannabis prevention education. I want to start out with the dollars that were attached to this for rulemaking. It was $627,000 of one-time money, which is a significant amount of money for rulemaking procedure. It's several times the normal. I don't know if it's because the Department of Ed expects to get sued over this. Probably is my guess. So maybe that's why it's so high, $627,000. But we can use that $627,000 in cannabis prevention, because that's going to become a big issue for our students down the road. But the heart of the amendment is to remove the statewide health education standards mandate. This is once again another mandate on our schools. We passed 65 plus mandates last year on our schools, and there are many new mandates in this new education bill this year. One of them is this: it is a statewide health standard. The current law right now already provides that schools have to do certain policies. We have toolkits and guidance, and they can follow state guidance or they can choose their own path on health education. But this bill is going to mandate a Department of Education dictated set of health standards across all of our school systems. And that's just wrong. It eliminates local control, and it brings about more and more controversy and politicizing of our education system. And we've had enough of that. We've had enough. It's also, I want to point out that the state law requires ethnic studies to be added into all of our standards, including these health standards. So this is about bringing some of the ethnic studies type curriculum into our health education of our students. As a member of the committee, I can tell you we had many testifiers, two of them out front Minnesota, gender justice, on this particular health section. And it sort of shows you the politicizing that's occurring within these standards and within the bill. So I ask that we remove this new mandate, additional mandate from our schools, mandating health standards across the state. We get rid of the rulemaking process, and we put these dollars into cannabis prevention education for our students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. There is already a statute in law, 120B.215, that requires very specific education in our schools regarding cannabis consumption, especially that it's prohibited before you're 21. I know this because the cannabis bill had to make a stop in the Education Finance Committee because of that language. But more importantly, this bill removes the funding to start the very lengthy process of rulemaking to create a standard for health. So members, we have graduation requirements that are set at the state level. We then set the standards to those graduation requirements because we want our diplomas to mean something equally across the state. Districts can add more grad requirements, but this is a base of grad requirements. All of those standards for our graduation requirements are set at the state level, except for health. This is the last one. So we start the rulemaking process, like I said, which is very rigorous. It lasts over 2.5 years long, and it's right in statute. In fact, I think it's on page it's 21 of our bill, that just tells you who has to be part of that rulemaking process. There has to be a parent there. There has to be teachers, school administrators, members of the business community, post-secondary faculty, and we are adding students to that list, the Minnesota Youth Council, a member from the Youth Council, because our students should be here when we're creating law around them. So our standard graduation requirements should be standard and evidence-based. Currently, a school board gets to decide what students get taught in health. And one thing about listening to students across the state, they've all said they want accurate information and they want more information than what they're currently being given. And the cost is there because we have one-time money in education. Standards take 3 years. So this is the cost for the 3-year part of rulemaking. It's right in line with the other standard renewals that we do. And the money's there to make sure that you have the SONAR process, which puts the standard draft out for development so people can all make comments, and all those comments are gathered. It's for the administrative law judge that looks at them. It's a very lengthy process. And it was mentioned who was supporting this bill. I wanted to mention a few other people that were supporting this bill. We had NAMI, our mental health professionals, MINCASA, those that, the folks that advocate against sexual assault. We had pediatricians. We have medical doctors, are all saying this should be standardized at the state level. And this is just a base. Once those standards come out, if a district wants to provide more information, they can build on top of that. But as I said before, this is the last state graduation requirement that doesn't have a standard set at the state level, and that is what we are doing right now. And districts are already mandated to teach health. We're just telling them it has to be set at a certain standard as a base. So with that, members, I'd ask for a yes vote, a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment forward. And this is an interesting conversation when we talk about cannabis education. I sit on the Commerce Committee, and to go back to talk a little bit about what happened in Commerce this year is Commerce was the only committee to get a negative target this year. You know what a negative target means? You got to find money from someplace else to be able to fund additional operations. And the area that we were looking to fund was the Office of Cannabis Management. And so what had happened was the powers to be went in to look for places to get money. So they went back to last year's appropriations, and they started stealing money from the cannabis programs. And I use the word steal money because my good friend Tommy Rukavina used to say, you know, O'Driscoll, they're stealing money from the kids. Not too many laughs anymore, Representative Newton. Not a lot of people remember Tommy Rukavina on the floor like you and I do. And what happened was when the kids were getting the money stolen from them, I raised that in committee, and I said, well, why are we stealing from the kids? We were told by Democrats last year that the way to deal with cannabis and marijuana use is to go out and educate the kids how bad this is. But then the next year, what do? We cut money from the program. We don't want to educate them too much, take away customers apparently from this new emerging market here in the state of Minnesota. So Representative Anderson, thank you for finding money to be able to help these kids in these education programs. A negative target, we're cutting in prevention programs to fund the Office of Marijuana here in the state of Minnesota. You can't make this stuff up, folks. You can't make it up. It's unbelievable that this is happening. Billions and billions of dollars, as my friend Tommy Rukavina used to say. And this is the best we can do? Shame on all of you, Tommy would say. Shame. And they'd go into a dog story, and then we'd be off to something else again. Again, for those of you who remember Tommy, I miss him. I was up in Hibbing one time on the school trust lands, and Tommy had left the legislature, and he was a commissioner up there. and we're having lunch with the school trust lands folks, and Tommy grabs his lunch and he sits across the table from me and he goes, "You know what, O'Driscoll? You ain't half bad." And I said, "Well, how come I'm only not half bad? I'm not a good guy completely." He goes, "You're still a Republican." I miss that guy around here because he stood up for kids. School trust lands, he would be beside himself today if he knew what was going on. Stealing money from the kids on marijuana education and prevention. So again, thank you so much, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment forward. This is important. I've also asked, and we'll get a chance to see if we get that money back in the Commerce Bill. Stop stealing money from the kids. Members, a yes vote is the obvious vote on this. You can't say in an odd number year, "Oh, it's important," but in an even number year, it's not that important. Let's rob the piggy bank. Let's give those kids a bunch of stems and seeds in that bag. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Tom, you would appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And will Representative Bakebird yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Creshaw.
Representative Bakebird, let's do a little role playing here. I'll be the suit from St. Paul. You be the administrator from your school district. Do you really need new health standards with all the things that are going on? Or locally, do you think your folks can handle this?
Representative Bakebird.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we don't. That's the simple answer. And I think the longer answer is we go through a robust process when we are developing standards at the local level. And I do, this is the last standard that is not statewide. And we've heard that a lot, but let's flip that and say, why is that? I wonder why that is. And so what I would say to the suit in St. Paul, I would say, are you going to answer the phone calls of the upset parents when we're having a conversation about sex ed and they don't agree with what the teacher was teaching? Are you going to have that conversation? No. The answer is no, you're not. So when we develop things at a statewide level, it creates issues at the local level when it's rolled out. We saw that time and time and time again last year. And actually, I was just talking with someone outside, and he asked me kind of why I was here. And I said, honestly, it's because oftentimes I'd be sitting in my desk implementing the stuff that a suit from St. Paul passed, and I often thought, do they have a clue what goes on in schools? And the answer is, many of us don't. You don't understand the day-to-day, when we pass a bill, what it means on Tuesday morning at school. So we don't need statewide health standards. We need the freedom and the flexibility to adopt standards at the local level, because these topics, they're difficult. And what Minneapolis wants is not what Mankato needs. So the local school district should make that determination, not a suit in St. Paul.
Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I can't answer that phone call, Representative Bakebird, because I don't know if you know this, but I'll be chained to my desk because I'm not leaving my office, but I won't have access to a phone. So until they kick me out, unless there's the cold weather rules, which means I get to stay longer for this, incredibly big hole in the ground. But no, you're absolutely right. And the other thing that I bring this up is because we've already been through an incredibly political rulemaking process on the social studies standards. My goodness, how much more are we going to put our local schools through? How about none? I mean, with all the things that are going on, and you know, the cannabis laws, those of you that want to celebrate it, great. It's going to absolutely devastate our students and our teaching. We have no idea the tidal wave that's coming in there. But again, I'm sorry I won't be able to answer the phone because I won't have phone service while I'm chained to my desk. I probably won't have a desk. I think they're going to take that out too. So I would support the amendment.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise and quickly touch upon the funding for the Office of Cannabis Management in the Commerce Bill. That bill was in Ways and Means on Thursday of last week, and while actually I agreed with Representative O'Driscoll in committee, and we talked about it, Chair Stevenson said he would work on finding some agreeable language as we move forward. We did introduce an amendment in Ways and Means to include substance use prevention for youth under some existing language in the bill. So we do have that issue. We're still working through it, but now there is language in the Commerce Bill that addresses it, and I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Katiza Watoon, I'm really glad to hear you say that. Would Representative Katiza Watoon yield to a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, do you know what dollar amount is being restored in the bill that you just spoke of, the funding for the marijuana education in the Commerce Bill?
Representative Katiza Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment that I brought to Ways was just language. There was no funding for that specific event, but it was including substance use prevention under an existing section of activities that can be covered with existing funds.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that answer. I still think that we should be going for the Representative Anderson amendment. Thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this really important amendment. You know, I want to take a little walk down memory lane. Just last week, we had the marijuana bill fix, right? Supposed to be fixing all the bad things that happened last year with that. And of course, one of the things that was brought up was that you all legalized it for youth, basically. And as another refresher, we were told that it was still a petty misdemeanor, but a petty misdemeanor, we learned from Representative Boland, is really not a crime. But we were also told that, that we knew that we were, you know, the Senate, one of the Senate authors said, yeah, we knew we were legalizing it for youth because the best approach is to educate the kids. So then, you know, in the cannabis bill, in the cannabis fix bill, they removed the funding for it. And now Representative Anderson rides in on a white horse and saves the day, and we're going to fund it. And I'm really glad to hear and to see that that's what we're doing with this bill. You know, it's, as been said by Representative Bakeberg and others, on a subject like this, it really is super important to have local control. The districts are not the same. And quite frankly, with all of the unfunded mandates that you gave the schools last year, they need a break. They need a break. During COVID, I remember I carried a bill that put a pause, I think it was a 1 or 2 year pause on I think the mask standards or something, and we did adopt that. Members, the school districts are under just as much pressure now because of all the 60-some mandates, unfunded mandates you put on them. My school district is $30 million in the hole, $30 million. Let's take some pressure off them and take pressure off the public. public is tired of all these crazy political fights, from the social studies standards, and then you want to do the health standards. You know, there's only probably one thing that could be more controversial than the social studies standards, and that would be the health standards. So again, thank you, Representative Anderson, for this amendment. And I do have one question for the chair, Representative Youakim, if she would yield. Madam Speaker, if this, did you?
Representative Scott, can you just repeat that, please?
Sure. I just wondered if Chair Youakim would yield to a question.
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Youakim, I see that this amendment also addresses the fact that there was $627,000 in your bill for rulemaking. And I'm wondering, do you know what the average cost of rulemaking is in similar cases?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's about anywhere between $450,000 and $600,000. I think this one's a little extra because it's brand new. Usually, it's about $450,000 to do the renewal that we do every 10 years. So this is more than a renewal. It's the beginning of the standards. I could look back and see what the FIED standard was. That was the last one that was not set, was set at the local level that we just switched to the state level. And then also extended the time period for it to be implemented because it was hard to implement it during COVID. So yeah, we're right in the ballpark. And like I said before, you might have been off the floor. We have one-time money this year. And this cost is over the 3 years or 2.5 years that the standards, between 2.5 and 3 years, that the standards will be propagated. So it was rolled into the front end.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, and I don't want to go to the back here and ask nonpartisan staff, but I was informed that the rulemaking in a case like this normally costs around $200,000. And I see Representative Anderson shaking her head and in agreement with that. And so I was just curious why in the world this would cost more than 3 times more what the normal average is for rulemaking. Would Representative Anderson P. yield to Patty? I can't even say P because there's 2 P. Andersons. Yield to a question.
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, you were shaking your head on the cost of rulemaking. Can you fill us in on what you know about that?
I just know the numbers in that 250 range, and I don't know where to find it off right here. So maybe we can find it by the time we're done talking about this, Jody.
Representative Scott.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson. Yeah, I do want to find that out because it just seems like a really high number. Folks, let's do what's right by the kids. 50% of them can't read. Maybe we should be focusing double time on that. Members, please vote for the Anderson Amendment.
To the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise to ask you not to support this amendment and to just reassure you. Unfortunately, you were told that we did not think about kids and that we did not prioritize children when we worked on the cannabis bill. And I want to set the record straight that we did, in fact, do that because a regulated market is a safe market. And so we have a number of different investments we have already made in addressing youth use and substance use disorder from last year's bill. I would encourage folks to just simply go back and read the bill to prove it. Cannabis education programs are really vital to making sure that youth understand the impact of cannabis use. I don't disagree with that, but we do not need to gut holistic health standards in order to fund this because we already funded it. And I have to say that gutting holistic health education in the name of cannabis is quite interesting to me because we know the reasons that youth tend to go to substances. We know that trauma is the real gateway drug that our society has failed to address in an adequate way. We know that youth tend to use substances when they aren't fully informed and educated and supported in understanding how it affects their body. So the investments that we have already made in this can continue to grow with Representative Katiza-Watun's suggestions and the work that we'll continue to do in this. So please, I encourage members and the public and anybody who's worried about youth and our intervention services and the investments we've made to just read the statute that we passed last year. See for yourself. We have, in fact, funded these things. We are not abandoning children. We are not abandoning the responsibility to be good adults and make sure we are putting together quality intervention services for youth. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise today and thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment. It is, I think, a very good amendment and needs to be addressed by the body. As we saw last year, the goal to get the cannabis bill pushed through, when that came to the Education Finance Committee, I voiced my concerns about, what are we doing as this is going to do harm to our children? And as adults, as state representatives, we should work to not do harm to our children. When I asked that question in my Education Finance Committee, the response was, that no, there was not going to be harm. And my response is, we know there's going to be harm because they are funding it in the education bill. They were funding it in the cannabis, that we needed to have this education for our children. So the government, this is a scenario where they're creating the problem, legalizing cannabis. Then they said they had the fix to the problem by funding it. And now they are removing the funding. This is not okay, members. We need to be looking out for our children as we have been passing these laws through the legislation. The health standards is not something that I have heard any districts are asking for. They are still reeling from the 65 new mandates that came down on them last year, and they are not asking for any more health standards. Madam Speaker, would Representative Bakeberg yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, you had testified in one of our committees as a principal, if you could repeat for the whole body to hear, in your years of working in the schools, before, how many cases had you had any incidences of students using marijuana, and what did that increase this year after it was legalized?
Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. So previous to this fall, I have dealt with one cannabis issue for 20 plus years. This year, I dealt with 8 from the start of the school year until it came back to the legislature in February. So obviously significant concern, and it's a pretty common trend as I've talked with other administrators just around the normalization.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. That is certainly something that all of the members here should take note of. In 20 years of education, 1 incident of there being marijuana, going to 8 in just a few months. Members, this is alarming. We are the adults in the room. We do have a responsibility to protect our children. I ask for your support on this amendment, as we cannot keep on creating laws that then is causing additional problems. We need to be responsible, and we should not, again, add another mandate onto our schools. Thank you.
The author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would solve many issues, or at least not create new ones, I guess is a better way to put it. It would not create a new mandate on our schools after we've created many mandates, and there's just reeling. It would stop adding controversy and politics that we're foisting from this legislative body into our local communities. Things that we're foisting onto our administrators. That's what this bill does. By having state-mandated MDE, very controversial as the ethnic studies was, I'm sure more controversial ultimately through a rulemaking process, it creates problems. It creates a situation where parents are pulling their kids out of our public schools. They're pulling them out. It creates a situation where our principals and our administrators are the ones that are stuck dealing with and explaining to parents how they may or may not agree with what is being taught, but there's nothing they can do because the state has foisted this upon them. It's a very similar thing to what I heard from my own local schools in January. My own schools, the school boards, the superintendents that were dealing with the new disciplinary issues that were foisted on them from this body. That was the biggest problem that they were having, is telling parents who had kids that were being harmed and bullied and physically hurt in the schools, telling those parents there's nothing they could do about the fact that the abuser is back in the school the next day. So it's these sort of controversial things that this body is putting on our schools that make the parents not want to have their kids in schools. And that's just wrong. We used to have an incredible education system here throughout time. There was recently a U.S. News and World Report thing that came out last week, and it listed the top high schools in the country. And I think there were 6 or 8 in Minnesota. Unfortunately, about half of them were charter schools. But there were these top schools, and then there was a line in the bottom that said Minnesota schools, high schools, are 36th overall. 36th. Now that's just U.S. News opinion, but I remember when we were number 1, constantly number 1 or number 2, and we've lost that, absolutely lost it. So I ask that we support this amendment, let our schools have a little bit of local control. And Mrs. Speaker, I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and before I start, I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, let's try this subject again. This amendment would say that a school board that continues to meet academic standards for health education is not subject to the statewide health education standards if they have a locally developed health standards as of June 30th, 2024. And the amendment goes on to state that the standards must include at least these subjects: cardiopulmonary resuscitation, automatic external defibrillation training, vaping awareness and prevention education, prevent and reduce the risks of sexually transmitted infections and diseases, and mental health education standards. These are the issues and components that are required within this new health standards mandate section, and also they are currently in law at this time. So I would be willing to say that most of our school districts already have these standards, and if they do, and if they are meeting these various elements as of June 30th, 2024, then this would allow them to continue with their locally developed standards. And members, we trust our parents, our local school boards, and our educators to use the model policies and guidelines that our state already has made available for students to develop local health standards. And if it's different from one school district to another, that's okay, because that means they're addressing individual needs. Health standards have been kept at the local level for a reason. I've heard this is the last of the areas that don't have state standards. Well, I don't know that state standards are always the best. Sometimes they can be, but in this case, health standards should stay at the local level. We tell districts, for sure you need to have education in certain areas, which we have here, and allow them to go at it. Because they work with parents, with educators, with school board members, community members, experts, to develop individualized healthcare standards that meet the needs of their students and their parents and their communities. I have not heard from any local parents or educators or school board members or community members from any of the 5 school districts that are located in my legislative district about inadequate health standards in our local schools. That does not seem to be on the radar for parents, students, and educators. Health standards are on a whole different level because of the sex education component mostly. And we all know that that area moves into moral views, religious views, non-religious views, personal views, parents' views. It's a subject that belongs at the local level, so it can be met in the ways that the students locally, parents, school board members, educators deem correct for their community. And that's going to look different in Minneapolis, in Bemidji, in Albert Lee, in Keister. Don't you love that name? One of the communities in my area. It's important, but it needs to be at the local level. So I would ask for support for this amendment that allows school districts who already have these standards that are working, that have met the various issue areas that we already require at the state level, and let them keep those standards because they're working just fine for our local schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Bennett, I appreciate your conversation on this and your commitment to these issues. We had some really good conversations in committee, and I think it is important that we continue to talk about this. So as Chair Youakim already went over, health ed is the only subject that is both required for graduation and not standardized at the state level. I want to thank Chairs Pryor and Chair Youakim for including this provision that will standardize health education in Minnesota, which I believe is a crucial step to ensuring all students, regardless of their location, receive a consistent education related not only to their own health, but also the well-being of their family, their friends, and their community. This amendment creates an exemption from future statewide standards for school districts with local standards. And as Representative Bennett mentioned, school districts are already required to have localized health standards in place. Districts will still have the option to go above and beyond these future statewide health standards, as well as the opportunity to develop the courses and instruction. Members, I would ask for a red vote so that we can ensure that every student, regardless of the size of their school or the location of their classroom, has access to health ed that is clear, consistent, and factual. Yesterday, we talked a lot about doing what's best for our kids and not what is in the best interest of parents or teachers or principals or school boards. Our students are asking for this. They came to committee, they testified in this. In this provision, we are adding students to the table of the rulemaking standards, and so they are going to have a voice in what they are learning. I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The author of the amendment, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess what we're telling our parents and educators locally, our school board members and so on, is we don't trust them. We don't trust them to do it right. They too have the opportunity right now to go above and beyond if they so choose. Some districts have done that. But I'm just going to close by echoing what one of the superintendents in my district told me a few years ago when this whole subject came up. And he said, if the legislature passes this, health standards at the state level, you're going to start a war locally, and there's a huge target on my back. So that's what we're going to do to our superintendents, to our administrators, and our teachers, and have local wars over this, putting them in the sights. And instead of being able to focus on literacy and math and science and all those areas that we know are important, they're going to have to be focusing on all these disagreements and struggles. So I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Hagel, no.
Cagle, no. Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second at Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this is an amendment that's talking about what many of you have heard if you've had children in childcare, that's called Parent Aware. And Parent Aware is a system that parents use, similar to if you're looking up on Yelp where you want to go get food. You probably do that when you're here because we're here late. Or if you're going to stay at a hotel, you look at items by 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 stars, and the ones that have 1 star, usually mean lower quality. That's the connotation that the public is used to making decisions by. And in the child care lane, we have for family child care, we have parent aware, and for center-based, we have parent aware. But right now, we are in this trajectory of expanding voluntary preschool that's attached to public school. And what I was surprised to learn when I sat on this committee now in the second year is that there is no parent aware at the school system. And that is not being disclosed to parents that are looking for childcare. Because what happens is when you are looking for childcare, and these are kids that are 33 months, going to the preschool now at the schools. So when parents are looking, they're going through the lists that everybody gets at the county. Here's a child care provider in your county. Did you know that if it's a school-based pre-K, it's an automatic 4-star? It's just an automatic. They only have to sign a statement of assurance. They're automatically granted just by being a school-based program 4 stars in parent aware. So I've spent a lot of time with family and center child care providers, and shocker alert, they don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair either. And I've used all these different models as a working mom, and they're all great models. My question is, a statement of assurance is not exactly the same playing field we have when we have a costly parent-aware program. In order to get 4 stars, it costs providers a lot of money and time. And it's an automatic 4-star at the schools. And when you're in family child care or freestanding center, you also have surveyors show up unannounced. They don't call you and say, hey, by the way, we're coming tomorrow. They're gonna come in, and guess what? They count the books, they count the blocks, they watch what's happening, they make sure the food is labeled in the proper place, the refrigerators are checked for temperatures. There is a complete just trust what's happening at the schools, and then don't even go in and verify. There's no surveys going on. And I'm told that that's okay because the schools have principals. The schools have superintendents. I don't know what that has to do with a 33-month-old child, because the schools have traditionally been K through 12. And now they're expanding into the voluntary pre-K, which is defined at 33 months. Early childhood development, it's going in a whole nother lane. And I'm not opposed to it, but I think we need to be transparent on what we're gonna tell parents. Because parents have an idea that 4 stars means you're gonna get this here and you're gonna get this here. And the reality is this system looks at inputs. It's not looking at any outputs. It's not measuring things. And we've already talked about the fact that 50% of our kids in schools can't read. So the fact that they're 4-star, what is that tying to? The school they're going to may not be a 4-star. It may be a 1-star. It may be a 2-star. But we don't do that in K through 12, and therefore we're not doing it in the pre-K. My recommendation is that, and I've said this at committee, there should be transparency, that the schools should start at a 1-star rating, that there also should be a clause requiring the uniform rating process begin on August of 2024, and this automatic rating process would end. This statement of assurance. The fact is that the model in which the child care providers are working under is much different. And to assume that quality is not happening in these other settings, and we only trust and verify in one lane, if we're gonna trust and not verify, we're gonna just trust should be, I'm for, then let everybody do a statement of assurance. Let the family child care, let the pre-K center, or the centers that have been doing this for years, let them do a statement of assurance. And then we just end all the surveys. We just have people come in. If it's a complaint, just like we would in schools, we would in family and center childcare. The process is lengthy. We have a childcare shortage. It doesn't matter how much we lower childcare costs if there's no providers. And the reality is, the school-based program is serving kids 33 months and older. If the daycare providers that are family childcare providers, I met with somebody just 2 days ago. They're a master degreed special ed teacher who now does in-home family childcare. They feel extremely insulted by the regulations. And by the way, the new mandates that just came out, about 100-page for family childcare and another 100-page for the centers. They are so overwhelmed by these regulations that we're cramming down their throat, and they're asking the same thing that Representative Bakebird asked. Does anybody know what this job entails? Has anybody been a provider in this room? Madam Speaker, would Representative Franson yield to a question?
Representative Franson, do you yield to? She yields for a question. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Franson, do you think the mandates for family childcare are lending itself to more quality than you experienced when you were a provider in family childcare serving the community that you live in?
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Zalesnikar. When I did childcare, I ended up leaving that field in 2011. So my memory is a little, it was kind of a long time ago. However, over the years, more and more regulations have been put upon family childcare providers. The numbers are dismal compared to where they were when I left in 2011. I would say that more and more is expected of family childcare providers. Meanwhile, the family childcare providers are competing with the public sector, government, and when government competes with the private sector, it has a tendency to stifle its competition, because at the end of the day, government wants to win. And so while government claims that they want to help, or Democrats claim they want to help childcare providers, really what they're doing is making their life more and more difficult. It's becoming more costly for individuals to go into that field. It's becoming more onerous, paperwork, reporting, etc. And now we have the concern that providers have with the draft rules that the agency has come out, DHS has come out with, which has, we all are getting emails about the concerns on that. And so, Representative, I don't believe that childcare providers are being treated as fairly as they would be if they were a government program.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you. And to the point that Representative Franson made, I urge you all as representatives to go back in your community, because what you're going to hear when you're door knocking is people are getting on waiting lists before they're pregnant. And so while it's fantastic that we have programs at 33 months and we have some great schools that are doing this, my issue is, let's be transparent with the parents, because we're telling them 4-star means that's the place you need to put your kids. It's assuming then that if you're not a 4-star, you're not quality. And I've spent a lot of time in the last 2 years visiting multiple family childcares. And when there notices on the Facebook page that I'm selling all my stuff at my family childcare, whether they've been in my district or not, guess what? I went to the garage sale and I asked the questions. Why are you closing your family childcare business? And guess what they say? It would be easier for me to just work for somebody else than continue to deal with the mandates that come and the unfair playing field that we have. We are not treated with the same respect. We are treated as if we are simply babysitters for children and not giving children the actual enrichment, their emotional needs, their physical needs, the outdoor time that they need. And having had a great family child care provider in the late 90s, I've really been curious as to what in God's green earth changed. Because we had so many providers and they were wonderful, and they don't exist anymore. They don't exist. The nursing home programs that had child care, they're closing. The freestanding family child care is closing, and the rules are getting off the charts. And it's very similar to what I saw in nursing homes. We mandated nursing homes, then we created assisted livings, and now we're doing the same thing to assisted livings, and we're gonna have closures with them all. And the same thing's happening in education. And guess what? The same thing's happening in public safety. Every place government has to take total control is where we're seeing implosions. In funding, in people wanting to invest in work. So members, this is a simple thing of transparency. 4-star rating. If one is going to get a statement of assurance, everybody should. If we're not going to survey childcare, that's fine. Then let's not survey the schools, the centers, or the families. Because I bet the superintendents and the principals have a lot on their plate right now, besides also doing voluntary pre-K surveys and inspections. They're worried about all the things we're already talking about here. And I think the parents need to have transparency that there is no process. They're teachers, but we've got teachers in child care centers too. We aren't lowering any standards for the child care centers. We've talked about lowering standards all the time, but we're not lowering anything for child care. So the teachers and centers aren't getting these prerogatives. The family child care that are master prepared and we're teachers, they're not getting those passes. They're having to go through rigorous steps. And in the meantime, we've lost 50% of our child care providers, and we're going around the tree the same way. So members, I urge a green vote to support this for transparency for all child care providers. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it seems pretty straightforward and logical. It'd be different if we didn't have, in just a few minutes, you can pull up the stats on reading at, math, etc., a lot of parameters on our schools. So, the schools wants to add this. Within 5 minutes, you see how they're doing with their current students. The average for the state is less than 50% for reading. There are school districts where 3 out of 4 students aren't reading at grade level. That incompetence doesn't deserve a 4-star rating. It's not hard to find out. Parents can look it up. That's why open enrollment is so popular in some districts. There are districts that are losing a large percentage of their students to surrounding districts because they're failing. And you're going to say, we don't care to actually look. We're going to automatically give them 4 stars. That is not doing our due diligence as an oversight and protecting our kids. Just like for decades, I don't think there's been the oversight to fix the failing schools. And people watching can see it seems as if a lot of people aren't listening because they've already decided. So maybe they'll listen to you. Get on your phones, text them, message them, email them. Tell them it's important that we care about the quality that we provide to the kids. If we give a rating, that should mean something. This amendment says it should mean something. I wouldn't, if this amendment had a clause in that all the schools that are performing at or above the state level can start out at a 2 or 3, I'd be fine with that, because they show some competency in being able to run a program that is effective for the kids. But no, it's automatic. And frankly, there are a lot of parents that actually would like to have a trusted method to choose and judge. We should justify that by voting green on this amendment as a step towards actually being honest when we grant a 4-star rating. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment and would like to direct their attention to the handout that Representative Pinto handed out for us. Thank you so much. I was reading through the department's explanation on why they should receive an accelerated rating and why they should automatically receive four stars. And it says that public school operating voluntary pre-K, these programs are eligible for the highest possible 4-star rating because they are already required by law to meet or exceed standards. And that the crosswalk showed that it would be a duplication of effort to collect document from programs that they're already required to be best practices already. Of course, we are also required to teach our students to read, but that's not happening, so never mind. MDE ensures that parent-aware requirements are met by requiring school district superintendents to sign a statement of assurances that they will be accountable for the BPK programs in their school district to meet or exceed these standards. So I guess my question would be, rhetorically speaking, my question would be, how are we actually going to make sure that they are actually meeting or exceeding these standards? I see that the monitoring includes that the oversight is done by licensed early childhood teachers. You know, we also have licensed teachers in our classrooms who were, you know, not taught how to teach reading to our kiddos, so okay. And then that submission of biennial plan as a part of World's Best Workforce Plan and required by MDE. I have been in meetings when World Best Workforce, you know, has been created and updated, and you know, oftentimes it's a very onerous and thorough paperwork that doesn't always seem to get the attention that we would like it to be, because it's onerous and giant paperwork. But I guess the question is what happens if they are found out that they're not meeting these standards, meeting or exceeding these standards? Do they lose a star? Do they lose funding? Because I guarantee that when family child care providers or centers have that unexpected person come and check with them and they lose that star, or they don't receive the star even after, you know, hours and hours of development and thousands of dollars, I guarantee you that there's repercussions for that family child care provider and that center. And again, and I'm going to say this, and I've said it so many times, because all I hear about from my family child care providers and from my centers is that it is an unfair playing field to automatically just assume with a statement of assurance that our schools automatically get a chance to just get this highest rating when they go through months or years to get something, and they're continually being checked up on and continually trying to make sure that they're being done. And yet we're just going to have the word of MDE, and yet we see the word of MDE in other places just isn't. And so, members, I would encourage you, again, to vote green. If parent aware is going to mean anything, it should actually mean something to every facility that is providing child care, not just those who are struggling as a family child care provider, not penalizing those who are struggling the most right now. Members, I ask for a green vote.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, so I appreciate that this handout was just cited. And I would ask members, it's been a while since it was distributed. Hopefully maybe you can pull it back out of your recycling if you tossed it in there, if you didn't get much of a chance to look. I'm hoping you're looking at it. And it was actually accurately quoted. So members, and it's good that this is in the education bill, right? We have all sorts of standards for our public schools. All sorts of standards, right? In the bill, Article 2, Education Excellence, talks about all sorts of standards that apply in our public schools. They apply for the youngest kids in our public schools as well, for our precious pre-K kids. This handout on the House floor, and for folks who may be watching, the public may not have it, but it was already accurately quoted. There was a crosswalk completed showing the alignment between the parent-aware standards and the requirements for VPK programs, with all the expectations and all the standards that apply. Talking about the months of work that go in, well, yeah, think about the months of work that goes in to set up a public school and each of the individual people in that school and each of the expectations and each of the standards. I don't see an effort to try to require sort of a duplication or triplication of effort when it comes to our public schools. This says this would be a duplication of effort to take programs that already meet or exceed the highest standards for 4-star and then having an extra effort that we do. That is growing government. That'd be requiring going into every single pre-K classroom and having lots of additional staff doing all those sorts of things. There's already those high standards. So members, I appreciate the chance to highlight how this works. I would urge a no vote on the amendment. We are doing a lot of things with early care and learning. I know that this evening we're going to be continuing the discussion about that. But this is something, the way to address this is not by taking this additional effort we do on top of our pre-K programs that have the expectations we have in the rest of our public schools. Let's vote this down and continue on with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Pinto, I respect what you've stated, and I understand that I've seen this sheet, that there is a system within the public schools. So following the line that you're saying, that the quality exists, everybody's been trained, and the systems have been put up, can you tell me then what the thought process is and why we wouldn't have the county come in to survey to, after the kids are all there, to do any type of verifying on counting blocks and all the things they do in the centers. For this verify, the survey process, when you set up a parent-aware program, it's not just setting it up to assure that you have the program in place. You get surveyed frequently. I think it's every year or every 2 years. They're coming in to just continually verify because it's children. It's little children, babies, all the way to kindergarten. So if the academic program's set up, Is the process then in place that somebody is doing the same steps that the centers are doing and the families for that 33-month and older, where you're counting blocks, you're checking the refrigerator, you're doing all those things in the same capacity that the centers have to do in the family child care to assure that the food program, the intake, the schedule for the child sleeping, their sleeping arrangement, that somebody's verifying that's all happening according to the statement assurance? Does that occur?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zlotnikar, thank you for the question. I'm going to give sort of two answers. So the first thing I'm going to say is we could, in addition to the licensing board for educators, for teachers, and the licensing board for principals, and the oversight of superintendents and school boards, and everything else that we have in our public schools, we could also have counties go into our public schools and assess everything happening in our public schools. I think that that would be additional layers of government that would not be supported by Minnesotans and do not make any sense. And that would be as true for the younger kids in public schools as it is for the older kids in public schools. So that'd be one answer that I'd give. I'd also just note, though, that my answer kind of points out, I think we're kind of coming at this, one challenge here, Representative Zlotnikar, as I'm going to take what you're asking me in a very serious way. We have an early care and learning system in our state that has been broken for a very long time, right? It was sort of built at a time where we kind of thought the brain development started at age 5, and we kind of built schools and built things in a certain way. So in a way, we've got this sort of clash coming in here where we're trying to forge, and I think that this body has done really good work in the last couple of years to forge a system over time that kind of pulls all these different strands together. Right at the moment, though, what we have is we have kids who are receiving education and care in our public schools. Some of those kids are older, some of those kids are younger. What we're talking about here is saying, hey, we're going to recognize the standards we have in our public schools apply throughout whatever the age of the child. We do recognize that there are younger kids who are receiving education and care, and actually even older kids too, in other settings as well, trying to harmonize those things. What I will say is we have a system called Parent Aware that we can say that the standards that are in public schools meet or exceed those standards in Parent Aware. And so as we're moving forward together, we're going to say we're not going to add an additional layer of this oversight and intrusion of counties, et cetera, that we're not requiring in other ways in public schools. Does not make sense to do so for those younger kids either. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
So if I heard what you said correctly, the answer is no. You would not support any type of verifying from an outside agency. The system is set up, the statement assurance happens for the 33-month-old children to kindergarten. With that said, would you be open to looking at the same opportunities for the centers and the families who have been in good standing as a child care provider to have the same trust that is given to the children that are the same age in the public school voluntary pre-K?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar, if you are proposing individual licensure and credentialing of early care and learning providers, of family child providers and child care center providers, that's certainly something that we should discuss, and I absolutely appreciate the conversation with you. That may be something that would make some sense as we're increasing those standards. So if that's something you want to talk about, very interested in doing so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield to one more question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Representative Pinto. And my question is, in this line of thinking, is it possible, if this isn't going to be changing, for a level of transparency to happen to parents? I'm assuming this is on a Minnesota Department of Education website, this form, right? But when you're a parent looking for childcare, I can tell you this is not where they're probably going to be looking. It's not very transparent because parents are asking me these questions. Parents are asking me, why is it different? Childcare providers are asking. So I think in full disclosure, we should be very transparent with the parents that it is this, that they are not surveyed, that it's not like centers. They're familiar with centers and they're familiar with families. And now we're expanding voluntary pre-K with 33-month-old children. My request is that they have that full transparency that this is the model. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Zalesnikar, remind me, did you ask him to yield, and did he say yes? Are you?
Yes.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what the question was exactly. I guess what I'll say is, like, Representative Zalesnikar, we're trying to, of course, have high standards for our most precious and vulnerable and at such incredibly important time of life, trying to build a system that works to do so. We can look to our standards in the public schools and recognize that they meet or exceed those in Parent Aware, and we're trying to provide the support that we can. To the extent that we can have the kind of reassurances in the settings that you're describing, we can have that confidence. That's a wonderful thing, and we're trying to make sure to communicate that to parents and frankly, provide support to all those doing this incredibly important work. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Members, I would urge you to vote yes for this amendment. What it does is give transparency. It makes the system be, in my opinion, at least a transparent process. And with the 4-star rating, if we're going to use 4 stars, then I think we need to be transparent with our parents so they know exactly what that is. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk.
Forgot the roll call.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House File Number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Zalesnikar moves to amend the Zalesnikar amendment to House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A45.
Representative Zalesnikar. We are on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a technical error, so that's just correcting a section that asked that just be added to that. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is similar to the one that we did before on Representative Mueller's bill, I believe. So their amendment originally just took away all the levy interactions, but still required the seats to be funded. So it would have raised property taxes, which I'm sure they don't want to do, so it should be accepted. Please vote yes.
Further discussion. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have no other items to say except that I think you probably are more educated on what Parent Aware is and what we are facing in the state of Minnesota and what parents are facing to make sure we have transparency. And while I appreciate that this is in the Minnesota Department of Education, that's probably not where parents are looking in Parent Aware. And I think we need to do more to educate our parents on how these systems and layers are working as they're selecting what they're doing so that they understand that family child cares have educational models and centers have models and they have all kinds of jurisdiction to do that. So members, I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would urge a no vote. This would eliminate the pre-K, those additional pre-K seats. We know what a great difference it can make for young kids and would urge a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House Law Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. Amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A24 amendment is an amendment that creates an Office of Attendance and Truancy. We've talked extensively in this chamber and in committee just about the attendance and truancy crisis across the state. I really appreciate the measures within the underlying bill that Chair Youakim has included and the work with Representative Keeler as well. about a pilot program. But what this bill does is it will help us to coordinate services of those, of the pilot, of the study group, but really just the districts and the counties, because they need to work in tandem around attendance and truancy. It does reallocate money from the EDI Center. We've talked a lot about some of the frustration with the EDI Center at the Department of Ed, specifically around discipline. So it reallocates those funds to be able to create this Office of Attendance and Truancy. With that, members, I would encourage a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bickberg, for all your work on this and with your collaboration with Representative Keeler. And you're right, all the stuff in our underlying bill really gets to the heart of absenteeism, and I hope to collect a lot of good data. This does, as you said, takes away not just some money, all the money for the equity office the second year, and transfers it to something that we may want to go there after we collect all the data, but this is definitely putting the cart before the horse. I'd ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Bickberg.
Before I forget, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bickberg.
So I think one of the things, the urgency for this, and I already talked about it a little bit, but 69% of our students across the state are attending school. That means we have 31% that are chronically absent. We need to really attack this, and we need to be able to utilize the funds that we currently have. And Chair Youakim is 100% correct. It does take the money away from the EDI Center, and school districts are uniquely meeting the needs across the state that the EDI Center is currently doing. We do not have the resources to be able to address this truancy issue. That's why we need some work at the state level to be able to coordinate services across the state. So I would encourage a green vote, and this is an example, another example of reallocating funds that we allocated last year in a way that will better meet the needs of our districts. Thank you.
There being no further discussions, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Just got a paper copy.
The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hudson moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendment addresses the provision in the underlying bill which begins on line 1418 involving a student attendance pilot program. So this provision provides $3.3 million for a student attendance pilot involving 9 school districts. And the goal here is to try to come up with ways to improve student attendance. The state tracks consistent attendance defined as a student attending school at least 90% of school days during the year. A student that is not consistently attending school and thus missing more than 10% of the school days is considered chronically absent. The statewide rate of consistent attendance is 69.8%, which means that more than 30% of students statewide are chronically absent from schools. Obviously a problem that we're looking to solve. This pilot program involves 9 school districts, including Minneapolis, and the bill designates Minneapolis to be the lead district, which has special duties as outlined in the underlying bill. And just to go over those, if you'll bear with me. Those special duties include convening virtual quarterly meetings of the participating districts to share updates on implementation to facilitate collaboration on promising practices, developing a template for each district to report its goals, strategies, policies, or practices for counting and reporting attendance and absences, challenges, efforts to assess effectiveness, data on student absenteeism and lessons learned, and also reporting progress and results of the pilot program in accordance with Subdivision 4. What my amendment does is it changes, because in the underlying bill, the lead school district is designated as Minneapolis, the Minneapolis School District. Currently, they have a consistent attendance rate of only 45.8%. While one of the other districts named in the underlying bill, Moorhead, is proving significantly more successful at 74.9%, which actually exceeds the current statewide rate of absence. So it occurs to me that we should probably have the school district that is meeting with the highest degree of success of those that are listed leading this effort, and that would be the effect of this amendment. I appreciate your support.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this pilot project was very carefully crafted to hit every region of the state, and school districts were targeted not just because of a high absenteeism rate. 74% is still bad. We want all of our kids in school. But they also had to have the capacity to utilize the funds, and they're willing to participate in the demonstration projects. And Minneapolis is going to be tasked with doing a lot of the wrangling and developing the reporting system. And we wanted to make sure that they had the capacity, or whoever did that had the capacity to do that. One of the reasons why we picked Minneapolis is you don't serve on education, so you didn't hear the testimony, but there was a We Want You Back program that Colleen Keibel in Minneapolis had started that has been seeing some tremendous results, and wanted that her capacity, not just on that program that she's helped develop, but she was back when they developed Check and Connect, she was instrumental in that as well. So we wanted somebody that had the capacity to look innovatively and helped guide people through the process. By putting Moorhead in here, they would be doing the work, and I'm sure they're capable, but there's no extra money for them to do the work, which would be a concern. But members, I'd ask for a no vote.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Hudson. I can't see you over the thing. I do appreciate as the member serving for Moorhead, I do appreciate this, and also I really love that our district has been able to be one of the best in the state when it comes to attendance. The truth is we still have a lot of work to do. Even being good in the state, we're still not very good. I've had a lot of conversations with my district, with my superintendent and other people in the district, and participating in this pilot program is about the capacity that they can do, and they're totally fine with the setup that it is. And so I just wanted to make sure that we know that we did have those conversations in our district, and Moorhead is also totally fine with the way that it's originally set up in the bill. So I would echo Chair Youakim's ask in a no vote. But also thank you, Representative Hudson, for thinking about my district.
Further discussion. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representatives Youakim and Keeler, for speaking to the amendment. Not going to ask for a roll call on this. I appreciate the discussion. I would just suggest that if Moorhead has been able to meet with a greater degree of success in spite of having access to fewer resources, it's a pretty decent argument that they're being efficient and know what they're doing. So I hope that their input will be deeply valued in this process, and I would continue to request members to vote green. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bakeberg moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A10 amendment is a bipartisan, bicameral study group to review the education mandates that schools are currently dealing with, and then make recommendations for revisions and reviewing them. So this, just to be clear, this study group does not repeal one of the mandates. I wish we would have taken some of the other amendments that would have taken some of those mandates. This doesn't do that. It doesn't repeal any of the over 65 mandates that were passed last session. It doesn't repeal any of the mandates that school districts have been asking us to review all session long. All it does is ask or create a bicameral, bipartisan study group to look at the totality of mandates that are above the federal requirements. That's it. So with that, members, I would ask for a green vote, and Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. I know this is something that you really care deeply about, as we all do, too. We all try to work in collaboration with our school districts across the state, and that's why we have committee hearings, that's why we do school visits, that's why I work in the schools during the interim. But what I have learned about study groups is that how you craft them yields a result that you want. Unless you're very careful, and I don't see any definition of what a mandate is. Everything we do up here is a mandate. We create laws. Laws are mandates by nature. But it would need a lot more fleshing out. And also not too happy that you're taking the money from the Minnesota Promise Fellows, which is a proven AmeriCorps program that actually works with attendance and getting students engaged in school. So members, for many other reasons too, I would say please vote no.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Bakeberg would yield to some questions.
He will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, I see that you're trying to put a study group here together to review legislative mandates. And I'm just wondering, how many mandates again last year were there that passed that were unfunded?
Representative Bakeberg.
I think that the important thing is there were over 65 mandates passed. Some of them had funding, some of them didn't, but still 65 mandates were passed last year in the education bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bakeberg continue to yield?
Representative Bakeberg will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, I know you're a junior high principal. Do you know what the unfunded mandates are costing your school district approximately, if you have a round number for that?
Representative Bakeberg.
Not all of the mandates have been totaled, but according to the Reformer article that came out in February, it said that almost half of the $2 billion or $2.2 billion target, half of it was eaten up by mandates. And then the Association of Metropolitan School Districts estimated that just their districts would cost them about $300 million.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bakeberg continue to yield?
He will continue to yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, have the unfunded mandates kind of thrown your district into a deficit, or are they doing okay?
Representative Bakeberg.
So the school district that I work in, we made budget reductions a few years ago, and made some corrections. When we look at across the state, we're seeing declining enrollment within our school system. I think we need to have conversations about why that is. When I look at 54B, the district I represent, one of my districts is cutting about $5 million, and the other two districts are stable right now, funding-wise. Interestingly enough, the district that is cutting under last year's GOP plan would have gotten the additional funding, $5 million in additional funding, which is the amount they're cutting.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. As I said before, Anoka Hennepin, it's kind of thrown them into a really bad spot. Largest school district in the state, 30 million in the hole, and they've already cut over $5 million from the administration. So I think this is a really worthy study group. Folks, we are putting way too many mandates on our schools, and I think that a lot of the mandates are probably doing more to harm the kids in the classroom than to help them. I know with, and also just the Department of Education is not getting back to the Anoka Hennepin School District on a couple of things that they need answers for, like screeners for the new reading program. But Representative Bakeberg, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it's super important that we look at this really closely, members, because things sound like a good idea. Everything sounds like a good idea until you realize that somebody has to implement it. And it's not free to do that. It's not free for a new curriculum. It's not free to train the teachers. It's not free to give people that signed, a contract when they were hired to work just during the school year. It's not free to give them unemployment during the summer months. It's costing school districts a lot of money and also causing a lot of unintended consequences. So members, please vote green on the Bakeberg amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Youakim yield to a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Quam.
In the analysis for the mandates, what does the classroom contact time budget impact from the mandates in the last budget?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Speaker, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, let's do a little bit of math here. So I keep hearing the word 65. Doing a Google search, doing a search on a document for must and counting those does not count mandates. I have talked to the school districts. I've talked to the education organizations. I have walked through last year's bill with them, and it's not 65. I keep hearing it. Doesn't make it true. What we did last year was invest in our schools. We cut the special education cross-subsidy in half. And yes, that money had to go to special ed. That's a mandate. We increased ELL funding per student. It has to go to those ELL students. That's a mandate. There was provisions in there that were no cost that were actually asked to be put in by the school districts, but were on the mandate list, which really confused me, because if you ask for it, does that mean it's a mandate? And there were provisions in there too that were said were cost items that really didn't have a cost. The one that in particular bothers me is that I was told that allowing a student to wear tribal regalia to graduation costs money. And when I asked, can you really tell me the cost of treating a child with respect, I was told that they had to change their handbook, which is online. So I have said time and time and again, I would be more than happy to sit down with you. I kept the list that we went over. Representative Chair Pryor and I had a very lengthy discussion about that list. So I'd be more than with the education organizations, I'd be more than happy to go through it with everybody. I know 65 sounds great on a bumper sticker, but it's just not true.
Representative Quam.
I must not have enunciated properly. I was asking about the classroom contact hour budget. Anyone involved with education realizes you've got funding, you've got the workers, the resources, the facility, but you also have a finite number of contact hours with those students, and you have to budget that so that you devote it to what's needed to teach them. So if the Representative Youakim will yield.
She will yield. Representative Quam.
I'll restate the question. You've got so many hours that you have contact with that student to teach them. What is that portion, in percentage approximate, that the mandates are eating up of that budget? That's not dollars, it's contact hours.
Representative Youakim.
Representative Quam, I know you have more degrees than me, but I can do math too, and I've already answered your question. But if you keep yielding to me, I will just talk about what I want to talk about, which is 20 years of underfunding for our schools. 3 of those years was a 0% increase. Compounding interest will tell you that's hard to dig out of that hole. I have freely admitted on this floor that we still have work to do. We only filled about 1/3 of that hole. And we know our districts are hurting. That is why you see extra funding flowing into the READ Act for training, flowing into the READ Act for curriculum. It was a supplemental budget year this year. We did a lot with our $43 million. I was just at an event with an organization who thanked us for the bill this year. And some of your superintendents were in that room and echoed that statement. So we can dance all night if you want to, but it's really not very successful. We might as well just move on, and please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to people listening at home, obviously, they don't know how many hours of that contact time are being burnt by mandates. All I hear is dollars, 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 dollars. And that contact time with a student is important. Part of that is, it's like class size. If you have larger classes, you have a decreased amount of individual contact time to cover, questions or additional assistance students need. Obviously, this amendment talks about doing a study group on education mandates, and I think that's a pretty good idea because maybe they'll actually be able to look at the full impact of a mandate. It's not just dollars, of which we keep getting that feedback on. It is the time, contact time with the students. It is the staff time, para time, and et cetera, that burns up the resources that are available to a district. And since obviously the author of the bill doesn't have that information, we need a study. So vote green and support this study because we need that information to make appropriate decisions that impact our students. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. And I rise to support this amendment. And honestly, it's one of those things where it's just kind of frustrating because if we were doing our job by listening to our districts, I think we could have averted having a study like this because of the fact that we would be listening to what they're saying and actually deciding based off of the feedback we're hearing. Since we're so fond of talking about our own personal stories, I will tell you that I spent all of summer and then I went back to my schools in December and went through all of my schools. I make a commitment to my schools to visit them at least twice a calendar year, and so do it right after session ends to how you doing, and then do it as soon as I can back around. And it just so happened that the majority of time that I did it this last time was in December. And I got a really unique experience to be able to sit down and listen to my districts during their Truth in Taxation meeting, which I know a lot of you think, man, that's a bore, but actually it was super interesting to listen to what they are going through. During that time, I actually got to listen to teachers begging for more money, begging for relief for high insurance, begging for a way for them to stay in the job that they loved. I listened to stories of teachers crying, literally crying, sobbing, because they can't make it on what their schools are able to pay them because of how much is being taken out from insurance and so forth. And in response, what I heard from my superintendents were the same amount of passion, of tears, because they desperately know how important it is to invest in quality educators. But what held them back was that they couldn't use the money the way that they wanted to because it's all tied up in the gazillion mandates that we had. When I talked to them about what they needed, they said what's so frustrating is that we appreciate the historic funding, we just couldn't use it where we wanted it, which is to our teachers, to our students. We couldn't use it for that. We had to use it for all this other stuff that you mandated us to do for. They love being able to not have to use their general funds for special education cross-subsidy. Thank you. But man, wouldn't it be nice to use some of those extra general funding dollars to something that we actually need, that we see in our district right here, right now? Wouldn't it be nice for that? And instead, no, we have here, in this building right now of people who are not in the classroom every day, some of us, listening to whoever comes in front of us, but not actually thinking outside of this room of how is this going to impact our schools right here, right now, in the real world. I had districts who told me for the first time in over a decade that they have to cut. In over a decade. We have the majority party going around telling people that this historic funding, look at how amazing it is that we're able to invest in our schools, and our school districts are cutting at historic rates. Man, I listen. I'm the representative that had to listen to the tears and the stories and the frustrations and the anger and the questions. We hear from the principal feedback form that apparently took forever to listen to in Ed-Fi, that the one reason why principals aren't more involved is because they don't even believe they'll be listened to. They don't believe that they're actually going to be listened to because we're too busy trying to do what's best for whatever we think is best. How do we listen to the people who actually do the job every day? Just an idea. And so maybe if we would have done that, we wouldn't have to spend $64,000 on a study group to find out how we actually are going to impact our education system with the mandates that we believe that we're the best and really are crippling our schools. I listened to them, and I heard from my districts all the messages that got sent out after the session last year. Historic funding, make sure that if your school district is not giving you the raise that you deserve, that you go and twist their arm because they're lying to you. I heard that. There are advocacy groups going around saying, well, they are intentionally hiding money from you that you deserve. No, they are not. They have their hands tied behind their back, and they wanted to give that money to you. They wanted to be able to pay their teachers more. They wanted to invest in their students, but instead they had to do this. And so instead, to keep quality educators, they actually have to cut quality educators. I'm not quite sure how that works, but here it is. That's what happened. So be careful what you go around telling people, because the reality and how it's playing out in my district is that it's crushing our schools. And the money that we decided to invest didn't go where it needed to go. And then my educators look around and see we're putting $735 million in the big dig instead of in our schools. Couldn't do anything about teacher pensions, we have to do palace for politicians. Couldn't do anything about reading, any more about reading, palace for politicians. Couldn't value our teachers more for more money on their salaries, palace for politicians. Where are our priorities? Maybe we wouldn't need this study group if we actually listened to our teachers and our schools about their priorities and what they see in their actual districts. Please vote green.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to go back, this Reformer article is very interesting. The headline says, political leaders told voters schools got historic boost in state aid. And here's the interesting part, but left out the fine print showing that nearly half will go to mandates. So the Reformer is not a right-wing news article, that's for sure. Then when you read the body of the article, and I'd encourage you to read it, on page 3, it says 8 months later, they're still doing the math, but the Minnesota School Board Association, the Association of Metropolitan School Districts, and others estimate that up to half of the $2.2 billion had already been earmarked for as many as 65 new mandates. So this amendment was intentionally drafted to not just look at last year's 65 mandates. It was drafted to look at everything that's happening in schools before any of us were serving in the legislature, because some of those, frankly, are outdated. And that takes time. Not everything is a dollars and cents thing in a school. If it takes time to write a report, Representative Hill, you know that. You're not working with kids. So that's time away from what we're supposed to be doing. And there are times that it is good to have a mandate. In this study group, they can look at it and say, yep, that's a good mandate right there. Let's do that, like the science of reading. So it was intentionally crafted the way it was. The second thing I would say is it is $64,000. We took that number because Representative Keeler and I are working on that attendance study group. So that made sense that it would be the same amount of money. And we took that money, Chair Youakim is correct, from the Promise Fellows, from AmeriCorps. They have that's a $1.5 million allocation to that nonprofit group. So it's really a choice. We can allocate dollars to nonprofits like we did last year, about $40 million to nonprofits, and some of them are outstanding. They're great. I just have a fundamental difference that those nonprofits should have to go to the school district and sell their service to the school district instead of coming to St. Paul. Because then that money is going to the school, and if the school thinks that that's a better way to meet their needs, then they'll do that. But we didn't do that last year, and we're not doing it again this year. Instead of doing a study group on mandates, now we're not repealing anything, we're just studying it. We can't even do that. And it's not just the ones passed last year. Folks, our schools are struggling. It's not just our principals, even though we heard in committee that we want to make life hard for the principals. We want to make it hard for superintendents. Teachers, kids, paras, cooks, custodians, bus drivers. It's hard. Let's not make it hard for anyone. This is an opportunity to help. We had a testifier come in and describe the mandates as torpedoes to their school district. Think about that. An educator came in and testified that these mandates are torpedoes. Maybe we should start listening. Vote green on this amendment. Let's establish a study group. And let's review and then make some recommendations, and then we can fix it next year.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
No.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second encroachment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A12 amendment is another one of the signature reasonable amendments that you've come to know me for. And this amendment allows school districts to have some flexibility in the way they distribute their funds. And it's very clear that they can't move any funds that they aren't allowed to move by a federal law or court order. And it also requires public input, which is incredibly important. It's one good thing about local control is the public has the ability to have input. They have to have public input before they move any funds. So if they're going to move funds out of somewhere people would rather them not, well, they can come tell the school board so. And why is this important? Well, our schools have come to see that this historic funding is actually a historic disappointment. My school district, well, the biggest one in my area, in Blaine, Anoka Hennepin, which encompasses most of Blaine and in particular Blaine High School, is making cuts. Cuts, despite billions of extra funding. Billions. It's how could billions of dollars still lead to cuts? Well, it's something we've heard many times today. 65 mandates. If you give somebody some money and then you tell them micromanage 95% of those dimes that you give them, well, they're not going to be able to actually use the money for what they think is best. So this amendment allows school boards to do what they think is best because they actually know. You know, I don't know that much about Minneapolis School District. Well, I do know they're facing cuts too, but I don't know that much about what St. Louis County and whatever school districts are up there, Why? And I guarantee you, you don't know about many of the school districts on our side of the aisle. So why are we assuming that we know better, loading them up with mandates and not giving them flexibility? So if we're going to load them up with mandates, why don't we give them the ability to move the money around? So say, like, for example, $500 million for free school lunch regardless of your income. Okay, well, what if a school district doesn't use all that money? Should it just sit there? Should they just be forced to spend it on more and more food that is not being consumed? Or should we use it to fill the special education cross-subsidy, to raise teacher salaries, to improve the experience of students in the classroom? That is what regular people at home, not special interest groups, regular people expect us to spend their tax dollars on students, teachers in the classroom. Sure, we need administrators, absolutely, but they're also telling us that they need flexibility in these funds. And this is specifically written, 1, for public input, and 2, to make sure that we're following any restrictions that they're bound by law. Because we are in a situation where we spent billions and billions and billions more, and it didn't make it to the kids. Some of it did, but Blaine High School, Anoka Hennepin School District, are facing cuts. So even though there was all this money spent, Blaine is suffering. And it just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I actually am always the mind, which is why I worked together with my last amendment to actually get that adopted in bill. I'm of the mind where I don't mind improving Democrat bills because I care about my community. I care about Blaine. So this bill would allow Anoka Hennepin to fill in that gap. And that's incredibly important. They should be allowed to make their decisions because we don't know what's best. Our local school districts know what's best. It's very important that they're given this flexibility because if they don't have this flexibility, the next time we have $18 billion, well, which will probably never happen, but the theoretical next time we have $18 billion, well, let's get that money to the kids, to the students, to the teachers, to improve educational outcomes because we are suffering egregiously in student achievement right now. It is incredible when you look at the numbers on math proficiency. It's how can we spend over 1/3 of the state budget on education and our students aren't proficient in math? That's not what people expect when we have billions of dollars spent. So one way we can make sure those billions of dollars are spent properly is allowing the school districts to make the decision because they are closest to the people. And while we are close, they are much closer and they understand what their people want. So if we adopt this amendment, rather than Anoka Hennepin having to make cuts that'll harm schools in Blaine, well, they can work on their budget and find the money with the billions of dollars that was spent. It's an incredibly common sense amendment. It includes public input. It ensures guardrails that they're not moving funds they're not allowed to move, but it allows the 65 mandates that were forced upon them to be less harmful because they can use extra money wherever there's extra money to ensure that the teachers and the students are getting the support they need to get us back to proficiency because our schools used to be a shining star in this country. There's still many great schools, but like Blaine High School, if these schools are forced to make cuts, if they're forced to make cuts, it's going to be harder and harder and harder and harder for them to get their students to the top-notch level that our state residents expect. So members, the A12 amendment is crafted in a way that is not sticking you in the eye. It is very clearly a reasonable amendment that our school districts are begging for. So I urge members' support of the A12 amendment Let's trust our school districts rather than assuming that we in St. Paul knows what's best for them. And Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative West requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote. We had discussions around mandates. Won't go over that again. This bill does move the 2025 money, as you said, to school districts to use however they want. 2025 fiscal year starts July 1st, 2024. And as many of you have said, your districts are already making those decisions around that money. And I am under no illusion when you talk about the billions of dollars that we had last year that you would have put more money on an education formula. We saw your proposals. We've seen underfunding when you're in charge. So you would have not had put that money on school formula. We have what we did last year because our leadership pushed for a bigger target. So just to quickly explain, one, the majority of our funds that are distributed to our schools go to the education formula. 80% of a school district's budget is the education formula that they get to do whatever they'd like with. In some districts, that's up to 85%. So they already have that flexibility. And we have accountability too, not just to our taxpayers, but to our students in the classroom to make sure that they have the needs, that their needs are met. You did mention universal meals and being able to utilize that money. That's a reimbursement account, so you only get paid for the meals that you serve. So there's no extra money lying around. Now, the school nutrition account can build up over time, and we just provided flexibility in this bill for them to do other things with it because they asked, it came with a bill. And members, I think our districts would prefer that we spend our time finding ways to increase funding to their classrooms, equalize their operating levies, get more teachers in the classroom, and making sure our students are set on a path for graduation, than for 1 year letting them take the last, be about 8% of their budget that's not encumbered, that isn't already flexible, to do what they want with. So members, please vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And back to the subject and topic of the amendment. When I was on the school board and on the ZED governing board, a portion of that time I spent as treasurer. In that position, I became very familiar with the federal silos and also some of the state silos. And what we always did was use the federal dollars first because they were the most constrained, and then we looked at the flexibility to cover. And again, for ZED, it was students that needed special education and additional help. And so it is a little bit more complex there than the general funding. But when I got on the Education Committee, every time that we were debating and talking and it got into flexibility, I said and spoke up for local school districts having the flexibility from the state to be able to cover the areas that, that didn't quite fit. Students are individuals. They don't always fit into these little silos. And what is wrong with allowing the locals that actually know the faces and the names of the students to be able to have the flexibility to use the funds where it's needed for their students? So I'm for the flexibility and the amendment. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative West, for bringing this amendment. I meet regularly with my superintendents. I represent 7 school districts of very different sizes, very different communities, and they all have very different needs. And the number one thing that when I meet with my superintendents, they ask for is more flexibility. And I just think this is so important to them. This is the number one thing they ask for. And then they quickly say also more resources. But They really need the flexibility, and I really think it's important that we should provide that for them. That's what they're asking for. They know best what the needs of each community are, what Delano needs versus what Rockford needs versus what Osseo Maple Grove needs versus Wayzata versus Buffalo, Hanover, Montrose. Those are just some of the districts I represent, and they're all very different. So members, just in one little house district, we have very different ways they want to spend the money. So statewide, we've learned over and over again in this body that one size fits all doesn't work. So please, let's give them the flexibility they need. Please vote yes on the West Amendment.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I haven't spoken yet on any of these amendments today, but I think that this one is really critical. And we talked about this last year. The GOP had an amendment to take the funds that were proposed and give those funds directly to school districts so that they could do what they need with. And our Democrat colleagues were telling us this long list of all the good things that they were doing with this education bill last year, of all the wonderful things they were funding through the education bill. And I thought, good news, our GOP amendment funds those things too. And there were lots of head shakes. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Well, of course it does. If those things were the things that our local school districts needed to fund, then it funds them. And the Democrats said, no, we know better. We know better than your local superintendents. You know better than my superintendent in North Branch, even though I doubt a single member of the Democrat caucus has ever stepped foot in a North Branch area school. But you know better what our schools need than our superintendents, than our school boards. It's just not true. It is just not true. And what I appreciate, well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but the West Amendment doesn't touch any of these 65-ish new mandates you put in place on our schools last year. Doesn't touch them. So our schools are still required to do all the new things you have forced them to do. This doesn't change that. But what it says is that where they are able to pull funds, they should have the flexibility. Our local school districts, our local superintendents, our local school boards should have the flexibility to use those funds according to the needs of our own districts. What could possibly be objectionable about this? Why do we have this need as a legislature to control every last penny in our own local districts as though we know better? Because I promise you we don't. And of course, the other problem with this is we have created a one-size-fits-all approach. We're gonna do this the exact same way for all these districts across the state. It doesn't work. We have different needs. We have very different needs, and our districts need and deserve the flexibility to use those funds according to the needs of our own districts. I cannot for the life of me understand why this particular amendment would be objectionable. Because you're concerned that they're already dealing with the next fiscal year? Well, great. I bet they can get together pretty quickly and adjust course if they are told that they've got some flexibility. I promise you that my superintendents, I've got 3 of them. I'm amazed by Representative Robbins' 7. I've got 3. I guarantee that all 3 of my superintendents would be just fine with the tight timeline. They're okay with that. They are okay with getting together with their school boards and changing course if they're allowed to do so. In fact, they would be thrilled. They would be thrilled. So come on, let's not, I mean, these silly excuses, these silly reasons we give on the floor, well, we couldn't possibly change this. Of course we can. We are choosing not to. We are choosing not to. We are choosing to micromanage school districts across the state of Minnesota when they don't need it. Not only do they not need it, but our kids would be far better served if we allowed our local superintendents and school boards to make these decisions on behalf of our kids. Our kids are the ones who would be better served. So I'm not sure who we are beholden to right now, and why we would prevent this, frankly, relatively small level of flexibility for our school districts. This is not revolutionary. This amendment is not going to revolutionize our school districts, perhaps unfortunately. We're talking about a relatively small amount of resources that could be used at the discretion of the people who know the needs of their students. So why in the world would we not do that? Because they couldn't possibly handle these changes at such a late hour? I promise you they can handle the changes. And they would be thrilled to do so. And you know, when we talk about how we should be finding ways to increase funding and get teachers in the classroom, well, guess what? You had an opportunity to do those things. But last year, you made it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. And I can promise you that because I've got a good friend who's a special education teacher in North Branch School District right now who is likely not going to be there very long because she's in the tiered licensure program. And frankly, our school desperately needs her. Probably not worth it to her to jump through the hoops that you have created and that you have demanded. And she is one of the best special education teachers our district has. And you know why? Because she cares about those kids. And she puts in the time. But you made it more difficult to keep her in the classroom. So don't give me this garbage about we should be getting teachers in the classroom. Well, you made that more difficult. And while you put all this money into school last year, you didn't solve the problems. And frankly, our school districts are clamoring for money. Does anybody know? I wonder how many school districts right now have already approved a strike? Because the teachers, all that money that we put into schools last year certainly didn't make it to the teachers. We've seen several stories just in the last few days about districts that have approved strikes. So you put all this money in, our teachers certainly don't feel like it made it to them. But you know what this amendment would do? It would free up a little bit of funding. It would free up a little bit of funding that maybe our school boards, our superintendents could use in negotiations with their teachers. Maybe it would free up that funding so they could actually solve a real problem for themselves right now. Because once these teachers go on strike, then the rubber really hits the road. The people who lose are our kids. That's who loses in these situations. They're the ones. Once again, here we are. We talked about this last night. We do so many things to make adults feel better when what we should be considering is what is in the best interest of these kids. And mandates on this money and where this goes does nothing for the kids of the state of Minnesota. It does nothing to further the education of our children. Nothing. But the reality is, a little flexibility that this West Amendment would give us could actually make a tangible difference. This could free up funds for a district to use in these negotiations right now. These negotiations that are failing because with all the money we put into schools last year, somehow teachers did not get their share of that. Maybe because we spent so much of that money in mandates. Because we decided that we know better. We know better. This West Amendment is quite simple, actually. There's hardly anything to it. We're not taking away your mandates. We're not taking away all the rules that you placed on schools. Frankly, this particular amendment doesn't deal with the problems you created in making it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. Doesn't deal with any of that. All it does is provide a little flexibility with, frankly, a relatively small pot of money for our school districts. But we're being told that the Democrats are going to recommend voting no on this because, boy, it would just be a burden. It would be such a burden on our superintendents and school boards to change course at this point. I promise you that they will not see this as a burden. They will be grateful for any additional level of flexibility in the funds they have to spend on the children in their care, to make sure that they are using those funds to educate the children in their charge to the best of their ability, so that they can use those funds as they negotiate and maybe even negotiate themselves out of some of the strikes that are coming. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something if we as a legislature could do something that doesn't even cost us more money? Doesn't even add any money to the pot. But we could provide enough flexibility to districts that they could actually avert a strike. Wouldn't that be amazing if we could do something that simple for our districts? This is about the easiest yes vote I've seen. We're not adding more money. We're not taking away your precious mandates. We're not touching your licensing requirements that have made it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. We're not doing any of that. All we're doing is providing some flexibility. Members, vote yes on the West Amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative West, thank you for this wonderful amendment. Members, this gives school districts something that they desperately need: flexibility. Flexibility to move funds around if they need to cover costs in areas that they're short funds. Now, last year, put a lot of money on the formula to give to the school districts. Well, they don't talk about who gets most of the money, not the schools in greater Minnesota. In fact, one of my superintendents gave me the information that with the added increase on the formula, they received $6 million more. But the 65 mandates were like a big hole in the ground, cost them $12 million. They went backwards $6 million, and they were hurting before that. Just like good business practices, being able to be flexible and moving those funds around where they need to, they can cover costs. Right now, they can't do that. If you've never run a business, you don't know what it's like to figure out where you're going to make how you're going to make those payments. But having the flexibility to move funds around allows you to do that. Now we got this amendment. It doesn't let them move all the funds. It's a small percentage. And guess what? The Department of Education can actually tell them which funds they can move, because they have to put a list out by the first of the year. So if they have funds in those accounts, they can actually move them to where they need them. But they need the flexibility in order to do their work. Like Representative Robbins, I have 7 school districts in my district, and each one has a different issue. Each one is different. But with this one-size-fits-all that we're pushing down their throats, it doesn't work. Members, support the West Amendment, vote yes. This will give all the school districts across the state the flexibility that they need to do what's best for their districts, what the parents of their students want, and what those areas need in their school districts. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Been a long day talking, but this is personal here. Representative West is offering an amendment that will help the Lakeville School District in particular, who has just given notice to the school board, I think yesterday or today, notice that they may strike. And while we appreciate the funds that were given last year, the mandates that came with it are tying up the ability to meet the needs and requests of teachers and students and parents. And just a little bragging, tonight there's a track meet in Shakopee, Representative Tabke's district. Proud to say my daughter's on the track team and couldn't be there, but the relay team came in second again today. So she's a senior. Her and her friends will be counting down the days of school. And I hope that they actually get to graduate on time. But this is in jeopardy because of all the mandates that we've had. And we have an opportunity with the A12 amendment to ensure that this bill overall doesn't continue the trend of growing government and bureaucracy at the Minnesota Department of Education, and it doesn't leave students unfunded and teachers unfunded and overburdened with more mandates. What the amendment does will allow the school district to use their funds a little bit less restricted to meet the needs of teachers and the request of teachers and students and parents. I'm certainly not going to get in the middle of their negotiations, but I can guarantee that a little bit more flexibility will ensure that kids graduate on time, that teachers' request and need for income growth is respected. And just to give you an example of our school district in 2012 started spending down reserves that they had had. Typically the school district, I'm told, tries to keep 10% savings reserves, and in 2012 had to overspend their revenues by $12 million, in 2023 by $16 million, and a couple years ago they also did about $7 million in adjustments. And back to that track team, one of the new teachers was also a track coach. And when we had to do the $7 million in adjustments and spend down our savings, that track coach got let go. Lucky for him, he was able to find a teaching job in Northfield. But because of some fundraising that the track team did, he's back coaching track again this year and is one of the first track coaches that my daughter had that believed in her and got her into running and track. And so finally, in 2024, back to the school district, we got our spending $1 million under revenue, meaning we were able to start building back our savings. And now savings are only at about 1% revenue or 1% reserve. And so Representative West, your amendment and members across the aisle, if you could have it within you to trust our school boards. I trust our Lakeville School Board. I hope you trust your school boards to be able to do what's right and meet the needs of their district, their students, the teachers, and of course the parents and taxpayers. And if there's one amendment you take today, Representative Youakim, if there's one amendment you take today that would make a big difference across the state of Minnesota, because Lakeville might be the current district with the strike notice, I guarantee it might be yours over in Minnetonka. Minneapolis just avoided it. Maybe it's down in Mankato, Stillwater. You name the district, they're going to face the same thing. And so Representative West, your amendment to relieve the school districts of some of the funding mandates and use the dollars as they need and see fit is going to help a lot of kids. And so, again, it is personal, it's current, but it's personal here in Lakeville. This is an opportunity to make sure that our teachers are respected, our kids can finish their school year on time, and that we can trust our school districts to use the state resources that we provide them in the manner that they seem fit individually, independently for each school district. So I almost beg, I don't like to beg, but today I plead with you very personally to pass this amendment and do the right thing for our teachers and our students.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'll be quick. I mean, we've made the point again and again, flexibility, right? I want to try to provide you with an analogy that perhaps will be helpful in illustrating the point. So let's imagine, for instance, we were to pass an increase in the minimum wage. And let's say that translated to a particular employee getting an extra $100 a week. If the employer, for whatever reason that I can't fathom, were to try to provide that compensation in the form of, say, a gift card to Home Depot, we would not find that to be acceptable. I imagine you wouldn't find that to be acceptable. Why? Well, because you're not really compensating the employee. Sure, it's something that has value, but it doesn't have the ability for them to use their judgment to make decisions about what they need and to spend their resources accordingly. And again, I can't imagine why an employer would want to do that, because it doesn't save them any money. They're spending the same amount of money in order to do that. It takes extra trouble. They got to go get the gift card. Unless, of course, the intention was to try to, for some perverse reason, control how the employee was spending their resources. And again, I don't know why an employer would want to do that. But that's basically the situation that we've put our school districts in. And again, member after member after member has talked about speaking to their own superintendents in their own districts and having this frustration of how is it that you can provide historic funding and yet people are still facing deficits. People are still not able to make ends meet. It's because they can't do this. It's because they can't do what the West Amendment would affect, which is the ability to, again, notwithstanding any law or fund account restriction to the contrary, school boards may move funds from any reserve account or fund to any other account or fund as needed, according to their own judgment, in order to meet the needs of their students, their teachers, their district, their schools. Why would we not want to do that? Very simple. Vote green, members. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There were some comments that I heard earlier that Republicans wouldn't have done the numbers and the formula. I think we had a Republican education bill that we put forth that actually had 5 and 5 in the formula, that had the same dollars as what was in the Democrat bill that ultimately passed. It did not have the mandates. And I would very much argue that if that bill had been the education bill that came out of here last year, we wouldn't have Lakeville schools about to strike. We wouldn't have had what happened in Minneapolis and all the other school districts that are very much struggling to make ends meet. So Republicans support local control. We support education, and we believe in our superintendents and our school boards. We believe that they know best how to spend these dollars within their school districts. And we are hijacking the education process and the education through the education funding system. We are not, I'm on the Ed Finance Committee. I am not an education expert. I'm not. I leave that to our local school boards, our teachers, our administrators, the people that are on the ground and can actually make those decisions about how best to spend the dollars. There was a little debate we had, I don't know, a month ago or so, and it was about the education, the school lunches, and there are some school lunch accounts that have extra money in them because they've actually made money through the school lunch program. Good for them, I would argue, and they wanted to be able to use it for furniture in the school lunchroom. I would have thought that they could have anyway, because isn't that part of lunch? You got to sit somewhere, right? But the fact that they had to come to the legislature and ask us to do that, to me, is just insane. They should be able to do that. If you have extra dollars and you don't have any chairs for your kids, you shouldn't have to come to this body and ask if you can buy chairs with those dollars from the lunch service. We have to start relying more on the intelligence and abilities of the people that are actually on the ground. We are United States. We are 50 states. We always argue that states have rights, that states should be able to decide their own, how they spend their own dollars, what they do. And we've seen, especially in the last decade, states take different paths. Minnesota's certainly taken a different path than Florida, for example. And it's an experiment. It's an experiment, and it's the beauty of this country, is that we do things differently and we see what the results are, and that's how we know the better route to take down the road. And we have to rely on our school districts to also do that. So I urge us, this is a great, great amendment. I would arguably go much further than the amendment does, but it's a start, and it doesn't cost this legislature and the state anything. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the West Amendment? Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, you say Republicans wouldn't have funded schools. You say it's only 8% of their budget we're giving flexibility to. You say it's all going to be okay. Well, it's not going to be okay. And the reason I know that is because that's what our school districts are telling us. Republicans proposed a 5 and 5 increase on the formula. If you didn't believe that, well, you should have called our bluff, our supposed bluff. If you adopted our DE amendment brought forward by Representative Bakeberg and Representative Myers, I guarantee you would have seen green on the Republican side of the aisle. And funnily enough, 5 and 5 is exactly what the teachers union asked for, but they didn't get. But if we were ever going to do 5 and 5 on the formula, it was when we had $18.6 billion. Now with the increase in, the Department of Education did pretty well. We have a lot more bureaucrats, but Anoka Hennepin is cutting 40 to 45 positions. 40 to 45 positions to save $5 million. Now, you also said it's only 8% flexibility. Well, that 8% is a big deal. Anoka Hennepin School District, $662 million budget. $662 million budget. They need to cut 5 million. That's less than 1%. Less than 1%. So if they have 8% flexibility, I think they can find that 1%. The bill being proposed today that we're amending, that we should amend, won't save our school districts. They're being crushed under 65 mandates. Giving them flexibility will save jobs. It will save jobs. 40 to 45 in Anoka Hennepin alone. It'll help teachers because a lot of those jobs, as you know, are the support staff for our teachers. And it will empower our students to learn because cutting staff does not help our students. So let's give them this small measure of flexibility because I know Anoka Hennepin, Blaine High School, will be able to fill their gap if they were given the flexibility to do so. And I commit to you, I think our entire caucus commits to the school districts around the state. Next year, we're going to be in a deficit situation. But we're not going to balance the budget on the backs of our schools. We're going to balance the budget by getting rid of this ridiculous 40% increase in state spending that expanded these departments to an absurd level when our school districts didn't get what they needed. And we'll make sure our schools are taken care of because we need to get our students back to excellence. So members, I urge you to vote green on the amendment. It's only 8% flexibility. It is not groundbreaking, but it is what our schools need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle. I think Tab Key's got it now. Cagle.
One more time.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, imagine you're 11 years old. You're 11 years old, you're doing your elementary life, and something terrible happens to you in school. That terrible thing, sexual assault. You're 11 years old, you're sexually assaulted by another 11-year-old, drug into a bathroom, having to figure out how to escape from underneath the bathroom door, the stall, and due to such horrific events that have happened over a couple of months, your behavior starts changing and your parents notice. And your parents ask you what's happening, what's going on in your life. And the child comes out to his parents and says, I was sexually assaulted at school. Not once, but numerous times. Imagine your parents take it to the school, and the school says there's nothing that they can do to remove the child. The other 11-year-old that was the perpetrator of the sexual assault. Imagine your parents getting, or the 11-year-old parents getting a restraining order. And for a couple of weeks, the student, the one that sexually assaulted the other 11-year-old, is taken out of school, but then is allowed back into the school. Imagine if that was your child, 11 years old, having to face your accuser, or not your accuser, the person that assaulted you each and every day. And the only recourse is that there will be somebody walking with the student that was the assaulter and keeping the student away from you, or away from the 11-year-old child, the other one. Imagine your child not being able to handle that, being able to see somebody each and every day at school who had done horrific events to him or her. The child becomes suicidal and then is removed from the school that he has been at his entire elementary school life. Members, the amendment before you just makes it easier for the school to remove a child that has a restraining order on them into an alternative learning facility. I think we can all agree that when horrific things happen, we shouldn't treat the person who has been assaulted or who has put a restraining order on another student for another reason. We shouldn't make that student feel like they are the guilty party, treating that student like a criminal, like they don't belong, and having that child being removed from the situation. Meanwhile, the person that did the horrific crimes, the student that does the horrific crimes, is allowed to stay in the same school, same schedules, same teachers, same people that he knows. And as the student that was assaulted now has to form new friendships, different schedule at the school, different teachers. So members, I bring this forward to you today with the hopes that we can move it into conference committee and continue having a discussion, because this child that is a student in my district, he has the same right to attend the school that he has always been at. This student should not have to be forced, in order for his own mental health, to attend another school, while the individual that did the victimizing continues on, same old, same old. So members, that's the amendment before you. And Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Franzen requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank Representative Franzen for being an amazing advocate for the family in her district. And thank you also for the conversation that we had last night around this. I think you're right. I think we can all agree that this should never happen to a student while they're at school. And that there's something that was missing in the execution of this whole thing and some work that we have to do around this. And I think it would take a lot of stakeholder work. There's current procedures in place right now to remove students when they're a safety threat. And it sounds like the school followed those procedures, but a court overturned the action from what you were telling me. But this amendment that you have, the way it's drafted, actually breaks federal law. So there are only 3 reasons why a student that has a disability, and I know from our conversation that wasn't the case with the student you're talking about, but in the amendment, it does mention it, that you try to do the, on line 1.9 to 1.12, a student that has an IEP can be removed into an alternative setting if there has been possession of a weapon at school or on school grounds or at a school function. They knowingly possess illegal drugs or are trying to sell a controlled substance on school grounds, on school premises, at a school function, and then also has inflicted serious bodily harm upon another person at school and at all those other areas. That is when that can happen immediately. Otherwise, you can lose federal funding. And I know you put a reference to the dispute resolution process, which is great, but that doesn't trump federal law. So I'd be more than happy to continue to work on this and see where those holes are that are clearly in the system that caused this tragic incident to the student in your community. But I would like to do that with a group of stakeholders and to really make sure we get this right. So members, for now, I would ask for a no vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franzen, for bringing this amendment. I have had similar incidents in my districts, and as I said, I represent 7. I know of 3 different school districts, so it doesn't matter which one it is, that there's been similar incidents. One was a sexual assault, and in that instance, again, the victim had to change classes and change her schedule and change everything in her experience, and the perpetrator was walked to and from classes but didn't have to change anything. And this was said to be the victim impact plan. Another student in a different district got a concussion from being thrown against a locker, and again, that child had to move their schedule, and the perpetrator, nothing changed for them. They had the same lunch period, the same classes, the same friends. This other child who was the victim had to adjust everything. Again, it was the victim impact plan. In a different situation, a child's arm was broken. And that child was also told they would have to move everything, and that child chose to go to a different school. But they had to move schools to feel safe. This is not something that just happens rarely, sadly. I know of 3 incidences, and I'm sure there are more. It's not well reported, I found out in trying to find the numbers in my different school districts. But members, the child who is victimized is not the one who should be re-victimized by being removed out of their classes and out of their routine and away from their friends and their normal lunch period. The person who has committed the assault should be the one who has to make the changes and hopefully seek help and be provided help, just as the victim should also be provided resources. So members, I appreciate Representative Franzen's bringing this forward, and I actually think it's very limited. She is limiting it to only students with a restraining or protection order. That's very narrow. That wouldn't address the situations that have gone on in my districts where, well, I think in one maybe there was, but in the others it was just a situation where there was an assault, and I don't believe a restraining order or protection order was received. So the Franzen amendment is very narrow, and I think it's very responsible, and I would urge members' support. And I do appreciate Representative Chair Youakim that you're willing to continue to work on this. And I would encourage you in that work to think more broadly than just the protection order limitation, because I think a lot of students are suffering who have been victimized, and we need to find a policy that will ensure that students who suffer in this way are not the ones who are having to change their whole lives, and then the perpetrator doesn't have to make any changes. So thank you, members. I appreciate it.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I remember what ALCs were utilized for, and one of those things were behavioral issues, especially violent behavioral issues. If this is federal, I know of multiple cases across the nation within the last few years where violent students have been moved to a different school or a different setting. So I'm not sure if the interpretation is off or when that interpretation changed from when I was involved, but especially if there's a court order. So the legal system has verified there are behavioral issues. There are violent behavioral issues. There are concerns about the safety of others, and I can't understand how you would have the federal government say you can't do that to this narrow situation when there are highly documented cases across this nation that are much less well-defined. So let us just vote green.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Youakim, for at least acknowledging the seriousness of this problem, even if I guess the answer is, at least the answer from that side of the aisle is, well, there's nothing we can do. I think there is something we can do. I think we can at least put a marker in this bill and say we should go forward. But I really do genuinely appreciate the concern now coming from the other side of the aisle about violating federal law. I really do. That's great. I hope that we can continue that, especially as we, have some discussions on some other bills that might be coming up tonight. Last year we passed an entire bill, House File 100, that was purposely intended to defy federal law. And that's not even getting into the multiple laws that were passed that violated federal law in other ways, including 3 laws that were passed last year that are currently enjoined by federal courts for violating federal law. And don't say you weren't warned. But I was concerned, Representative Franson, hearing Chair Youakim say, that there's still more stakeholder involvement or more work that needs to be done. So Representative Franson, if you will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Franson, can you just give us a little bit of background about the work, the dialogue that went on with the folks on the other side of the aisle that went into developing the A8 amendment?
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Niska. So, first off, the language for the bill did come late. As you know, it's short session, and we have over 5,000 bills introduced, and sometimes you just don't get your legislation as quickly as you would like. So, it came late. We decided, meaning us Republicans here, chatted about it, and I chatted with the parents of the student about the steps because the bill was introduced so late. So we decided to offer it on the education policy bill, Representative Niska, and the at any rate, there was an amendment that was offered from Representative Pryor to place, to just enhance the language to make sure it was okay and the other side of the aisle was willing to accept that language during that time. However, something came up. Yes, so the 24-hour deadline that I hate so much and I don't like, we missed the deadline in introducing that, Representative Niska, and it was under my impression that the speaker was going to allow us to introduce that amendment late. However, our team decided that we would not, we would follow the rules and reintroduce the amendment here on the finance bill.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Representative Franson. And, you know, it sure sounds to me like you were working at least as timely as the changes we got to the Office of the Inspector General amendments that were adopted earlier today. And I guess what I would say, Chair Youakim, is if you agree with Representative Franson that this is a situation that should never happen, that something is missing and that we should be engaging in that stakeholder work to fix this problem, then we should be moving forward with a solution and not just saying no. Because the situation that Representative Franson is addressing is just completely unacceptable. And we should all agree that that's completely unacceptable. And frankly, if the feds tell us that we can't solve that problem that's happening in Representative Franson's district, we should tell them to shove it, and we should vote yes.
Further discussion to the Franson amendment. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, on lines 1.4, it says a school district may. It's a may, it is not a must. A school can address these issues on a case-by-case issue, okay? On April 26th, the mom sent me an email. In the email, she said, I had my child look up the bill online, and he was so dang happy. He can't believe that because he came forward, all these big things are happening. Imagine if that was your child. He was so dang happy. He wants to go back to his school. He wants to be with his friends. In this body, people have resigned after being accused of being a sexual harasser. They have resigned from this body, from the legislature, for simply being accused. This student was sexually assaulted, physically harmed, and yet he's treated, or she is treated, like the person that was in the wrong. So members, I ask you to rethink the no vote and vote yes so we can continue working on this in conference committee. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Okay.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Knutson moves to amend House File Number 5237, second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A9 amendment is pretty simple. What this amendment would do is delay another one of the mandates that we passed last year until the state provides funding. The mandate that we put on about 10 of our schools last year is to change their mascot based on resembling the Native American culture. This amendment does affect a school in my district. It affects, like I said, at least 10. I think there was another one that was included very recently down in southeastern Minnesota, but at least 10 schools in our district. Some of the costs that we're hearing from our schools that they're accruing include changing jerseys for every single sport that the school offers, murals on their walls of their gyms, gym floors. They have to grind down the center of their gym floor and completely redo it. Another big time-consuming part of this is that the schools are now having to reach out to all the people in their community and start the conversations of, what are we going to call ourselves? What are we going to do? How are we going to rebrand ourselves? And that takes away administration time, school board time, teacher time, parent time, student time. It's a big burden on a lot of these schools. Not to mention other little things, clocks. One of my schools has a clock with the mascot in every single room in their school. All have to be changed. Anyway, the price tag for this is coming in at about $1 million a school, give or take. And we've strapped our schools. They have no extra money. Literally, I talked to a superintendent that's dealing with this morning, and they said that they're going to have to cut teachers if we don't fix this. The last thing we want is for our schools to have to cut teachers. So again, all this amendment would do is push back the deadline until the state can provide funding. Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Knutson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Knutson, for bringing this forward. I don't know if you've been tracking the education policy bill. The conference committee actually took the Senate language to delay this implementation by a year already, so it won't happen until 2026 now. You're right, there's some more discussion to be had around this, but as you said, it's in state statute that we passed last year, and it's there for a reason. There's an appeals process districts can go through to talk with the local tribes. We have a lot of bookends around this. What I don't see as the bookends in this bill is, one, it doesn't have a funding stream for MDE to pay back these funds. There's no money appropriated for MDE to do this. I don't know where it's going to come from. And two, it has a very wide array of what a district can get reimbursed for. So I think this needs more work, and we have that time because the extension is in the Ed Policy Bill until September 2026. So I'd ask for a no vote, members.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too have a school district in my legislative district that faces the same situation. Their enrollment is about 800 students, give or take a few, and again, the cost to their estimated district coffers is about $1 million, $900,000, give or take some. And I appreciate the announcement that this is going to be delayed for a year. And then the concern in the amendment, and thank you for the amendment, by the way, that where is the funding going to come from to cover the cost of the amendment? Well, we didn't hear that same concern when this bill was passed a year ago. And here we talk again about mandates, and mandates that maybe don't cost anything. Well, this one certainly does. And whether or not you agree with what this bill does, and in my school is moving ahead with making plans to change their nicknames. When they tried to appeal to the tribes to keep their nickname, I think they got back positive on most of them, but there were 2 or 3 that said no. So they have to go ahead and begin making these changes, as we've talked about, are pretty substantial in a lot of ways, and they do get pretty expensive if you add them all up at the same time. But again, just support the amendment, and we need to look at the long-term effects of some of the things we do here. And again, I would call for a green vote on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Similar situation in my district. One of my schools is changing their name. They've accepted the change. They've already selected a new name. This is not about the change, it's about the severe expense burden that's placed on these schools. This school operates in a community where they have competition. There's a parochial school in the community. Of course, there's other public schools too that they compete with. If they're forced to cut programs and lay off staff, they won't be able to compete with those other schools, and they'll lose students. And we all know that student count and the money that comes with students is what keeps our schools alive. As Representative Anderson said, this is another unfunded mandate, but one that can have a very severe impact on a very small number of schools in our state. It just reeks of unfairness. I want to thank Representative Knudsen for bringing this issue forward and highlighting it. I realize we have some time to deal with it, but passing this amendment tonight would send a signal that we intend to take this seriously. I urge members to vote green.
The member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Knudsen, for bringing this amendment. We should absolutely pass this with a green vote. Just simple back-of-the-envelope math, Representative Anderson's district, 800 kids, $1 million. That's $1,250 a kid. That's $1,250 per kid that had no, they're being affected by this when they didn't bring this issue up. We're taking away from their education because, again, the suits in St. Paul thought they knew better, and we've created a situation. And the disadvantage falls on the schools that are being hit the hardest, the schools like Representative Anderson's, where I've been in those schools, where the superintendent oftentimes is pulling double duties. I've been in a situation where I was teaching in the morning and the custodian in the afternoon and a coach after school. This is just not the right way to handle that. Those kids are going to get penalized $1,250 per year until this is paid off per pupil unit. We talk about per pupil units for something that kid never had an input on. Representative Knudsen, I support your amendment.
The member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Representative Knudsen, excellent bill. I as well compare it what every one of these other members have shared. I also have a school that is being affected by this, and we're really looking at the disadvantaged schools that this is affecting. We look at, we're policymakers, right? We got to look at what this causes when these unfunded mandates are put upon these schools. We can do better than this. I just want to say thank you, Representative Knudsen. Encourage you to vote green.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you, Representative Knudsen, for this amendment. And I also appreciate your comments, Representative Kresha. This is politicians in St. Paul acting before they really think. I have a school district too who's suffering from this. It's going to cost them over $1 million because they have to replace the name Thunderhawk. Not Thunderbird, Thunderhawk. Their mascot is just a really cool looking hawk, wings spread out like this. Pretty cool looking bird with the name Thunderhawk, which is just honestly just a cool name. But apparently in Lakota history, there was a chief by the name of Thunderhawk. And I don't think they knew that when they chose their mascot and the name for their school. Thunderhawk. Come on, isn't that just a cool name? Now they're going to have to spend over $1 million to replace it. It's not right, folks. Please support this amendment.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. You know, I do just want to make something very clear. This amendment does respect the decision that this body made last year to move in this direction. However, we're recognizing that this is going to financially strap some of the smallest schools in our state. And who's going to suffer in the end? It's our students. Our schools are broke. They don't have money right now. They're cutting teachers. And now we're making these at least 10 schools decide, cut teachers or meet this deadline. That's ridiculous. They're not asking to completely repeal the whole thing. They're just saying, give us more time or figure out a way to fund this for us. We can't do this. Yes, I did know that this is being discussed. I followed it get passed in the Senate earlier this year, and I'm very thankful for that. It's extended for a year, and now, great. Now that it's in our conference committee report, that's excellent. But that's just kicking the can down the road. So we're going to deal with this again next year. I mean, we need to offer these schools a solution. We love to pass all these mandates, but they have actual effects. They really do hurt the students of Minnesota. You know, the school in my district has been a school since 1923. They have been the Braves for 101 years. 101 years, and now we're making them change. They have succumbed to that. Okay, we're going to change. But we can't afford to right now. They're asking us for help. They're just asking us to provide the resources needed for the mandates that we pushed on them. I'm pretty sure that MDE can either find the compliance costs within their agency budget, or at the very least, we just push the mandate out until we, as a body, can find funds to help our schools be in compliance with this. Members, please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Jeez.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn Gaween.
Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, yes.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cretia moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
The member from Morrison, Representative Cretia.
Thank you,
Let me
Madam
just check for a minute which amendment we're on. A25? Got it. Representative Cretia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was ready for the 21, but 25 would be fine. And so, members, finally, an amendment you can vote for. And it's such a good amendment that I would like to ask for a call of everyone to pay attention. See, I'm trying to get my majority leader to smile because she hates when I do unexpected things. Anyway, on the A25 amendment, what we are doing is we are restoring local control of our schools, putting the control on curriculum and instruction back into the hands and removing the mandate for schools to include ethnic studies into instruction. This repeals the ethnic studies course and an instructional mandate that was enacted by the majority last session. Why would we do this? This new mandate around ethnic studies were among the 65 mandates pushed into their schools. As noted by school officials in one of the testimonies, the mandates are like torpedoes. Whatever the number is that you want to talk about, whatever it is, we heard in testimony over and over, the mandates are a burden on the schools. This is one that we could remove. This is one that we could help. And this body should not become the new state board of education. And so with that, I'd like to request a roll call and a green vote.
Representative Cretia requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Hennepin, Representative Sensor Mira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to encourage members to vote no on this amendment. If it feels like we've been here before, we have. We just have voted and had a discussion about this amendment a few weeks ago. I want to remind members that last year we did a really good thing for students across the state of Minnesota. We voted to ensure that students will have a reflective and representative curriculum so that all students can be seen and heard in the classroom and have access to accurate and honest histories in the classroom. This came after years of student advocacy, student organizing from students across our state who said this is important. This is how we can be engaged in school. This is how we can see a connection between what we're learning in the classroom and our outside lives. So I would encourage members to vote no on this. Let's not undo the progress we made around curriculum. This is incredibly important, and I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And let me just say that teaching diversity is important. We should be teaching diversity in our classrooms. I mean, from when I started teaching, this state has become much more diverse than it was then. And it's important that we, in our education system, reflect that diversity. That said, I don't think that we need to mandate a particular course to do this. I mean, through our training, through our preparation to be teachers, this should be a natural course, not something mandated to do.
Discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of this amendment yield for a question?
He will. Representative Novotny.
Representative Cretia, this summer I went up to North Woods, or Lake of the Woods, and I went up to the northwest angle up there. And I met with the recently retired teacher who had taught at that one-room school for the War Road School District for 40 years. And had a great conversation over breakfast with her and her husband, and talked about the difficulties of life in that school and the things that they had to go through environmentally and all the other things that they had to take into consideration. And there's kids from Canada that are boated in until the ice freezes, and then they're snowmobiled in over the winter. And am I to understand that if this goes through, a kid who spends every day of his life hunting, fishing, trapping is going to have the same standards and same education in the state of Minnesota as a kid that lives in Brooklyn Park?
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for your question, Representative Novotny. So I understand if this amendment goes on, we'll actually give that school and those teachers the control to do it best for their kids without us telling them, and look how far away we are from them, that we should know best. We just simply don't know best. Don't know best. So thank you for the question. I hope I answered it.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for clarifying for me, because this amendment really makes a lot of sense then. It really does. Because I can't imagine everyone, the one Minnesota in education for kids that have such a different experience and lifestyle and what they grow up in. Never mind the fact that they're coming from, there's First Nation children coming from this school, that it's closer to boat them to an American school and sometimes bus them into War Road than it is to get to their school in Kenosha or Kenora, whatever it is, that Canadian school on the north end of the lake. So thank you for bringing this bill, Representative Krisha. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
No.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Carisha moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second of Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
The member from Morrison, Representative Krisha, to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A21 amendment simply suspends the implementation of the most recently adopted social studies standards. As the representative mentioned, yes, this is a rewind. We're doing this again. Why? Because bad news doesn't get better with time. It's still bad news. And this continues to be an idea that we should not do. I've heard, these ideas came up from the students. You know what else we've heard from the students? Safety. And what did we do in response to safety? We tried to take SROs out, and the body had to go back and fix that. We've heard about the students who said, I just want a decent education. I want to be able to be competitive. And yet we still see Governor Walz's numbers abysmally low with poor math and reading and literacy rates. We've heard equity. We heard Representative Novotny. The students in the Northwest Angle, they just want the same opportunity to be able to compete in a world that they're going to have to face. And yet we continue to act like the state school board here. And members, we just simply can't teach the reading and math skills that these students need when we're putting ideological ideas behind the curriculum. And when we talked about this the last time, I brought forth the education for liberation. Okay, so many people out there, this really isn't that big of a deal, it's not gonna happen, except At Columbia University right now and the University of Minnesota, those ideological ideas are into practice in the student body, and we're seeing horrific results. We're seeing the students against the student body and against the administration, and they're taking action because we continue to teach ideological ideas that are driven by outside groups where it has no business in the academic world. Members, I urge, did I ask for a roll call?
Not yet.
Oh, let's do
Representative
that.
Krisha requests a roll call. Seeing 15 or so hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just leave it at this point. This was the point I made the last time I did this, and I'll make it again. You just can't make Minnesota a great place to raise a family if the educational agenda coming from the outside groups continues to be to hate the state, to hate our country, to hate each other, and to hate other groups. You just can't bring that in and still work on academics. Members, I ask for a green vote on this amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Sensor-Mira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would again encourage members to vote no on this amendment. Representative Krisha, I heard you say tonight that you do not believe that the state should become a state board of education. And so I'm a little bit confused by this amendment because this would actually undo work that was done outside of this legislative body. Our standards for various subjects, as we've discussed tonight, are reviewed and renewed, edited, and made anew every 10 years. They're not that done, they don't do that in this legislature. They do that with a group of outside experts made up of students, parents, teachers, community members, subject matter experts. And we always do them in various subjects. We do them in reading, we do them in math, and we also do them in social studies, which is where the ethnic studies standards that I believe you are talking about are embedded. So we have always been able to teach multiple subjects. We've always been able to teach reading, math, social studies. I agree with you that there are like serious concerns about the way we're teaching reading, and we are addressing that. But there's no reason why we should delay these needed changes to our social studies standards. I don't think that this body knows more than a group of experts who spent years working on this, who collected feedback from over 800 people through an online portal, who went through numerous public hearings, and then the standards were finally approved by a law judge. I trust that process. That is a process we use for all of our standards. And so I would encourage members to stand by that process and vote no on this amendment.
Discussion. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The beautiful thing about the legislature is at one point or another, you're always going to find yourselves on different sides of issues and inconsistent. It's interesting when we talk about this, and the representative makes good points, but yet here we come along and we continue to mandate the schools in other areas. So we're going to go back and forth on this. I don't believe that we are failing in ethnic studies and social studies, but we are failing in academics of reading and math. And those standards should be addressed, but putting ideological ideas into our curriculum just doesn't make sense. I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go.
Just seeing if you're paying attention.
No, you got to vote.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Go ahead. Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lawrence moves to amend House Bill number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A28.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Why, good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much. I'm at day 14 in being the House here, and still happy to be here. It's a great learning experience, and I'm glad to be a part of it. On April 2nd, most of you know that I was sworn in. And after that date, at that date, most of the heavy lifting in the committees had been done. I came in at a very late position in the committee work, and so I was assigned to the Education and Finance Committee, which I was welcomed and glad to be a part of it. However, we only had 5 meetings at that point in time. But I'm grateful through those 5 meetings, I got to see the process. I got to get my feet wet and kind of understand what are the issues going on, what's happening in our educational system, and how is it being handled, and the work of that committee. What I hear from tonight and what I see is schools need dollars. I talk to my districts, the same thing. And we're the body that helps create that. We're the body that helps put dollars out there into our schools and to allocate them for that. Now tonight, I'm not reallocating dollars out of the education finance bill that we have before us. I'm not asking to do that, okay? That's not part of what I'm asked to do. But I am gonna step out on a limb a little bit. And hopefully we won't get it cut off, but I'm gonna step out on a limb a little bit. And this is an amendment that not only would help my district would benefit from this amendment, as would many other districts out there. And it's a benefit that, as we hear, dollars are needed in those districts. With all that's gone in the last couple of years, even the dollars that we get, there's still shortages within our school districts. And then there's dollars available to help at this point in time. And these are real dollars. So in Amendment 28, the seasonal tax-based replacement aid, this amendment would reset our priorities around education. And from the discussion tonight, I think we all are kind of on that page. We are trying to reset our priorities around education and focus on the education of our children in the state of Minnesota. And so reset our priorities around education, and it addresses a critical inequality in school finance system. And this is something I sat down with my superintendent for my local district a day or two after I had been elected, and we had breakfast, and this is something that he did talk to me about, the inequity that's going on within the formula that's affecting, especially in our district, which is somewhat outstate, North Metro, right? And so north of the Metro at this point in time. So this is something that does affect my district and many others. And what I'm proposing to do is this amendment would establish a new school building account. Okay, so we're establishing something new, all right, a new building account, and instead of fully funding, and we've had a lot of terms tonight, we've had the hole in the ground next door, we've had the new palace for politicians. I'm just going to say the $730 million investment that was passed to make next door. That $730 million investment, it would take that, it takes a portion of the annual payment to be used and put into the seasonal tax-based replacement aid. And what that does is that puts schools, it balances the playing field, it puts monies into school districts, and it puts dollars into school districts' hands. And one of the things that I noticed is the few days I got to be in the Educational Finance Committee is that there was dollars talked about. I think $43 million was the number that was the target number. And there's a lot of organizations that came and requested that money. There's a lot of organizations that got that money. The READ Act, I think, is one of the parts of that bill that really puts money into districts' hands where they get to invest the dollars in students and they actually get there. And a lot of it went elsewhere. And so this is an amendment that actually would put those dollars in the district's hands. And I think that's a big factor that we need to consider. There's a lot of seasonal recreational properties that are out there that are taxed differently and aren't in the formula for school boards. So this helps balance that aspect of it. And the fundamental thing, and I know I'm new here, all right? I admit that, and I'm learning an awful lot. But I do believe this, and I think a lot of us do, that education is important. I do believe investing in education. I believe in investing in the state of Minnesota's school system. And I mostly believe investing in the students and the children of Minnesota. And instead of investing in new legislative office buildings, and I found out because I've toured an awful lot in the last few weeks that I've been able to be down here and be a part of this, there's a lot of empty space down here in the Capitol. Open building, open office space that is down here. And so instead of investing in new buildings for our legislative office buildings, we should put more money into our schools. This is an opportunity to do that. And so I'm going to ask for a green vote on Amendment 28 and ask you to support that. And thank you.
Representative Long.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, amendments must be germane. As the representative pointed out, he is amending an account that is not in the bill, and he is correct. The capital area building account is not in the underlying bill, so it is not germane.
I find the point of order well taken. Did you want to appeal the ruling of the Speaker,
I did
Representative
stay
Lawrence?
Madam Speaker, may I appeal the ruling of the Speaker?
You may.
May I ask for a roll call vote
You
on
may,
that?
and if 15 of your colleagues can raise their hands, you will get a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lawrence, I'm so tempted to tell you what Representative Davids told me when I was a first-termer, but maybe when we're done on the floor. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that we've been through the rules the other night, and we talked about things being germane. We've talked about I've heard a lot of rules reflected over the last few days here. This is germane. This is important. This is an education finance bill. This is where this belongs. This is completely germane to it. It doesn't take and move any dollars within our educational finance. It adds finances to our educational finance policy bill, or bill that's being put forth tonight. So as far as the germaneness of this bill, I would argue and state, Madam Chair, that this is very germane to the subject at hand.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll offer advice first that we should never refer to ourselves by our tenure in here. You're a representative. Welcome. Be a representative. Don't add an adjective. To that, what I would also offer is advice to the body on custom and usage. A member should at least be here 21 days before we throw the rules at him. So I would hope that, Madam Speaker, you would find against, I hope the body would find against the Speaker. And clearly your amendment was well thought out, and it is not as raised in the point of order. So members, please vote against the Speaker, and let's let him continue and get to a vote on his amendment.
Reminder, the question before the body is, should the judgment of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote would go against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carol.
Here you go, Carol.
Carol, yes.
Carol, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Howard.
Howard votes yes.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Hagel, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend House Law Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. The A30 amendment today is to help divert some funds to our schools that need it most and to help pay for things that are major infrastructure like their roofs that are leaking. So we can call this the Leaky Roofs Amendment. Members, we have seen this last session, $19 billion surplus, and our schools are worse off today than they were last year. We went from a historic surplus, and we are now having historic problems in our schools, including things like this with leaky roofs. In fact, there are estimated to be hundreds of schools across Minnesota that are having problems paying for major infrastructure especially in smaller districts, that they just do not have the funding to fund these large and expensive projects. This is going to be a burden that's going on our local taxpayers, and quite frankly, Minnesotans have had enough with the taxes here in Minnesota, with seeing what's happening at the Capitol, raising our taxes. So I ask today that we would divert the funding that's going towards, we've all seen outside, this large monstrosity outside that is being built here. We like to call it the Palace for Politicians. $730 million that I'm not sure any Minnesotan asked for, and certainly this legislative body did not vote on. We did not vote on that funding here in this body. And so I am asking with this amendment that we divert the funds to where it's needed most, and we show our schools that the priority is them, that the priority is not us here in St. Paul, that the priority is our local schools, our local teachers, and our local students.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of order.
Under Mason's 3.21, an amendment must be germane to the underlying bill. The A30 amends Chapter 16B, which is not in the underlying bill, and therefore it is not germane.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Altendorf.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would like to appeal that ruling.
Representative Altendorf appeals the ruling of the Speaker. And
I would like a roll call, please.
requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me that grace. Absolutely, this is germane to the topic, as this is funding that is coming out of the education bills, and we really need to be focusing on our schools. As we've heard all night long, story after story of our districts that are really suffering to pay their bills, to fund their teachers, and to keep their schools going. They're looking out the next couple years at this huge financial deficit that's coming, and I really strongly encourage that the body helps me in voting with me and against the Speaker so that we can have this amendment.
Question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carol.
Carol, I.
Carol, I. Becker, Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker, Finn, I. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, I. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 5237, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think the discussion is, on education, and it's something that we can all agree on. It's near and dear to everybody. It's near and dear to everybody back in our districts. You know, every person has either been through public school, private school, or homeschooled. So we know the importance that it has in, you know, molding people for the future. You know, for my family, you know, I got 3 small kids that are in school, one that's 3 and will be, you know, in school shortly. But we all have a favorite teacher. And, you know, at my house, it's, you know, Mrs. Friends, the art teacher. It's Mr. Berlin, the math teacher. It's Lillie Lauschu, our Chinese teacher at our school. You know, and we have some great educational opportunities, you know, throughout the state. But one thing that we have to stop doing is a top-down approach. And we need to start supporting our local schools, our educators, and our school boards with more flexibility. You know, I have 5 school districts in my district, and some of those I share with several of you guys from across the aisle, and I've seen several of you at some of these events. And I've had a lot of opportunities to speak with teachers. I've been to, you know, the rallies. I've spoken to union leaders have actually come to me and talked to me. School board members, parents. They have a level of frustration that they're going to continue to see with this bill right now. And that frustration is, why aren't we listening to the boots on the ground? And the boots on the ground are those experts. They're those teachers, those principals. And I know some people want to make life harder for principals, but what I want to do is say, you know, happy Principal Day, which is tomorrow, to those principals that serve our communities, like Representative Ben Bakebird. They do a lot. We should be trying to bring people together in the education space to work together to bring those solutions. And when I've talked to so many people, the one thing in common is, why aren't they listening to us? And I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, draft a bill that, you know, I deemed the boots on the ground bill. And what that bill did was amplify the voice of educators, administrators here at the Capitol. It would have required, if you sat on an education policy, an education finance committee, that you had to spend 12 hours shadowing a teacher, meeting with an administrator. And when I went to those rallies and I listened to the teachers and they talked about those 65 mandates, they talked about the local frustrations they have with funding. I shared those concerns, but I shared those concerns that I had in St. Paul because of that, because of the bill that passed last year. You know, I sat inside a meeting, and there was somebody from, you know, the other body at one of my schools that we share. And it amazed me when that person said, how did our good intentions get us into this situation where some of my schools are cutting $5 to $8 million? When somebody that's been down here for a long time says that, I think it reiterates that we're not listening. Step back, have a little bit of humility. Talk to those boots on the ground, those teachers. We have to stop listening to so many people down here in the dome and get back home and start listening to these people that are teaching our kids. Like Mrs. Friends, Mr. Berlin. You know, we're missing so much here, and we can, you know, deny it in this body, but we've read articles. You've heard from teachers, superintendents. There's going to be up to $400 million worth of cuts just in the metro. And what's that mean? Teachers are going to be sitting at home, and class sizes are going to get bigger and bigger. And who's that going to impact? Teachers that want to serve, teachers that want to stick around, our kids, parents, and our local school districts. What I'm going to continue to do is continue listening to my teachers, continue to reach out, continue to have them share their concerns, their priorities. I wish we could have had a hearing on that bill. I wish we could have gone into those classrooms, listened to those teachers, because when I met with them, and I had a group, I even had Education Minnesota in my office. And they said, man, we would have loved to have seen that bill pass, because then they could see the mandates that were pushed onto the teachers that people here just seem to not understand. I'm going to continue listening to those teachers. I would ask you guys to have a little bit more humility when it comes to this stuff. We need to listen to the boots on the ground. We need to spend more time at home, stop listening at the Dome. And my hope is that in the future, we can make better decisions and better policies.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few notes across on this. When I talk about results and expectations, it's about the kids deserve better. And why do I think they can actually get better? Well, the districts around me are doing a whole lot better than the state average. Last year, of the districts that are a part of my House district, 1 got 100% graduation. 5 were above 90% graduation, and the low one was in the mid-80s. A lot better. And we should actually start looking at the successful districts that provide for our kids and copy some of those things they're doing. So I've been in and out. I've got one district that's been in and out of statutory operating debt. So if you think these are all rich districts, no. And it's very hard to be at that level of underfunding. But, you know, frankly, the district I live in is the lowest per pupil funded school district in the state of Minnesota. And it seems to be able to perform. So, you know, maybe you should look around where we have success and copy success instead of some of the contents of the mandates that are copying failure. My home district didn't have the money to replace some math textbooks. And they looked, and the quality was pretty poor. So the lowest funding school district got together, developed a math curriculum. The following year, that won the National Intel Math Award for math curriculums. So instead of just looking at dollars are important. Look at trying to copy what works instead of, you know, pouring it down the drain with repeating failure. I wanted to ask the chief author, how many failing schools are there in the state of Minnesota? Some people, you know, might look at, well, that's harsh. But before the pandemic, one thing that caught my eye, Florida used to be down way below Minnesota. They went and started giving an A to F grade per school site. The parents knew, the public knew, and that turned it around because focus was put on, you're not doing the job good enough. Our kids deserve better, and there is impetus to improve. So before the pandemic, one of their groups that had been having trouble in the national standardized tests, the male Latino students scored better than 24 states, including Minnesota, for the state average. We need to look at the states that have turned it around, especially for students that have been disadvantaged or minority students that need assistance. We've got states that have done things that have worked. We have people making amendments to try and change and improve. But if we don't look at success and try to copy that or allow it as an option, we're failing. The one school that was in the 80% graduation, Rochester, has for decades was way above the state average until they started copying a couple of the larger districts up here. And now they're having issues. And one of the things that I was looking at is the fact that with 90 to 100 different languages spoken in the Rochester School District, when I first started in the legislature, I used to bring that up because they were succeeding with much greater diversity than schools that were failing. I wish we could have assisted in preventing issues. Now, on to the unfunded mandates. If you know what a lamprey is, you know that it attaches to a fish and sucks away the life of the fish. Unfunded mandates, when you got a school district that's way below the state average for funding per pupil, unfunded mandates cost the same for every school district. So the unfunded mandates, a lamprey, sucking the life out of successful school districts in my area. Funded mandates can also be a lamprey, sucking out resources and precious student contact time. I know when I tried to bring it up, it all went back to dollars. But the mandates are affecting much broader than just the dollar cost. The resources that are short and the precious time to teach our students. The issue that's been going around with amendments and discussion on teaching reading. And I was shocked to hear there are so many teachers. I mean, there's a letter from the Minneapolis Foundation saying there has to be tens of millions of dollars of extra funding to teach teachers how to teach the students to read. I was shocked because, frankly, down in the districts around my area, they're teaching the kids how to read. So again, let's see where things are working and copy success. But if we really need to teach a bunch of teachers how to read, how to teach reading, we should be addressing the colleges and universities that are training our teachers and require them to actually train successful and useful techniques to help our students. A lot of amendments were made to try and improve. But anybody watching, you can see just as much attention was given to them as I'm trying to enlighten them. So, apparently, we want to continue the downward trend of the last, I don't know how many years, it depends by the district. And we don't want to allow the people and empower them, the local ones that know the name, the faces, know the children that need it, the flexibility to be able to actually deliver what those students need. Because the one-size-fits-all copy that the failing school districts in the metro across the state, you're just pulling down the underfunded schools around me that, even though they're way underfunded, actually are doing a better job than the vast majority of the school districts. So ignore success, continue to copy and fund failure, and our students are going to suffer.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I've spoken a couple times on some amendments which weren't taken up by the majority party. But I think I had hoped that after the bill was passed last year and we heard so much negative from our schools over the fall and this winter, that this legislature would take the time to fix it. We'd take the time to give more flexibility to our local districts. We'd take the time to maybe, at a minimum, delay some of the mandates that were put in place, or maybe at another point to be able to help our districts fund some of the mandates that were placed on them last year. But that's not happening. And I just want to say to our schools, I'm sorry about that. Get through. I hope we don't have strikes. I hope our kids can do well. I hope our teachers aren't laid off. I hope our class sizes don't increase. And we're going to have to start over next year. And we don't know what the outcome will be, obviously, this fall. But Republicans on this side of the aisle, we will be there to try and make some of these same arguments. And if we're in the majority, we'll be putting forth bills like we did earlier last year. Because the schools matter, education matters. Our teachers matter. And we have to get back so that we're not coming in 36th on a U.S. News and World Report article that I read 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. Minnesota should be the best. Should be the best again. But the only way we're going to get there is if our students can read, is if we give our principals the ability to control decision-making locally, and our school boards and our parents. And that's my hope, that after this year and after what happened last year, that finally, we'll get the message here as local policymakers and we'll change our tune in 2025. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Tonight, I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to call this the story of two news headlines. And it goes something like this. Last year at this time, we saw in many of our news sources, the headlines read, record funding to public schools. Record funding, $2.2 billion record funding given to our public schools. Do we remember those headlines, members? 1 year ago. Fast forward, and what are the headlines today? Minneapolis, $300 million deficit. Teachers are picketing. Contracts are not being signed. In my district just last week, Red Wing Schools announced $2.5 million deficit. That's the headline, $2.5 million deficit. So I ask you members, after a long night of discussion on education, which should be one of our top priorities in Minnesota, how in the world can we be sitting in this chamber so divided? See, both headlines are true. The headline from last year was true. $2.2 billion given to our schools. And the headline this year is also true as you read them, that our schools are struggling. I would challenge any majority member to stand up and to tell us what school that is in your district that is happy with the education bill that passed last year, that's happy with the 65 new mandates that was put on them. I challenge you to stand up and to name the schools. Because I have talked to every school district in my district, and they are desperate. I've also talked to school districts in the majority school district areas, because being on the Education Finance Committee, they said their members are not responding to their calls. They're not responding to the emails. So let me read to you some of the comments that I'm getting back. We are needing to spend down our unreserved fund balance. In the next 2 years, we're looking at major cuts if something doesn't happen differently in St. Paul. We need to increase our operating fund. Representative Altendorf, our teacher negotiations are not going well. I can't blame them because the public sector salaries have raised faster than what we can do here in education. All of these are quotes. These are real people behind these quotes. Unfunded mandates are going to create bigger inequities across Minnesota. Let me explain that to you. This is a smaller school district, and he said that he's afraid the tax base that his community has will not be able to make up the difference. Where a school district like Edina, Eden Prairie, and some of the other bigger school districts have a broader base to help make up some of these deficits that they're facing. And this is from a superintendent. Relying on school boards to do the dirty work is what the Minnesota legislature passed in 2023. St. Paul, let's just change that. The majority party railroaded through in 2023 a large omnibus education bill packed full with mandates that has been suffocating and strangling our administrations, our school boards. It's affecting our teachers, it's affecting our students. And it's very disappointing today to see the disconnect of the majority party. It's very disappointing to hear so many people are struggling in our school districts that are begging for financial help, and the majority party literally is just saying no. They're not listening to the local school boards. So again, I challenge one member of the majority party to name names of school districts that are thriving, because they're not, and you know they're not. We have never been in such a terrible position with our education that we are today after we gave them the $2.2 billion record increase. And members, when they try to say you cannot fix 20 years of underfunding in one session, you know what? I don't think there's a single Minnesotan out there that's naive enough to believe with a $19 billion surplus, you could not fund our schools. You showed your priorities in 2023 because you had the pocketbook, you had the funds to do anything you wanted in Minnesota. You showed your priorities, and your priorities were not for our Minnesota schools, they were not for our students, they were not for our teachers. It was for your woke agenda, 65 new mandates, strangling our education systems. This is truly a travesty in Minnesota.
The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a good discussion. It's been a few hours, but thank you for a good conversation. I think it's important that we start out, and I want to just recognize a couple of the positive aspects of this bill. And there have been things that we have worked together on, and I think there are some positive things that are going to impact ultimately our kids. The first one was late to the game, to be honest with you, and I want to give Chair Youakim credit. There's a lot of conversation about food service, and districts are growing a food service fund. So adding in that districts can purchase lunch tables with their food service funds, that makes a lot of sense. That's logical. And that's what happens when we listen to the boots on the ground, as Representative Myers talked about. We hear about these logical things. The attendance pilot, that's a positive aspect. Let's really look at some best practices, and there's some money for it. So let's do that. I think we need to invest in that. And Representative Keeler, I just want to say thank you publicly to you again for working together. And this study group, again, will be able to look at some things that we can do to address chronic absenteeism across the state. So thank you for that. And again, you didn't steal my bill. So I want to, Representative Mueller, Representative Hill, and myself, we had the opportunity to be on a panel with the School Board Association on MSBA Day on the Hill. And we got an email following up from actually a school board member from Representative Garofalo's district. And I just want to read a section of it. He says, legislative overreach jeopardizes public confidence in public education and has harmed the ability of school boards and education administration leaders to effectively manage their districts. This is the part that really jumped off the page to me. The citizens of the state of Minnesota turn to you and turn to you to continue to work in a bipartisan manner to repair some of the damage done to local management of schools in the 23 session. That's a pretty powerful statement. And I want to zone in on public confidence. We've had a lot of discussions and debates about different aspects of the bill. But one of the things, if you did what Representative Myers talked about and talked to the boots on the ground, regardless of political perspective, you're going to hear that there's hardship in our schools. That is a fact. If you look at data, you're going to see that enrollment is declining. That's a fact. That ties into the school board member from Farmington saying public confidence in education is declining. Now, I want to be very clear. This is not a knock on our educators. This is the burden that we are putting from a legislative standpoint that is eroding confidence in our system. Not our teachers, not our staff, but it's the system. And we are responsible for fixing the system. And we had some amendments to try to give another perspective, and frankly, they just weren't taken. And that's frustrating. Because fast forward to the end of May, early June, I'm going to be sitting in my office and I'm going to have to try to figure out how to implement this stuff along with principals from across the state. And then we're going to plan for August to have workshop week, and then the teachers are going to have to implement this stuff. I love the talking points around this place. I actually get a kick out of it. One of them that we've talked about is, well, mandates are accountability. Number one, I'm glad that we're actually talking about accountability. But quite frankly, local school boards don't need accountability from us. 20 years of underfunding, you can't fix that in one session. Okay, and I've been in education all those 20 years, and I've seen the ups and the downs of funding. But if we truly, truly wanted to attack underfunding last session, we wouldn't have burdened 65 mandates. It's not my words. AMSD talked about it. They collected data from their member districts, frankly, mostly from your districts. The Reformer article, about half of the $2.2 billion target is eaten up in mandates. Now, that's not fun to hear. And that's not a Republican talking point. These are reputable groups talking honestly. Because the other thing that we have to talk about in this chamber is we have to be open to constructive feedback from stakeholders. We have to be humble enough to say, I got it wrong, and I need you to tell me when I get it wrong. They cannot fear retribution. And to be blunt, I have heard that over and over and over in this building. Oh, Ben, I can't say that because my bill will never get heard. Or I won't get this or I won't get that. That's a bully. And in my world, as an educator, you get suspended for that. Probably the biggest thing that is most concerning to me is this us against them narrative. We heard in committee that we want to make it hard, or we know we're making it hard for principals. We know we're making it hard for superintendents. I'm sorry, but that is a ridiculous statement to make. It's insulting, and I hope, because I would never impugn motives, but I hope the justification is because it's hard for kids. No doubt. If you just talk to an educator, we'd tell you that. And then we can work together to find a solution to make it better for kids. The other thing I hear is, oh, well, you guys would have never done that. And I'm going to repeat what I said last year when that was said. Education is my number one priority. I ran because of it, and I will continue to stand on education being my number one priority. I won't speak for anyone else in the chamber. But I know that there are a number of members that this is a number one priority. So you are flat out wrong. What I can guarantee is we wouldn't have wasted half of that target, whatever our target was, on mandates to cripple our schools. This bill continues the trend of growing government, growing bureaucracy furthest from the classroom. all while leaving students and teachers underfunded, overburdened with more and more mandates. Vote red.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you,
I
Madam
know it's
Speaker.
Anoka because you kept talking about the Blaine Bengals. So go Bengals.
Go Blaine.
Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Much appreciated. And thank you to Chair Youakim for working with me to get the OIG language in a suitable form. We'll have to see what he thinks about it when it comes down to it, but it is something that needed to be done. However, when you look at the Feeding Our Future scandal, you don't need investigative authority to realize that feeding 7,000 kids when there are only 4,000 kids in the area isn't right. You don't need investigative authority to know that you probably didn't feed 5,000 kids out of an apartment building. You don't need investigative authority to know that if the same kid on the spreadsheet is 9 in one and 12 in the other because they use random name generators for the kid and random number generators for their age, you don't need investigative authority to know that's not right. A site visit anywhere would have demonstrated this fraud, and we wouldn't have squandered $250 million. So we did not need investigative authority at MDE to stop it. It should have been stopped. There were warning signs, there were whistleblowers, and it was not dealt with, and now they're coming. But now establishing an office that is strong, that has subpoena authority, that can really proactively investigate and cooperate ongoing with law enforcement to ensure that these fraudsters are brought to justice, that is a good thing. But I don't want to let the Minnesota Department of Education off the hook when this could have easily been prevented with one site visit. So thank you, Madam Chair, for including this language in the bill. I am excited to get after these nasty people who take our money.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank the bill author for such a great bill and take 2 seconds to just highlight, someone mentioned USA News and Reports on High Schools today, and I would encourage everyone to take a look at that list. I am very proud that our community is much higher in that list than they used to be, and I'm very impressed with the commitment that they've made to our students. And someone asked, I challenge anyone in the majority to stand up and say your district is happy with the changes from last year. And I can stand up and confidently say our district is.
The member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. There is so much that has already been said, and we've been talking for a long time today. But I do want to just talk about, just focus, obviously, my comments on literacy. Just like Representative Bakeberg, my #1 reason for running for office is education. And I know many of you on the other side of the aisle that education is important. This is a bipartisan concern. And it also happens to be the #1 probably issue of our families. Even if you don't have any children or you don't have any school-age children, you have nieces, you have nephews, you have grandchildren, brothers and sisters who have children that are in our school system right now. Everyone cares about education, and everyone wants their child to have a good education. And part of that, really the foundation of that, is reading. And while we talk about the massive steps that we made last year, it was incredibly underfunded. Many of that money did not go to our classrooms. They went to some other place at the U of M or to MDE, and did not allow either enough resources, enough time, enough clarity for our classrooms to be able to do this momentous change, a change that we all agreed needed to happen. And so, coming back in our second year here of the biennium, the goal of what we're supposed to do is to focus our funding on where it is needed the most. And since a foundational skill is reading, and we are trying to shift to the science of reading, that's what I'd like us to do. Since we're trying to do that, that should have been our focus. I was talking to one of my principals the day after we debated the Ed Poly bill. And he was asking me how things were going, and I said, you know, I tried really hard to get a mandate moratorium except for the READ Act so that you guys could focus, because I know you're really trying to implement this with fidelity and integrity. And he goes, oh my goodness, did that pass? That would have been amazing. And I said, I'm sorry, it did not pass. And I said, actually, the Ed Poly bill and the Ed Phi bill, they actually have a couple more mandates. And he looked at me and he said, please tell me you're joking. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not. It is a priority for our schools to teach reading. I don't think there's anything more important than that. As we heard from the civil rights activists, from the Right to Read movie, this is the civil rights issue of the day. Reading is what opens the doors to growth, opportunity, and prosperity. If you can't access information in the information age, you are left out. You are left to a life of dependency, and the statistics show it. It should be the number one priority. And in my years of being here at the legislature, all we've heard is pushback from charlatans of reading instruction. Pushback from MDE that, oh, well, we shouldn't have been able to be held accountable. We only really have 2 people focusing on literacy out of 400 employees. Several million more dollars that we've given to MDE, several millions of dollars that we've given to the U of M. The majority of that money that was in the READ Act is for things other than the classroom, other than our teachers, other than our students. And we had a chance today to make sure that more funding went to the number one priority of teaching our students how to read, the core foundation of how we learn to learn. Can't read, you can't learn. That's how it works. And we should have, as a body, not just in the education committee, as a body, this should have been the number one priority. We should have taken the money instead of putting it all over and spreading it around as thin as we can, just kind of Band-Aid out of a lot of things, made core investments in literacy. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. One of the first things that I learned from the previous chair of Education Finance was that we put our money where our morals are. I learned that from the previous chair of Education Finance. He's not here anymore. We put our money where our morals are. It is an injustice to not teach students how to read. And if our morality is supposed to be reflected in where we invest, should have been more investment here. This bill falls short. I would encourage a red vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Vernig.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could talk about the role of the school board members. I could talk about what it was like to change from the Chiefs to the Cougars back in 1994, 95. I could talk about critical infrastructure. I will never miss an opportunity to talk about roofs on the floor or in committee ever. I could talk about absenteeism and how important that demonstration project is going to be for 9 schools and then all of those that will benefit from what we learn. I could talk about health standards. I work with school nurses, and I can tell you that there are teachers out there clamoring for health standards. There are nurses clamoring for health standards. There are students clamoring for health standards. I can tell you that Miss Davison in the 4th grade taught my daughter about periods and prepared her for when that time came, and I am so thankful for health standards to be developed. I'm going to talk about the READ Act. I have 3 children. I have a 2nd grader, a 6th grader, and an 8th grader. My 2nd grader and 6th grader picked up reading quite easily. When my 6th grader and 8th grader, my 2 oldest, when my 2nd grader started school, we recognized something wasn't quite right. He wasn't picking up reading. He wasn't understanding. It was the same school, the same teachers, the same curriculum. I come from a school district that up until just recently was a reading recovery school district. And when he was not tracking, the teachers came to me and said, "Oh, don't let him get in reading recovery. Don't let him get in reading recovery. He will not graduate." If we did not have the READ Act last year, I firmly believe my school district would still be employing reading recovery to this day. My child has learned to read, not because of the curriculum at the district, but because of private tutoring. I can afford that. I have family who supports that. We can make that happen, and that is not every student in the state of Minnesota. I believe the READ Act will provide the resources to kids across the state, not just in my great school district, 196, but all students. It sets a framework. It gives teachers resources and a path forward. Is there work to be done? Yes, I firmly believe that. But I also firmly believe that in the years to come, there will be a lot of kids like mine that won't have to struggle, but who will be able to move forward and read at grade level. Districts and students are doing well with what you call mandates or investments. They need it, it's important, and we do put the money where our morals are. The significant investment in our, I wasn't here last year, right? $17 billion, I hear that. But this budget, the largest portion of the money goes towards the READ Act, and it is vitally important on both sides of the aisle. So I thank you, Chair Youakim. I thank you, everyone who worked on this, both now and last year. I thank Representative Edelson for everything that she did, because the READ Act will ensure that kids like mine and others across the state will learn to read. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we all want our kids to read. Mine have grown, and they're not in the school districts anymore. But I think there's good reason why the teachers are frustrated and education is feeling stressed, because the message everyone heard is historic investments. We heard it over and over, and they thought it was going to be a magnificent improvement across the state. And what's happening is teacher layoffs, district cuts, and they have more work on their plate than they ever have had before. We have great teachers in Minnesota. We always have. But we are not the shining light on the hill. We can say all we want to say, but all you have to do is look at the numbers. There are states that are going up in their rankings, and we should be following the same. The other reality is when we had a $17.5 billion surplus, because I was here last year, we made a choice to grow government by 40%. We grew government by 40%, and we made a choice to do that. Instead of bringing the money out of St. Paul to Hermantown, to Proctor, to Two Harbors, to Grand Marais, to Ely, you name the city, Le Sueur, we brought the money to St. Paul. And that is why our teachers are confused on how this historic investment is going to change their life in the classroom for their kids and all of your kids. And so while we told them it was a historic investment, it's really become a historic disappointment. It doesn't matter what tagline we want to brand it as, they're living it every day. In fact, just this week I got messages, every one of my districts is in cuts. How are they in cuts with a historic investment when we had $2.2 billion? And the amount of money that they're in cuts is exactly the difference from a 4% and 2% on that formula. If you would have cloned the Republican bill and taken a 5% and 5%, it would equal the cuts. $737,000 short for one district. The other one, $500,000 to $600,000. The other one is $500,000. And that's not even what's going to happen in 25-26. So I urge you to go back and ask your teachers what's going to happen. Because we haven't seen the beginning of picketing. And we don't have $17.5 billion because we spent it in 5 months. So I can see why our teachers are frustrated. They have every right to be frustrated. Because they were sold a bill of goods, that it was going to just be monumentally changing their lives. It's changed their lives all right. It's changed their lives with less time with the kids, more work on their plate, and they're tired. And they're wondering how they're going to retire. And they didn't get the pension reform they wanted either. They got it reduced to 65. So the victory lap isn't going to happen in your communities. We can do it down here in St. Paul, in this chamber, but it's not the victory lap the teachers and the educators and the districts are taking. There is a lot of work to do in education, and we're going to need to buckle up and get it done so that our kids have the atmosphere they deserve, and so do the teachers. Thank you.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Chair Youakim, Vice Chair Clardy, for just the respectful committee, your hard work. It's much appreciated. And thank you to our CA Polly and the rest of the staff who helped things run smoothly as well. That was great to work with all of you. I'll just share a few of the things I do support in this bill, and I appreciate the special ed teacher pipeline in here. I think it's going to help our local schools grow some more special ed teachers and meet those needs. The READ Act, the food service flexibility, as Representative Bakeberg spoke about, the attendance pilot, good things. There are some concerning factors to me. I'll talk about reading, and we are addressing that, and I know on both sides of the aisle we value literacy. And I've said before, reading and literacy, as we would call it, was my favorite part of teaching, and it still is. I can walk into a bookstore or a library and just be in my glory. And it's probably don't bring my money or credit cards into bookstores because that's dangerous for me. But I loved teaching reading, and my students, watching their eyes light up when you found a book that they loved. And I used to, actually, I brought my dog to school every year for his birthday. And some of you met Coulter, my previous dog, who used to come to the Capitol sometimes. I actually taught him how to read. He read 3 different words on flashcards. I could hold the word sit, and he would sit down, and he'd lay down and put his paw out, and I'd bring him to school. I'd do that for my students, and they loved it. And I would say, you know what? If Coulter doesn't practice, he forgets his words. And that's how it is for you all, too. You need to practice reading. You got to read, read, read. And it was true. My dog, every year, I didn't brush him up on it until right before I brought him to school. And I'd hold one word up, sit, and he'd do all 3 at the same time because he knew it was one of them until I worked it through again, and he got good at them. But anyway, it's so fun to get kids excited to read. And I welcome the changes in the READ Act that we saw. It's greatly underfunded. And I know, you're in a hard spot. You have to balance many, many things. But I look at the reading crisis right now, where less than half of students can read at grade level. And I compare it to the various crises that we've dealt with in the legislature, at least during my time here. For example, I remember there was years where we had great flooding. And we met as a body and passed special legislation to fund the flooding, the issues with that. I remember the bird flu crisis where millions of birds, chickens and turkeys, right, that were dying, and we funded that. Well, when we have 500,000 kids in our state who aren't reading at grade level, that's a crisis because they grow up into children, into adults, from children to adults that can't read. And that puts them on many different paths, having a hard time finding a good job, hard time affording to take care of their families, and so on. So I look at last session, we put about $70 million into the READ Act. And this session, another approximately $37 million. $70 million last year when we gave $194 million to a high-speed train to Duluth, or what was it, $730 million to this big palace that we're building here for all of us who will be here next year. Even $120 million to legalize marijuana. So I mentioned that in committee when we were closing, and I said, well, when these kids who can't read well grow up to be adults who can't read well, and they're finding it very frustrating, I guess at least they'll have pot around that they can smoke and soothe those frustrations that they're feeling, right? I mean, that's kind of bad, but that's true. So it's a concern. It's a big concern. It concerns me that there's more mandates in this bill. It's like 65 weren't enough last year, and I did hear one of the school superintendents call those torpedoes. So we have now sent a salvo of torpedoes onto our schools, and now we're even adding more. Parents vote with their feet. And a lot of families have pulled their kids out of schools the last number of years. And they're doing it because they're frustrated, because it's not meeting the needs of their children. Since 2019, when Governor Wells entered office, our reading proficiency has gone down 16%, math proficiency 17%, science proficiency 23%, and I could go on. And we could blame it on this and blame it on that, but we need to deal with it now. We dealt with the pandemic when that came. We disagreed on various methods, but I know tons of money was thrown into that. Well, we better start funding and doing a good job with taking care of our students who can't read, and even those who can, let's bring them farther. Students vote with their actions. Got lots of behavior problems in our school right now. I would bet that a lot of it is related to literacy and not being able to read, because when you can't read, you struggle in every other subject. And kids know that inside. They know when they can't read well. So I'll stop now. I appreciate the work, but I am voting no on this bill. It's tough because I love education and there's some good things in this bill, but I just don't think it makes the grade. So thank you much.
The member from Dakota, Representative Clardy.
Good evening. I'd like to uplift a couple aspects in this bill that haven't been addressed. And one of them is student teaching. We have a pilot program for student teachers, and it's going to give us students from 7 different colleges and universities in Minnesota, and they will be right in the classrooms in the 24-25 school year. And we keep talking about how important it is to have that pipeline to have teachers in the school. So that's one thing that I'm really proud about that's in the bill. The second thing is we have a special ed partnership project that's going on with our intermediate school districts. And with that, they will be training students. So it's people that are already working in the system that probably do not have a bachelor's degree, but that are working with the special ed kids. So it's a perfect training ground. And then they will be partnering with Mankato, or University of Minnesota at Mankato, to get their accreditations in EBD and ASD. So we're getting students that will be highly qualified to go right into the classrooms. Those are really big, 2 aspects that are really going to help our educational system. And then on a personal note, I wanted to just remind you, I've been teaching for 28 years, but one thing you probably might not know about me is I grew up in Burnsville, and that was back in the 50s. We were the first Black family out there, and the reason I'm bringing that up is there's a lot of discussion about the importance of culturally relevant materials, okay? So there's a lot of stuff that my family went through, but I want to fast forward to when I had a child. And she went to a school, and me as a parent and a family had to uplift that whole piece that wasn't being done in schools. And I just want you to just think for a minute about your background and think if you were the only one in your elementary school, in your neighborhood, in your high school, and if you never saw anything in your books that just affirmed you or validated who you were. It does make a difference. I have a note from a teacher that my daughter got when she was little. And it said, "Please keep the beads quiet in her hair." That was her teacher. So the point being is the culturally relevant books are not just for kids of color, but they're for the adults and the people in the community, so they understand the why this is a discussion and why it's important to also have ethnic studies. So that's my story. I'm sticking with it. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a very robust debate. Of course, we'll run through the thank yous, and I'll start with the nonpartisan staff. And I see that Mr. Strom has switched sides on us. He keeps going back and forth. But I want to thank all of the nonpartisan staff. All the work you do and all the great questions that you answer very quickly for us and turn things around when we need those. It's just fantastic. And of course, to the partisan staff on the DFL side, you guys are great. It's fun to catch you off the floor once in a while and share treats. And so, Polly, that was fantastic tonight. I can't vote for the bill, but it was a really, really good treat. Nice try. And of course, Jody on our side as well. To the members and all the members, Vice Chair Clardy and Representative Chair Youakim, thank you very much. The conversations we had, I believe, got to a bill that we have today that has some really good pieces in it and has some things that need some work. And to the members on our side, Representative Bennett, who I always enjoy working with and covers me when I'm late for committee. Thank you very much. That's nice. So to the bill, I'll say it this way. We all have the same people coming in and out of our offices. We all hear the frustrations. Not very often do the people that come to one member's office and then to my office, they're not there to share everything that's going on wonderfully in their worlds. They're here to share their frustrations. And the nature of this place is they're going to share those frustrations differently based on perspectives and, frankly, who's going to listen to their problem of the day. And I get that. I get how that works. And we've heard here today from Rochester, which luckily is supported and has a lot of good things with the Mayo Clinic, all the way up to a War Road that in a one-room schoolhouse that's very remote. And so we hear these different stories and all these different things, and our job many times as legislators is to listen to the frustration, but to boil that back and try to find the best solution that gives the more local control and the control to the people that are closest to the problems. There are some very good provisions in this bill, and I think going after the problems at hand, the literacy rates and the math scores and all of that that's in front of us, we've all heard those, and we come after them from different angles. My biggest frustration is allowing the outside voices to take on too much power. And frankly, when I see that we have groups already trying to influence the curriculum for the READ Act and the curriculum that's going to go there, that really profoundly worries me that we are going down the path of letting interest groups and companies that can create materials and make money off this. They're more interested in putting a product out that's going to sell and be at a price point for schools than they are actually coming after literacy rates. And we saw that. That's what got us here. And so, members, all of these worries are real. They're real. And what we have in front of us is a bill that hits the mark on some areas and I think falls woefully short in others. And it's not because a lack of effort. My goodness, this is some of the hardest working legislators I've served with across the aisle and on our side. And when you hear Representative Hill talk about his experience in the school, Chair Youakim when she talks about her experiences, or Representative Bakeberg or Bennett or myself or Mueller, we're living those and we're seeing them and we're bringing those in real time and in real life here, and we're looking at them through different prisms of light. And one bill, one idea can't solve all that. Absolutely, we need to be culturally relevant. Absolutely, we need to expand minds. And absolutely, we need to let the teachers run with that. We don't need to be pushing that from the top. Members, expectations matter. We can put the best out there that we can, and then we have to let our teachers, our parents, take it from there. We talk a lot about mandates here. Let's not forget the other mandates that our kids feel. When they come from a broken family, or when they come from difficult situations of being bullied, or when they're dealing with all the other things that life has to offer, those mandates and frustrations are equally bad. And when you compound those on top of really heavy mandates that we feel like 134 members must tell them how to do things, we have the tendency to make it worse. We have the tendency to make it worse. So let's not make mediocrity equality. Let's not do that. Let's not close the belief gap. Let's close the belief gap, and let's believe in our students once again. Let's believe in our teachers, and let's let them do the job that we know they can do well. And finally, let's challenge our students through academic rigor and not put ideology into the curriculum. Let's let them reach their best potentials. And I'll say this again, I just don't see how we create the next generation of citizens with hatred for your country, for your ideas, and for your religion. Members, I'll be voting red on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, really, thank you for the robust discussion tonight. We've had some of them in committee. We've had some of them in my office, and I thank those who've taken me up on that opportunity. It always helps to have bills to look at, to get things done. We try to do that flexibility. And we did some really good work this year. Now, I know we share a different way to get to the same path in the same place, but I know we all agree that our students are where we should be focusing on, and that what's best for our students should be that end goal. And I do honestly believe when we do work together, we can do good things. I did hear a lot of catchphrases tonight, and I've never been good at that, about getting these little quippy things that fit on a bumper sticker. Anybody that's talked to me about equalization knows that. But our kids deserve more than bumper sticker politics. And I want us to be really careful about that here. Because we tend to fall into it. I keep hearing that number 65, and we've had that discussion earlier tonight. My door still remains open if you want to go through each and every one of the things we've directed our schools to do and the funds we gave them to do it. Now, I've been at this for a while. I came into politics in 2003 because ECFE saved my children from me. It gave me the tools to be a better parent, and they were going to cut and decimate the program. And that's how I got involved. And those, shortly after 2003, you talked about schools being worse off now. They were taking loans out because we shifted from giving them 90% of their funding the first part of the year to 60%. That was a Governor Pawlenty shift, 60-40. Luckily, we're finally back up to that 90-10. I'm also really, really proud of the work we did last year because we had a lot of ground to catch up on. Like I said before, 3 years of 0%. That is really hard to climb out of. And that is why I keep saying, and it's not a catchy phrase or politics here, you can't turn around 20 years of funding overnight. We did not fix everything for schools last year. I wish we could, but we did fix a lot for kids. We talk about the money we put in our schools, but we also know that kids can't learn how to read if they're hungry. We did universal meals. Kids can't learn how to do math when they don't know where they're going to sleep that night. We put money into housing. We put money into economic development so their parents have jobs. We put money into transportation. We put money into access of health care. There was a lot of things we did that wrap around our children so that when they do go to school and we do make those investments, that it can really, really stick. The READ Act, someone said it on the floor tonight. System change is hard, and it takes time, and we're going to keep investing in that. I'm proud of the work we did around the special education cross-subsidy, ELL funding, CTE, universal meals, but what I'm most proud of, sounds silly, but indexing the formula to inflation. I have been talking about that for 20 years because our districts needed the stability moving forward, and we did that. Districts will have a 2% base. No more 0% increases for our schools, which puts them backwards. Members, this is really hard work. It's hard work. You're not going to make everybody happy. You're not going to be able to say yes to everybody. But if you keep our students at the center, I think we can all get there together. Members, it's a supplemental budget year. We got very lucky to have more money to spend on our kids. And this bill before you does that. It invests what we did on last session. It reinvests more investments in the READ Act. It provides our districts flexibility and funds for innovation, puts more teachers in our classrooms, keeps more students in our classrooms, and we take some comprehensive look at some of the systems that we have so that we can keep moving forward. And I really do hope from all the conversation that we've had tonight that these conversations start earlier than on the House floor next time, and that we work together towards these goals, because I really do believe that once we do that, we can do big things. So members, you have a very efficient and effective piece of legislation in front of you, and I would ask for a yes vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, yes.
Carol, I. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, I. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, I. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File number 3492. Agbadje, Howard, and Myers.
The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2476. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 2476, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to children, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House File 2476 is the supplemental budget bill from the Children and Families Committee for the Human Services side of our budget. And it really continues the theme this evening that Chair Youakim referenced at the end of her remarks about putting young people at the center of the work that we do. This bill contains provisions across 5 categories, which may seem like a bit much, but I think it's going to be an easy way to explain it to you members. First, a number of provisions that relate to child protection in our state's child welfare system, which is incredibly important, under a great deal of scrutiny, as it certainly should be, given the importance of keeping young people safe. The bill contains provisions to reform that system, to reform how we review and address fatalities among kids as a result of maltreatment, put us on a path to improve the system in a number of ways, funding for kinship grants to prevent kids from being placed in foster care with non-relatives at times when they don't need to be with their parents, instead want to have them be with relatives, with families and friends. Number of other provisions, that's area number 1. Area number 2, addressing food insecurity, a spike in the number of Minnesotans visiting food shelves. And so we have funding for food shelves, for food banks, for tribal food sovereignty, and for a summer meal program, $10 million per biennium, unlocking $100 million in federal funding to make sure that young people have food, continuing the popular and really effective universal school meals program that we adopted last session. That's topic number 2. Topic number 3, homelessness. $4 million in funding to address emerging needs in homelessness and shelters that may be at risk of closing across our state. Area number 4, early care and learning, reforming our state's child care licensing system to address when there is a violation, making sure that we're aiming resources and attention at those areas that are particularly at risk for child safety. And funding to improve child development associate degrees for folks who do this important work. And the final area is to continue our investment in the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, the new state agency members, that we adopted last session, and we want to make sure that that agency gets off to the same great start that that agency is going to help young people to get off to a great start as well. Members, I know we're going to discuss a lot of the particular issues within the bills we get to amendments. I do want to make sure that I don't forget and have the time to thank some folks, starting with my vice chair, Representative Keeler, who's been a great partner in this work and sharing her expertise and passion with me, and I've been so grateful to her, to Lee Daniels of his cordial partnership, to all the members of our committee, to Committee Administrator Coley Colburn, Legislative Assistant Caleb Rohrer, and Media Staffer Gina Vega, our incredible partisan research staffers Molly Peterson and Jody Withers, nonpartisan staff Annie Mock, Sarah Sunderman, Doug Berg, and Solveig Beckel. The revisor staff, which I need to thank because they've spent a huge amount of time and energy, Dean Treffs and Cassie Rooney, our pages, Florence Awatu and Maddie Ryan, and interns Lillian Jones, Victoire Makana. Members, as with everything, this is a huge team effort to bring this forward. I'm looking forward to the discussion amendments and getting this bill moved tonight, move to amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pinto moves to amend House File Number 2476, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Pinto, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, the A4 amendment addresses a provision that was brought to us by Representative Finke, for which I'm grateful, to make sure that transgender folks in our state have a shelter that meets their needs. What the provision does is invests some funding to do analysis, real estate, et cetera, to make sure that we can have a shelter that is in place to do that. And what the amendment does principally is to name the recipient of that funding, which is Propel Nonprofits, and provides a little more guidance as to exactly how that would work. I'd ask for members' support, and there will be a secondary amendment to have a little tweak on this.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Pinto moves to amend the Pinto amendment to House File Number 2476 as follows. The amendment to the amendment is coded A15.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A15 amendment simply contains that tweak that I've referenced, confirming that the intended audience, those who would be using this shelter, are transgender adults. And so that's the change we have in the amendment. And so I'd ask for your support of this secondary amendment.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. There being no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hudson moves to amend the Pinto amendment to House File Number 2476. The amendment to the amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Hudson, to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Pinto. And I also acknowledge the work of Vice Chair Keeler on this as well. You guys have been very responsive to concerns that were raised in committee. The underlying A4 amendment is certainly goes a long way towards addressing concerns that were addressed in committee, and I appreciate that. What the A17 amendment to the A4 amendment would do is, instead of giving this appropriation to Propel Nonprofits, we would provide it to the better known entity, which is the Wilder Foundation. While there can be debate on whether and how much money we continue to pour into nonprofits, if that's the direction the majority continues to follow, we should at least be very selective with which nonprofits are receiving taxpayer funds. And I will just again point out, we saw this report from the Nonpartisan Office of Legislative Auditor last year, where they very specifically told us in very reasonable and not at all uncertain terms that this practice of naming entities that we give appropriations to is not a best practice for grant management in the state of Minnesota. It creates problems when we have entities, which we have seen in various cases that we'll discuss later on in this process, that engage in either bad faith or just lack of due diligence or make honest mistakes. We tie our hands by directly saying we're going to give this much money to these people no matter what. But in spite of that warning from the Office of Legislative Auditor, the majority continues to engage in this practice. So if we're going to do that, I think we at least ought to buffer the risk as much as possible by picking an entity that is a known quantity and that has proven time and again that they can be trusted, and Wilder Foundation falls into that category. I would ask members to vote yes.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hudson, I've appreciated the conversation we've had about this in the last week or so. Of course, this amendment would, in fact, name an entity. I'll note that Propel Nonprofits is a well-respected entity, and we can, everybody who voted for a budget bill last year, just to remember, you were voting for provisions that imposed all sorts of restrictions, all sorts of vetting on nonprofits receiving funding. And I look into Chair Olson for her leadership on that. There's quite a lot of work, and Chair Cleavorn and others. So all those provisions are in place. The challenge with the Wilder Foundation, which was named in an earlier version of this, is that Wilder Foundation has said, we do not have the capacity to do this. We've had conversations with them. You'll note that they are named in a different provision in the bill, so we do have some funding coming to them. But actually, we've had specific conversations. They've said, hey, we need to have all kinds of board steps, all kinds of things. And so, members, I would ask you to vote no. The intended recipient of this amendment is saying, hey, we're not the right ones to receive this. Propel Nonprofits is, in fact, in place to do so. And we will have all the vetting that we put in place last spring. We can be very, very proud of. So I'd ask members to vote no on the secondary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hudson, for bringing this. And would Representative Pinto yield to a question?
He will yield to a question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pinto, I work with a lot of nonprofits, and I have never heard of this one. And I started looking, and they're more of a capacity building, intermediary nonprofit. They don't look like they are a direct service provider. And is that specifically what you're shooting for with listing this nonprofit to provide this service in this particular contract?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, so Representative Nadeau, I guess I wouldn't necessarily think that a direct service provider would be the right. When I think of a direct service provider, I think of an organization that is themselves providing service, let's say, to somebody who's hungry or somebody who's homeless. This is a study to say, what are the real estate and other needs to establish a shelter? And so I guess what I'd say is, no, I think that I would expect that Propel would do some of the work. You'll note that some language in the bill would say that they certainly could bring in others who have expertise to look at this. But no, I guess I wouldn't think that direct service provision would be the right characteristic to look for with this anyway.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Representative Pinto. There's a number of very, very well-established organizations that do real estate development, that do search. They have the capacity to do this. They have the relationships with the people that actually build shelters. They build group homes. They provide affordable housing. I mean, this is not rocket science to do this. And like I say, I'm just curious, and I don't mean to be argumentative, but it just seems out of place, and especially when best practices are not to list. I mean, I work in contracts, and we do RFPs, and they are egregiously difficult. They're hard, they're long, but you know what? We do it because it's accountable, and we do it because it's transparent, and we do it because it's the right thing to do because we're using somebody's money. So I know that Representative Hudson's amendment is just trying to move it to a different organization. And my question is, and maybe I might be out of line, Madam Speaker, and if I am, I can ask my question on the underlying amendment. But my question is, why are you specifying a nonprofit? Why aren't you having the commissioner actually do an RFP and find those people to come and do a request and say, you know what, we've done this work, we can do this work. Why are we specifying this? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Pinto, that's a terrific question. I will note that if you vote in favor of the amendment, as you say, you'll be voting for a specifically named nonprofit. So you wouldn't be solving, if you've identified a problem, you won't be solving it by voting for the amendment. But in any case, a particular reason to do that is because of the time that it takes. You know, if you have an RFP, various things go out. We really do want to make sure that we get a study back. I will remind you and all of the provisions that those of us who voted for those budget bills put in place, enacted into law to make sure to really vet nonprofits. And I guess I would say to you, to the extent that there are other nonprofits or organizations that could do this really important and needed work, we're talking about providing shelter for people who are in real great need of that. Of course, you'd be welcome to talk to those folks and introduce an amendment. You know, we've spoken with Propel Nonprofits. They are willing and able to do this work. The nonprofit that's named in this amendment is not, and I don't see, there's not another nonprofit named. So to my mind, that kind of says, hey, we want to make sure to get this work done. We can do so quickly and effectively in time to be able to move on getting shelter for people who need it by next session. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I speak in support of Representative Pinto on this issue, having Propel nonprofits remain. I am very familiar with Propel. I've known the organization. The roots go back many years ago to when they used to be the Nonprofit Assistance Fund. They're very involved with helping working with a number of nonprofits, keeping them financially stable, and offering many assistance programs to help educate folks on finances, and they ended up combining with another organization, becoming Propel, where they provide a lot of assistance to nonprofit agencies in many areas, including this type of area. They do excellent work in increasing the services that nonprofit agencies do, better governance, better results. I think this is a great organization for this to be staying with.
Further discussion to the Hudson Amendment to the amendment. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Pinto, Representative Nadeau, Representative Fisher, for your input onto this amendment to the amendment. I'm going to ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why I'm asking for a roll call and pressing on this issue, the arguments that have been offered from the majority might be persuasive if it weren't for the lines in the underlying amendment starting in 1.7 through 1.9, where it turns out Propel Nonprofits is not the end of this chain. Quoting from the underlying amendment, Propel Nonprofits may contract or consult with other vendors or entities as necessary to complete any portion of the needs analysis and site analysis. So it would certainly appear as though Propel Nonprofits could potentially be a pass-through entity that farms out this work to God knows who, utilizing God knows what methodology with no real accountability, which is kind of the worst of all worlds, because not only are we naming the entity that we're going to provide this appropriation to, but we're not actually holding them specifically accountable for doing the work. We're potentially having them farm it out to other people who we don't even know who they are, to do it in whatever way they apparently see fit. I don't think that is a best practice. As far as the point regarding Wilder Foundation, you actually bolster my confidence in Wilder Foundation by saying that they've stated that they're not willing to take this on at this time. The appropriation can be utilized, as far as I understand it, at any point. They don't have to do it today. They can do it when their bandwidth opens up, when they have the capacity to take it on. The fact that they're willing to recognize, you know what, we have limited capacity. We're an entity that has to have certain checks and balances in our process in order to approve this, in order to make it go forward. That bolsters my confidence that they're actually dotting their I's and crossing their T's. And so if there is a delay as a result of their limited bandwidth, I think that's acceptable for the trade-off of being able to have an entity that's named, that's accountable, that is not going to farm it out to God knows who to do God knows what, and is going to get the job done in a manner that is befitting the reputation that they have earned. And so, members, I would suggest that you vote green. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel votes aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle votes no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. Representative Freiberg.
I vote no.
Freiberg votes no. There being 61 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Pinto.
I just ask for member support.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield?
He will yield for a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pinto, could you state for the body what statute are you citing from last session that provided additional guidance over the way that nonprofits are governed?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Boy, I will admit you're really testing me there. I don't know if somebody be able to. I'm hoping that somebody will be able to get me something, get me some information. So we're going to work on that. Oh, Representative Hornstein, it looks like he's going to be able to help with that.
Representative Schultz, are you asking Representative Hornstein to yield?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Hornstein would yield to that question.
Representative Hornstein will yield. Representative
Thank you,
Hornstein.
Madam Speaker. I believe it's 163.981.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. 163.91? 981.
Representative Hornstein.
I misread it. 16B.981.
Perfect. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Hornstein. I appreciate it. You want to add on to that? All right. Would Representative Pinto yield?
Representative Pinto will yield. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So actually, Representative Schultz, there's another one too, 245.095. And I'm guessing because of the number, that might be, I don't mean to be challenging the expertise of Chair Hornstein, but I'll just point out, this is all over the place. This is all over the place. But anyway, at least 245.095 might be another one to look up. Representative Schultz.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate a little free-wielding discussion tonight since we are approaching 10 o'clock this evening. Thinking about this, Madam Speaker, I'm curious, and maybe Representative Pinto could answer, if we are providing for these dollars to go to the Propel nonprofits, and then they contract or consult with other vendors as necessary, based upon those two state statutes that we just talked about, would additional nonprofits or organizations be held to the same standards that were put into law last year?
Representative Schultz, are you asking Representative Pinto to yield?
Yes, I am.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, Representative Schultz. So as you could tell from this scramble, and I have to see if 245.095 is even the right one because we're moving fast here. What I'd say, Representative Schultz, is that the provisions. So I guess I'm not quite sure. Right, is the answer to the question. I know the provisions that were put in would say that the entity receives funds. Like, we want to make sure that they're stable, that there's been vetted, et cetera. But as far as the next step down, I'm not quite positive. I'll point out, though, if there is that form of, if you want to call it subcontracting, the idea is that, like, the entity receiving the funds they're ultimately responsible to come back to us, right, with a response to what we've asked them to do. Like, they're the ones responsible. And so what we're doing is saying to them, we want you to come back with, in this case, help us identify what we need to do in terms of this shelter. And so ultimately, they are the ones who are responsible. So it's a little bit hard for me to give this particular answer on the fly. This wasn't something I was expecting to be able to look up. But I will say that we can have that confidence that that entity that we're giving the funding to, they're the ones responsible to come back to us with the information that we need.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Pinto. I'm exceedingly concerned with the general direction of our state. For the Minnesotans listening, there was over $500 million provided to nonprofit organizations literally last session in 2023. And now we have more money in this bill that provides for more money to nonprofit organizations. And whatever the specific purpose that's in mind, we can't, it sounds like in this particular amendment, we cannot ascertain exactly the use that these dollars will be used for. Obviously, we hope that it's going to be going for the purpose outlined here, but I'm really concerned about it. I'm concerned about the general direction that we're headed, and then to just the underlying topic. This particular amendment has to deal with homelessness. Homelessness in our community, homelessness across the state. And I'm just gonna ask the question for the body. How's our economy doing in Minnesota? When we've got a bill chock full of additional dollars for things like homelessness, for things like needing food. We have seen news reports after news reports in our state that year over year, during the last few years, since a certain person took up 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, that our economy in Minnesota and across our country has gone in the wrong direction. And the impact of that, Madam Speaker, is that there are more and more people who can't afford their lives, whether in Minnesota or across this country, because of too much government spending and too much government intervention in their lives. And the result of that is literally people can't afford the food to eat or their housing. And what we've seen during this legislative session, during the time of the DFL trifecta in Minnesota, that Minnesotans have had $10 billion worth of new taxes, and that it has gone to nonprofit organizations. And it's frustrating when Minnesotans are hurting that the focus isn't on putting more money back in their pockets and helping our economy grow. We had an opportunity during this session to cut taxes, to return the money to Minnesotans, to put the money back in their pockets. And when they go to work, to literally ensure that we're not taxing them as much.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry, Representative Owen.
What business are we on at the moment?
We are on the A4 amendment as amended. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what the majority leader wants to say is he's in the business of bringing more money to nonprofit organizations instead of helping Minnesotans afford their lives in Minnesota, making Minnesota more affordable. Because since 2020, Americans have lost more than 25% of their purchasing power because of too much government spending, because of too many tax increases, $10 billion worth of tax increases. And for the sake of the people who live in the Twin Cities, who my guess is would be the target of the vast majority of this bill.
Representative Schultz, I will remind you that assuming Majority Leader Long's intention as to his comment is prohibited by this body, if you could confine your remarks to the issue that is before the body.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. This is about handing more money to nonprofit organizations, potentially handing it to nonprofit organizations so that they can then give it to other organizations who aren't under the same stipulations of the state government. And we have a bill before us that does a lot of that. In this instance, I think it's $100,000, but we can't afford it. We cannot afford it. And the reason we can't afford it, Madam Speaker, is because of all of this government spending, a $73 billion budget, 36.5% increase in state spending, the result of that is literally we are going to have a budget deficit next year, literally next year. Tonight, our conversation has been centered around families, and it's been centered around education and our kids. We are not going to be able to fund our schools if we continue wasting money and handing it to nonprofit organizations. We literally cannot afford it, which is why we should vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Pinto. Then Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the deference, Chair Pinto. So I really appreciate the fact that Chair Pinto has put it on the record that we're moving really fast tonight. I appreciate that. That's something to have down on the books. Genuinely, I want to be as efficient in debate as possible here, so I'm going to defer on continue to expound upon the points regarding nonprofits until we get to third reading, because we're going to talk about that anyway. But I do want to try to flesh out a little bit of kind of legislative intent here. Having sat on the Children and Families Committee, I'm curious as to how I largely know, but I want to kind of fill in some gaps of how we got from where we started with the bill as introduced by the original author, Representative Finke, to where the provision currently landed in House File 2476. And so I would ask if Representative Finke would be willing to yield.
Representative Finke will yield. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Finke. So as I recall, when your bill was originally presented in Children and Families, you spoke to the need to provide, the urgent need, as I recall it being described, to perform this needs analysis in order to determine what type of public policy is necessary to provide for, at the time it was described as LGBT youth homelessness. That's now been amended somewhat. And I recall that the entity that was being provided the appropriation to begin with was an entity called Our Space, if I recall. And as I remember, you went to great length describing the process in engaging with stakeholders to determine that that should be the entity that engages with this. My question is kind of twofold, and maybe it's the same, we'll see. Are you confident that this provision as it currently stands, with Propel Nonprofits being the named recipient of the appropriation, that process is going to result in fulfilling your original legislative intent? And then secondarily, given the fact that there's the opportunity for them to contract and consult with other vendors, do you anticipate that an entity such as Our Space might be involved in this process?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Hudson, for your question. I want to just quickly thank Chair Pinto for the work he has done shepherding through this. As you said, this is an urgent bill. This is filling an urgent need. This is something that came directly from advocates in the homelessness space who work with LGBTQ people, especially trans and queer people who are facing homelessness. My community faces homelessness at rates far greater than any other member of the queer community, and basically almost any community, frankly. It was originally youth. We had the word youth in the bill because I learned this as we went here. In the world of homelessness services, youth is up to age 24. And the request from the community came specifically asking, right? It came from an organization that serviced homeless teens and children, and they said, we are getting an influx of people who are requesting our services who are over 18 and over, and we just don't serve those people. That's not the community that our organization serves. They're trying to be they're going to traditional shelters. We can talk, hopefully we don't have to talk too much about this, but traditional shelter spaces are a very difficult communities for trans people. We can just be honest about that. And they said, we need a trans shelter. We need a place specifically for the people who are coming to Minnesota because of the amazing and powerful work that we have done. And we have a place where we can give them a safe place to sleep at night where they don't have to worry about the people surrounding them. So that's how we got to the spot that we needed. I met with 14 organizations. We did a big community conversation about how this work should look. An organization came to the top of that conversation. As you said, Representative Hudson, it was Our Space. As the process moved forward, it changed to Wilder. As the process moved forward, it changed to Propel. Lawmaking is complicated. Decisions change. I think that's good. Being responsive to the needs and the conversation is a good thing to do when we're making policy. Wilder was excited about this. They didn't pass on it because they don't care about this work. But I wanted this work to move. I wanted this work to move as fast as possible because my community needs it. So we looked for other places that would be able to do this work efficiently and effectively, and Propel is the place that we landed. And I am very confident that Propel can do this work in a timely and effective manner. I am very confident that they will know how to responsibly use this money. This is not unique, the idea that somebody might seek help and expertise from other organizations. This is not something we're tricking into our bill. This is just part of how the legislative process works. And we've been very, very transparent in why and when these changes have been made.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Finke. I sincerely appreciate the clarification on the journey of this bill. I retain the concerns that have already been expressed about how this money is going to be spent and the accountability for it. However, I do support the underlying amendment. It does represent a great improvement from where the bill started. And it does align the underlying bill, with the intention that's being expressed here tonight. I appreciate all of that. You didn't have to do any of it. You could have just shoved through whatever you wanted. So again, I very much appreciate the fact that you've been accommodating to the conversation that we've had. And we will talk more about those concerns about nonprofits when we get to third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hudson, we might talk a little bit more about it right now. Because, last year we put some statutes in place to put some guardrails around money going to nonprofits. And of course, the reason for that is because Democrats have poured so much money into this system of nonprofits that it completely ran amok. It completely ran amok. And while we're very confident that Propel can do this work, you were also very confident that DHS could do the work. In fact, just earlier this session, so not even a month ago, we were told that DHS is great. They do their own audits. They make sure that everything is going just fine, until last week when we got a new OLA report that it's not just fine. And they are still not properly managing money going to the nonprofits. Now, interestingly, what this most recent OLA report said is that what they're doing wrong? They're actually not verifying that these nonprofits are financially solvent. They are not verifying that these nonprofits can even manage the work. That's what they're doing. And so now we're just bypassing this altogether, and we're just going to give the money directly to the nonprofits. What a clever solution. It's very clever. Now we're just skipping the middleman altogether. We'll just skip them all together and give the money directly to the nonprofit. But don't worry, I'm sure they can do it. I'm sure they're fine. I don't know, have you checked the financial solvency? Have you done the work that the agencies are supposed to do? Have you followed those parameters yourselves and followed those guidelines? Have you done that legwork? if you haven't, then you're just skipping the middleman and perpetuating the problem. We've been saying this for years. You were very confident in DHS just last month. Certainly, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago now, you were very confident in feeding our future. Very confident in the Department of Education. Of course, that's now come to light. Hundreds of millions of dollars squandered. Now, I get that this isn't very much money. I mean, we call this couch cushion money around here, right? It's life-changing money for most Minnesotans, but around here, it's couch cushion money. But I think we should care about the thousands. I don't think we should just care about the millions and the billions. I think we should care about the thousands. But just this week, trials started for the Feeding Our Future scandal. And when I say scandal, that's not even an appropriate word, right? For the theft of hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's all because we didn't do our due diligence. In this case, it was the Department of Education, didn't do their due diligence in ensuring that these dollars going to our nonprofits were being handled properly. And frankly, it took a lot of the wind out of our sails last year, and we were happy to see it, that you did put some parameters in place around all of the money going to nonprofits. That was the right thing to do. And thankfully, there was a big enough scandal, there was a big enough theft, that you were kind of forced to do that last year. But I guess on this side of the aisle, we assumed that that would actually help. We didn't foresee you just skipping that process altogether. But this is the problem here. This is the problem. When you think there might be a roadblock to what you want, you just remove that roadblock. We'll just go right around that. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. And particularly on this issue, like what's it gonna take? Federal trials started this week on Feeding Our Future. What is it going to take for you to care about what is happening with these dollars? What is it going to take for you to care about being a steward of the people's money? Because it's not your money. It's not your money. But my goodness, you sure treat it like it is. So if this Feeding Our Future scandal didn't do it, I don't know what will. I mean, like I said, we just had a new report out last week. That doesn't change what you're doing. Folks, you got to start caring. You have to start caring. Your constituents elect you to be a steward of their resources. And this is not it. I tell you what, I know you guys hate for-profit companies. If any for-profit company skipped financial controls, like you choose to skip financial controls for nonprofits, they would be fired. They would be out of a job. In many industries, they would lose licenses. They would not be able to practice anymore. If for-profit companies who actually have to answer for their actions did what you do, they would lose their licenses and certainly lose their jobs. But not here. Here, we're just going to skip that. We know we put some controls in place last year. Frankly, We really schnookered those Republicans last year and told them, don't worry, let me just pat you on the head. Don't worry. We took care of it. We're going to put this language in place that's going to make sure that we're going to do it better. We're going to do better in the future. Until you don't want to. Until you don't want to. Until those guardrails become an inconvenience. Then we're just going to do what we want and send money directly to a nonprofit and do it our way. I don't know what it's going to take, folks. I don't know what it is going to take to get you to start caring about financial controls, about integrity with what we are doing and how we are spending the people's money, because it is not ours. What's going to make you care about being a good steward? We're just looking for a little integrity. You're the ones who put these rules in place. You are the ones who put the guardrails in place. A little integrity would be really lovely to see right now. But apparently that's not happening tonight.
Further discussion? There being no further discussion, I do not believe there was a roll call called on this. So there being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted as amended. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pinto moves to amend House File Number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize the author of the amendment. The clerk will reintroduce the...
Hicks moves to amend House File Number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment protects parents with disabilities from having their kids removed for no other reason than they have a disability. Our current law says that without proper parental control because of emotional, mental, or physical disability or state of immaturity of the parent or guardian or other custody is a reason to be removed. That has sometimes been interpreted as a disability is enough. So what this does is it clarifies that it can't just be because of a disability. It's creating equity in our child welfare system. I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion on the Hicks amendment. There being no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson N. moves to amend House File Number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pine, Representative Nelson, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for hearing the A9 amendment tonight. We've, this past couple of months, we've talked quite a bit about the SSIS system in Children and Families Committee and the need for updating it. And in the governor's budget, I don't remember, I think the initial was, I think he wants 15 million is what he was asking for. We've got about 9 million in the bill. And what this amendment would do is from a couple of various places, it would fill in about 14 million. So we'd be putting in about 23 million into the SSIS system. And so I want to tell you a little bit about the SSIS system. It's what social services, it's the county side of social services. It's the program that runs about 30 different programs in the county. And so everything from basically birth or probably pregnancy all the way up through senior citizens. There can be different programs that you would be, an individual would be in
might have to need through social services in the county. There's about 6,000 users each day of this. A large percentage of them are county workers. And, this is something that was created in 1999. It was when it was released, the official program. And that's been a while ago. On the one hand, it doesn't seem like it's that long ago, 1999, but, that is 25 years. And so I started doing some looking of what was happening in 1999. And in January 1999, Michael Jordan retired for the second time from the NBA. The movie The Matrix, that made its premiere. Yeah, there we got some action from that. On December 31st of 1999, this guy named Boris Yeltsin, he resigned, and we've got a Vladimir Putin had taken over in Russia. And, so that's been around for a while. Some of the music from 1999, it was a really good year for music. You might remember Believe by Cher. We're not going to get into any karaoke tonight, none of that, but how about TLC and No Scrubs? Eminem, he released the, oh, you don't want to do Eminem, Paul? Anyway, there's quite a few things that happened in 1999. Well, one of them was the rolling out of this program. And DHS, as they came in and they talked about this program in committee and really testified for the need of the update of the system. And in their testimony, they talked about it. As it's gone on, it's kind of been a snowball rolling down a hill, picking up everything. The snowball rolls and continues to get bigger. Well, it's picking up everything, sticks and rocks and leaves and along with snow, and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's also a 25-year-old system. When you think of a computing power today versus 1999, you have to go back to having a pager on your clip to your belt or your pocket. And getting a text message that had to call somebody. So you went to a landline and called somebody. And so we've got that system, but even some of the computers, some of them are modern computers that are running this, but some of the programs are still running on a green screen computer. And for those that do remember them, you maybe go back to elementary school and you maybe played Oregon Trail. Well, those are some of the computers that you would have used to play that game.
Madam Speaker.
Kind of tells you what this is.
State your point of, to what purpose do you rise, Representative Agbaji?
Rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Can I ask what matter of business that we're on?
We are on the A9 Amendment, Nelson Amendment.
Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, this is all great things that I'm telling here. 1999 was a good year, but we're 25 years from that, and we're still using the base of this program for this SSIS system. And we can't keep building on that base. The program really doesn't have any web connectivity. There's a lot of drawbacks to the system, and so this really is something that I support needing to update. A year ago, we'd gotten some funding to be able, for a needs study of what do we need to do, what needs to happen, and formulate a plan of going forward. And out of that is, coming out of the study, it's going to take about $80 to $100 million to update this system. And it's not really updating. We've got to create a new one. And it's going to take some time to do this. But there's also about half of that is going to be a federal match. And with a federal match coming in, we're going to need about 40 to 50. This amendment would be able to put about half of that in. But I would like to, if Representative Hicks would yield. I think you've worked a little bit with the SSIS system. If you could give, or maybe on the state side if you have, but I know you've got some connection with the SSIS system. If you could kind of explain a little bit of the clunkiness of the program, please.
Representative Nelson, Representative Hicks will yield. Representative Hicks.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yeah, nothing that Representative Nelson said is untrue. It is clunky, it is difficult. Things get lost, things get deleted. You can't cut and paste in it, which is really weird. It's a challenging system, and it's going to be really expensive to fix it. What I would caution the body, however, is that putting a bunch of money in a pot to be used over the next decade doesn't solve the needs of our kids and our families today. We need to get started on this process, but we will not be done. This is going to be a conversation we will have as a body for the next decade, because that's how long it will take to rebuild this system and to make sure that it intersects with the other systems that it needs to ensure that our counties have the supports they need to be successful and efficient for our children and our families.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you for that. And while I do agree with much of that, Representative Hicks, I hope we don't have to take a decade. I mean, I know it'll take a while to do, but I think we need to be, hopefully we can work faster than that. Chair Knorr, I think you've worked some with the county and with the state. I'm wondering if you would yield on kind of maybe explain a little bit of what you have seen in this system.
Representative Knorr will yield. Representative Nelson, do you have a specific question regarding the system or just a general experience with the system?
If he could just kind of share his general experience, please.
Representative Knorr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, I think the Social Services Information Systems, which is the SSIS, is based on archaic system, whereby I think if you look at all the systems that we have failed ourselves, quite frankly. And I think we have underfunded, underinvested in all the systems, particularly in SSIS, which is crucial for so many social workers to do their job. When you look at that whole system, particularly, I think it is overdue in terms of what we need to do. And I think, quite frankly, we can solve that issue by making sure that we have got the right investment in that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Knorr. And what I'm trying to highlight here, there we go. What I'm trying to highlight here is just the need of updating the system and starting to do that. And I just thank you for the discussion on this tonight. And I would ask for a green vote on it, and I would ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Representative Nelson requests a roll call. Sadly, there are not 15 hands. Look, there's 15 hands. They made it just for you. There will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the member in the back, Representative from Chisago County, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I'm harder to see back here. Thank you. First of all, Representative Nelson, thank you for bringing forward this amendment. This is really important. And thank you, Chair Knorr, for recognizing that we have failed on this front. We have failed on this, and this has been underfunded. And this is one of those things that really gets me when I think about $17.5 billion last year, plus an additional $10 billion in taxes that Democrats chose to impose on Minnesotans. We had almost $30 billion last year to work with. And we have known about this problem for years. I mean, Representative Nelson is talking about the 90s. We're talking decades. And we've been talking about fixing this around this place ever since I've been here. I've been here 8 years, and we've been talking about it the whole time. And the real tragedy last year is that you had $30 billion to work with, and you did not choose to actually solve a single problem. You had too many constituencies to appease. Because this is one problem that actually could have been solved, soup to nuts. We could have put enough money into this problem last year to fix it, to actually fix a problem. I honestly cannot name a single problem you fixed with $30 billion last year. You put a little here and a little there. You gave a little bit to this nonprofit, a little bit to that nonprofit. You grew a whole lot of government, but you didn't actually solve a single problem. And in fact, we've been hearing more and more and more about all the extra problems you created. But this SSIS system is embarrassing for the state of Minnesota. It is embarrassing, particularly when we're talking about child welfare. We are talking about the systems we use to track how our most vulnerable children are being cared for. This is no small thing. This is not inconsequential. I mean, while it's been treated as such, it is not. This is not inconsequential. You talk to any county in the state of Minnesota, and they will tell you that they are drowning. They're drowning because they don't have the workforce, and they're drowning because they don't have the resources, and they're drowning in an insane paperwork and outdated computer system that doesn't allow them to do their jobs. And again, their job is to take care of the most vulnerable children in the state of Minnesota. That is their job. And you had $30 billion last year. You actually could have solved a problem with, frankly, a tiny fraction of that $30 billion. You actually could have solved a problem, and you chose not to. In fact, I look forward, maybe we'll get this the rest of the session. Maybe we'll hear a problem that you actually solved. Just one. I would love to hear one problem that was solved, soup to nuts. That's fair. I guess maybe you did solve one problem. You are going to have a brand new, beautiful palace for politicians next year. That might be a problem you solved. You solved the leaky roof. You solved the problem of a leaky roof by spending $750 million on a new palace for politicians. I guess you did probably solve that problem. So you fixed a leaky roof last year. That's a problem that you solved soup to nuts. You fixed a leaky roof and an HVAC system. So good on ya. But if that's the one thing you can say you solved, my goodness, I would be embarrassed. $30 billion, and you fixed a leaky roof. Well, every single county social worker in the state of Minnesota is telling you that they cannot do their jobs properly, that you are making their jobs harder. And you had the money to do it. You had an opportunity to actually do something of consequence. You had an opportunity. I know that it doesn't sound sexy because it's a computer system. It's a computer program, right? It doesn't sound sexy. That can't be that important, right? The problem is when we talk about it in those terms, we forget what it's actually doing. And it's the system we have in place to take care of our most vulnerable children. And you could have solved it. And instead, what you chose to solve with $30 billion is a leaky roof. for a mere $750 million. Imagine the computer system we could have come up with for $750 million. Just a fraction of the cost of the palace could have paid for this. And again, could have paid for the whole thing. It wouldn't take a decade to figure this out. We don't need that much time. This doesn't have to be that complicated. All it has to be is a choice. It has to be a priority. You have to actually care about it. So when you tell me, you're right, we have failed, we have underfunded this, that is a choice you made. It's not because you didn't have the money. You had the money, but you chose to fix a leaky roof with $750 million instead of actually solving this problem. So good on you. Congratulations. Thank you, Representative Nelson, for recognizing the real problem here and recognizing that we have an obligation not only to our county social service workers and to our counties that have to manage the additional costs of this, but to the children of this state who we have an obligation to protect. Thank you for this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, he changed his mind. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely? And will the members who are not voting remotely please not be having conversations on the floor?
Carol.
Carol, no.
Bump the volume.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House Bill number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A14 amendment is to provide, to take the $14 million in the startup grants, or to move that money to allow for funding for startups for family child care. We have over 300,000 children that need child care in the state of Minnesota right now, under the age of school age, under 6. And with over 50% of greater Minnesota seeing a loss of family care, child care providers, this would allow for home renovations and initiatives to get families into the child care market to serve, so that people can enter the workforce. Because quite frankly, if you don't have child care, you can't even enter the workforce. And I sit on the workforce committee and children and families. So while I appreciate the initiatives that Representative Pinto has done as chair to create a new division and a new department, right now, I just think it's the cart before the horse. We have to make sure our children have childcare so that our workforce can be at work if that's what they're choosing to do. And this just moves the money from that new initiative of a new department, leaves it as is, and allows us to address a crisis in our state, which is family childcare, and allows for this money to be moved. I urge members to vote yes.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Members, this is a very easy amendment to vote on. Do you want to grow government, or do you want to grow the economy? It's that simple. Grow government, or grow the economy. Members, childcare providers play an integral part in our economy. We have heard today, and we have heard many times this legislative session and previous legislative sessions about the fact that childcare providers are becoming more and more non-existent. They're just dropping out of the field. They need the assistance, they need the support. People can't go to work without childcare. Try finding an infant spot these days. The childcare providers just are not there. If you want to get pregnant, great, have a conversation with your childcare provider and see where on the list you may end up on. Okay, some people have to wait 2-3 years before they can actually have a baby because there's not a spot available there. Some parents are having to travel 20-30 miles to get childcare, and that's in rural Minnesota. This is a real issue. So what we're simply doing here is just saying, hey, you know what, government, you have grown enough. The last session, when we raised taxes by $10 billion and squandered a $18 billion surplus, we also grew government nearly 40%. Nearly 40%. Meanwhile, as we heard from Representative Schultz, the American buying power has plummeted. But the growth of government has skyrocketed here in Minnesota. So, members, a simple yes on this vote, on this bill, says that you want to grow the economy and you want to assist child care providers in making that happen. Members, we cannot grow the economy without child care providers. Thank you.
Sorry, Representative Pinto. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first, I really appreciate the sentiment here and the acknowledgement about the centrality of early care and learning to our economy and to our society. That's phenomenal. And that, in fact, the recognition that this is a public good that needs and deserves public support. That is critical for child care and early learning. I want to just recognize the good work that we did collectively last session, that we've done this term in terms of supporting this critical sector. The investments for support for low-income families especially, which of course flows to those providing services to them, but also to providers, to family child care providers, to child care centers, to everybody doing this important work in the form of the Great Star compensation supports, and in the form of grants for facilities improvements, which are continuing. That started, I think, in 2021, have been continuing for a number of years and making a big difference. I would ask members to vote this down because of how it is shifting the funds around, but I very much appreciate, as I say, the sentiment, and I want to make sure that we recognize the good that we've done. The challenges that we're experiencing in child care and early learning are happening all around the country. They're happening in red states, they're happening in blue states. They have to do with just the dynamics of society and the economy. What's happening differently in our state is that we are taking steps to address that. We did so last session. We need to do a lot more. We can be proud of the work that we've done, but I would ask that folks vote this down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, you have a binary decision here. You can vote to expand government bureaucracy, or you can vote to expand access to childcare. That's what's on the table with this amendment. The funds that are being shifted, as Chair Pinto noted, yep, it's shifting funds around. It is shifting funds from growing government, from growing the bureaucracy, and instead it is taking those funds and expanding access to childcare. That's your choice. It is literally no more complicated than that. That's super easy. I will choose expanding childcare for Minnesota families, expanding the workforce for Minnesota. I will choose that any day of the week over expanding the bureaucracy in St. Paul, because the last thing we need is more government in this state. It's the last thing we need. This is an easy choice, members. Again, you can choose. If you vote no on this amendment, your choice is to grow government. If you vote yes on this amendment, your choice is to take that money and instead of growing government, expand access to childcare. That is your binary choice with this amendment. Easy yes vote.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I go farther, I'd like to ask for a roll call.
Representative Zalesnikar requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are allocating $14 million towards a new department when we have 87 counties that are facing 50% drop in family child care. We are trying to build an economy fully knowing that we don't have any level of adequate child care provider levels, especially hurting Greater Minnesota. Greater Minnesota has many communities that do not even have one center. They rely on family child care. They rely on family child care for 24-hour operations. If any of you know people that work in hospitals, nursing homes, assisted livings, 911, dispatch, sheriffs, emergency medical services, they're not Monday through Friday, day shift. They're weekends, holidays, 3 shifts. Greater Minnesota has depended on this. And without family child care, we can only expect to see more people exit the workforce. We had $17.5 billion. We didn't choose to use that last year, but we knew we had an issue. How did we know that? Because I'm on Children and Families. And in November, First Finance presented to our entire committee that 1,300 providers were surveyed. And they were surveyed before we left session. But the first we heard about the survey was after session ended, and the budget was done, and this committee voted on it. And in November, First Finance testified that 1,300 providers were concerned that their financial portfolio was on the line, and they didn't know if they were going to make it. And why is that? Because we are expanding voluntary pre-K. They said this in the survey. This is not Representative Zalesnikar. They said, we're concerned with the expansion of preschoolers going to the schools. We asked why. Why is that concerning? Because they lose money on infants, they break even on, they start to make a little money on toddlers, and where they really start to turn the corner is the preschoolers who are now leaving potentially to go to the schools. So if that happens and we pull the 4-year-olds to the schools and we lose more family child care providers and more centers, my question to this body is who's caring for the infants and the toddlers? Are we going to add this to the schools next? Because we may not have any providers in rural Minnesota or greater Minnesota that's left to take care of the children. So members, I ask for a yes vote for the saving of family child care across the state. Vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go. Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel votes aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Hagel, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Selesnikar moves to amend House Bill number 2476. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Selesnikar, to the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. The A5 amendment is a pretty simple amendment. This is an amendment that would help the freestanding centers across the state of Minnesota. Right now, the centers have a 24-hour annual education for their full-time employees. Every other year, they also have to do CPR training, which is about 4 to 6 hours, depending on how long it takes them to get through. What this does is on the second year, it simply wraps the CPR into the 24-hour annual education. When I looked at the regulations for education in childcare, having been in healthcare the last 40 years, it's double the education of what we do caring for the most vulnerable seniors in Minnesota. So when I talked to the providers in centers, they said this would really help them in their workforce challenges and in their challenges to make sure that their teachers and their child care providers can be with the kids as much as possible, because all this education time has to either be done when they're done with child care, or if you have enough employees, you can do it during the workday, during the time of child care. So this is I think a friendly, common sense amendment that just allows 24 hours annual education to continue to happen, and it allows the CPR module to be rolled in the second year. I ask for a green vote, members. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment and ask members to also oppose it. As a fellow member of the Children and Families Committee, I think we all know there's an important balance to strike between supporting our child care providers and also implementing regulations to ensure that our most vulnerable young children are not at risk. And this amendment does not strike that balance. I'd like to direct members to line 1.20 of the amendment, like Representative Zeleznikar has described. This would mean CPR training it would now count towards these in-service hours. And so the member mentioned that child care center staff now are required to do only 24 hours of training. The important context here is that in 2019, the legislature, us, or our predecessors, already made changes to child care training requirements and reduced the number of in-service hours from 40 to 24. That is a significant reduction. I would also like to point out that CPR and first aid training can be as much as 8 hours, and so making CPR training a third of these required in-service training hours does not make sense when we've already reduced these training hours so much. And for these reasons, I'd urge members to vote no. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in favor of this amendment for a couple of reasons. Of course, CPR is extremely important. And generally, if you're not an EMT or a paramedic, most of your CPR training is going to be about 4 hours. You'll get into more extensive training if you run on an ambulance. The reason I think this makes sense, we got to make it easier for our child care providers. In greater Minnesota, it is hard to get the child care. At the same time, we have to have that balance, and I think this balance is very important. I remember my second run. It was to in-home child care, and it was an infant not breathing. Those type of runs are extremely stressful, and on that one, I was very glad when I walked into the door, the provider did CPR, and the infant started to breathe when I walked into the door. So it is very important to have this training, but if we make it so cumbersome that people can't provide the training, then what happens is we lose the child care provider. We're also losing a person who can just provide lay women or men CPR out in the public. So this is a good amendment. Thank you. I would ask to vote green on the amendment. It's practical, and then it also helps individuals, infants and childs who need that type of care. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the annual training is 24 hours. And in talking with the providers who do this training often, Representative Backer's right. It is generally 4 hours. So we're talking about 20 hours of the regular training modules, which is infection control like we do caring for vulnerable adults, many of them, cleaning, procedures, behavior interventions, and it's a 4-hour difference. I guess I'm very disappointed that we can't do some reasonable, zero budget impact things for our providers. We are lowering, I just listened to the standards being lowered in educations all day, all night. And yet we're doing nothing for childcare. And the fact that it was 40 hours is not reasonable. It's absolutely not reasonable. We have to be willing to look at how to make it reasonable so that we actually have child care providers. If we find it reasonable to lose 75%, then we keep going around the tree the same way, because that's what's going to happen. And if we cannot find some reasonable initiatives that have no budget impact and really still allow a very high continuing education, and it's not going to compromise safety, I don't know why any member in this room wouldn't vote yes for the centers to exist in Bloomington, in northern Minnesota, where we have one center in 2 harbors and a few centers everywhere else. We cannot afford to make things more cumbersome for the child care industry and expect to have better outcomes. We are not growing our child care in centers, and we certainly are not having it happen in families. Members, vote yes.
All those in favor of the Zalesnikar amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House Bill number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Guess what? Another child care amendment to try to help an industry that's absolutely crying for help. And what this does is allow a reasonable provision that if you are a parent and you want to stay home with your children, that 2 of your children would be exempt. Right now, If I want to stay home and care for my children, they count in a staffing ratio. If I go work at a center, it doesn't work the same way. The staffing ratios are different in our bordering states, and the staffing ratio that I'm asking for is that we would allow our family child care provider to have 2 of their children not count in the staffing ratio. And I'll give you an example. If I'm staying home and I can have 10 kids, 6 are at home during the school time, 4 are at school. This does not change the formula for how many infants you can have or how many toddlers you can have. I might have 2 kids that are at school. I might have a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. It doesn't change how many infants you can have and how many toddlers you can have. Again, it's a reasonable, safe, it doesn't increase the state budget, and I believe in talking to the families and listening to them, because that's what this is going to take, is asking people, what is it going to take for us to make family child care work? And they've all said, why can't we have 2 of our kids excluded from this number so we can make it work and make it work for our families? So members, on behalf of the state of Minnesota and for the workforce that is spending hours calling frantically because they can't find an infant placement, a toddler placement, or even a daycare provider that's going to have an opening, I would urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Discussion, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zosnikar, thank you. I'm going to have to disagree, though, about this being reasonable. This would, in fact, impact the number of infants and toddlers somebody could care for. And I guess we just need to recognize what this is saying is that your own 2 children don't count against the kids you're caring for, but of course they are children, like they do actually count. So this could be a situation where you would be caring for 3 infants. So right now, as you said, there's six children who would be non-school age children somebody could care for. This would mean there'd be 8 non-school age children, including right now there can be no more than 2 infants. This could be as many as 4 infants, I suppose, if you had infant twins. But at the very least, it could be if you have an infant and a toddler, there'd be an infant toddler plus the other 6 non-school age kids you're taking care of. So as many as 3 infants, multiple toddlers, multiple preschoolers. That is not the solution to what we're doing here. That would be something that puts parents and providers in a really bad situation. Children do count, whether they are your children, other children. You got to care for them regardless. So members, I would respectfully ask that members vote this down as not being a reasonable approach for us to take. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm asking for an exemption for 2 children. And when I spoke, I said the formula for the infants and the toddlers would not change. So there would be that formula is staying the same. And if we want to make a change difference, we're talking about the kids that are 33 months to 4 or 5 years old. To the mention that's been said, you could have 2 kids that are in school, and your count at home would not change. You could still have 6 kids. You would have them before school and after school. You could have more 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. I can tell you when I've talked to providers, they're quite sure they can care for 8 kids. The number 10 has just been an arbitrary number. There's no science on how 10 was decided in the state of Minnesota. Family child care numbers are different across the state, but yet we have spent no time on this topic. And we have 50% closure rates, and we're not willing. While we're ramping up one of the triangle corners, we're going to make an expansion of 4,000 slots for voluntary pre-K. And our family providers have said, you know what? There's going to be more closures. Greater Minnesota, get ready. And we're not willing to look at solutions. But we're lowering all the test scores for everybody else. We don't even have to take tests. We lowered the standards for government jobs. You don't need a 4-year degree. We've lowered standards everywhere. And that's not changing education outcomes. It's not changing outcomes for anybody, except childcare. We can't look at how we define quality in childcare. And quite frankly, it's appalling to me because I live in greater Minnesota and I see the families, and there's no doubt in my mind. My mom is one of 11. My father-in-law was one of 11. You go to families, I could pick people in this room that would say, there's many people that would say caring for 8 children in a home is not going to be a situation where quality can't be achieved. And to not consider this, I think is being really short-sighted, and history's going to show it. I urge you to vote yes.
All those in favor of the Zalesnikar amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House File Number 2476. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A7.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar, to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A7 amendment is another amendment that came from a child care provider. So maybe this one will be considered a friendly amendment. This is a really simple thing. And actually, I went to the family center, or the center in Hermantown, to see this. There's a rule that you have to have 35 square feet per child in a center. So I went through this one-level setting that's a beautiful child care program. And when I was visiting, one of the toddler rooms had 2 teachers. You have to have 1 teacher for 7 toddlers. So I'm doing the count, and there's not 14 kids. And I know there's people waiting to get in because they call me. They're on the waiting list. So I asked, why are there 12 kids? Why are there not 14? I figured maybe the kids were sick. You know what they said? We can't take 2 kids because we're 70 square feet short from what the law says. And I'm looking at this huge room where all these kids are playing. And if you've been around 33-month-old kids, which is 16-month toddlers to 33, they're a year and a half to 3. They're all like over here, or they're all like over there. And there's a whole room that's empty because they're all playing blocks together. They're all playing trucks together. They're all playing in the playtime together. They're not sitting in desks like we all are. So I wrote a bill to allow the counties to give an exemption because this facility, this daycare provider, asked for a waiver. They asked for a waiver so that they could have 2 more kids to have the proper staffing ratio. 2 teachers for 14 kids. They're losing the revenue from 2 children, and 2 families aren't getting child care so that they can go to work. And guess what? The waiver was denied. It doesn't fit the rules. So I wrote a bill for a waiver that's pretty simple. If a facility, a child care center, has less than 100 square feet, that's the difference, they could get a waiver. Do you know what 100 square feet is? It's about the size of a 10 by 10 bedroom. This isn't going to have, it's another common sense. It's not an issue for fire. I've been dealing with fire inspectors, fire codes, smoke detectors, sprinkler systems. They have all that. They've got egress everywhere, multiple exits, windows at grade level. It's just a simple, doesn't meet the circle. So we're not going to serve 2 more kids when they've got 2 teachers because we're too the rules say this, so it is this. Even though it has nothing to do with quality, it has nothing to do with child safety, and it has everything to do with not serving two families waiting in Hermantown to get child care. And we say no. I'm saying yes for the families, yes for the kids, and yes for the program so that it can be viable. Members, we're talking about a waiver for the counties for up to 100 square feet for a center. I urge you to vote yes, another common sense amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar, pardon me. Thank you. As I told you previously, I had, in response to this, I had reached out to the State Fire Marshal, which did express some concerns about this. I understand, I recognize that you may have your own expertise you're describing, but I did reach out to the State Fire Marshal. As I said to you, there were concerns. I would ask members to vote this down at this time. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Zalesnikar.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Zalesnikar requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Zalesnikar.
Members, it's extremely disappointing for the state of Minnesota to see this level of absolute disregard on absolute small scale. Should be small to us, and it's huge to the people in greater Minnesota. And yet we can't say yes. We can say yes to everything else. Let's not do testing. Let's lower the standards from a 4-year degree to a 2-year degree. Everybody gets to have everything lowered, but you know what? You don't have to test because there's lots of ways to show quality and that people are intelligent and can do their job, except in childcare. I find it very interesting, very, very interesting and extremely condescending to the childcare field. So, you know, I'm going to go back and have the fire marshal come to this facility and show me exactly where we're out of compliance. And this conversation is not over because I'm going to fight for the child care providers and for the families who are continually calling, along with the county caseworkers that are trying to find child care for people so that they can have an honest living and make a living. Because if they don't have child care, they're not showing up for a job. It's as simple as that. Members, vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
There you go. Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hudson moves to amend House Bill number 2476, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, you wouldn't know it to look at me necessarily, or based upon the interactions we've had here on the House floor, or perhaps even in committee, but I'm a pretty sentimental guy. I dig tradition, I like history, and it's been very cool, which is a word that's prevailed throughout our culture through the generations. I think that the fact that cool has remained decade after decade is something to note. It's been very cool to be a state representative here in St. Paul and to have access to this campus and to be able to tour the corridors, take a look at the nooks and crannies. And even before I was elected, coming here to visit fellow or legislators at the time to advocate for issues, the state office building was and remains a testament to history that I appreciate. I understand it's a little old, it's a little old-fashioned, but I kind of like that. I like the character and nature of our state office building. And I don't know ultimately what it's going to look like once the big dig is completed. But one thing that I do know is that the money that we are spending on it, $730 million, is money that we could probably better spend in other places for other purposes. And in the context of the underlying bill that we're considering right now, childcare seems like low-hanging fruit. So this amendment is quite simple. Instead of writing checks to the investment bankers who are financing our new palace for we politicians, the money would instead be deposited into the Early Learning Scholarship account and distributed to parents as provided under current law. And, you know, we've heard throughout our discussion, throughout our debate here tonight, and it's been acknowledged by Chair Pinto and others, the necessity, the need for child care services. Maybe we should prioritize that over spending $750 million on ourselves. Members, I would suggest you vote green.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Scott, Representative Tapke.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, that in House Rules 3.21, motions and propositions and amendments must be germane to the subject at hand. So Chapter 16B is not in this bill at all, and that is where this amendment resides, and I hope you find it out of order.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would challenge the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call vote.
Representative Hudson appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hudson.
You know, you devised a really clever appropriations mechanism to fund this new palace of yours. And I congratulate Representative Tapke on winning the point of order lottery, the honor to present that predictable defense of what it is that you're doing over there across the street. But the fact of the matter is, when we talk about funding for childcare, there could be nothing more germane to the underlying bill. So if you want to play games about chapters and sections and House rules, go ahead. But Minnesota sees through what you're doing. We should be providing for our kids before we provide for ourselves. That is a fundamental principle of responsible parenting and stewardship of the state. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? On advice to the body, the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate it. I've got some good news for the members tonight. We have already adopted an amendment tonight that has not been a part of the underlying bill. The A3 amendment that was a motion by Representative Hicks cites Section 260C, not found within the title of this bill, and so this body has already taken action on this very bill. And so that is exactly why we should move to reject the ruling of the Speaker, and we should take the vote on Representative Hudson's amendment because, members, it has already taken place on this very issue tonight. Thank you for your earlier support of the A3 amendment so we could ensure that we have this great conversation tonight, and I encourage you to vote red and reject the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my advice is, If you look at the amount of time that we burn, like we're doing right now, it's quicker to just do what you've been doing on all the amendments and letting it vote. But I want to thank you that it allows me to not stand up and talk as much to burn the time. So that's my advice.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said yesterday, I like to follow the rules. And we talked about the rules of engagement yesterday, Miss. I am so tired, okay. All right, so we all know my speeches will go a little sideways when I get exhausted, but at any rate, okay, so yesterday we were talking about the rules of engagement, Madam Speaker, okay? We like to know when we come onto the House floor what the rules are, and we would like to keep those rules the same each and every day. But when we come onto the House floor, every day is a new day. Every day are new rules. And today, we find out that we adopt an amendment where the section has nothing to do with the bill, and that is fine. And now, Representative Hudson has an amendment that does the same thing. That section is not in this bill. However, Madam Speaker, if we want to keep the rules the same, from one side of the aisle to the other, my suggestion to you would be to rule in favor of Representative Hudson. Thank you.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And here we go again. There's an old saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and germaneness is in the eye of the majority. You just decide whatever you want. Madam Speaker, I don't understand this. Thank you, Representative Schultz, for pointing that out, that we've already accepted an amendment that's not even germane. And yet this, the A13 amendment, redirect state office building debt service payments to fund early learning scholarships. Madam Speaker, how is that not germane to this bill? It's the wrong ruling. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm trying to remember when we took up the A4 amendment, I don't remember who was on the rostrum, but it seems like we may have had a Speaker Pro Tem on the rostrum when we had the A4. So oh, was it the A3? So I understand if sometimes we get it wrong, but the body now has a chance to fix this error. And rather than playing by Pirates rules tonight, we should probably just play by consistent rules for everyone. So while like I said, I think there may have been a pro tem at the rostrum during the other debate. I don't remember for sure. But the body has a chance to correct the error so that we've got some consistency tonight. So we should all vote no to overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel votes no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Carroll.
Okay, here you go.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, the motion, the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker has been decided and is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Schultz, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising to reconsider the A3 amendment. I had voted in favor, and I would like to reconsider that motion.
Representative Schultz moves to reconsider the A3 amendment. Representative Schultz, would you like a roll call on your motion to reconsider the A3 amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would love a roll call.
Representative Schultz requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Hey, Pat. Discussion. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the point of the body, we clearly don't want to have legislation and new statute and items that aren't within the title of this bill. The A3 amendment does not meet the muster of the rules of the House based upon the decision just made by this House of Representatives. So we want to be consistent. We want to be within the strike zone. We want to follow the rules of germaneness, and the A3 amendment is not germane.
We are on the motion to reconsider. At this point, discussion on the motion to reconsider. Seeing none, the clerk will take. I'm sorry, I can't see you very well back there. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that's why our staff also let you know that I wanted to speak. This is an important motion now. We established a strike zone earlier, but now we have established a new strike zone. So now it's the right thing to do to play by the rules and make sure we're working within the same strike zone. So this motion to reconsider the A3, I hope we take this seriously. I hope we take this seriously, because this chamber is very quickly becoming the wild, wild west, where there are no rules. Again, pirates' rules, right? If you can get away with it, then it's okay. So thank you, Representative Schultz, for catching this error so that we can make sure that we correct it. We all play by the real rules and not just what we want them to be in any given moment. Let's be consistent. Let's be consistent. And the way we show that consistency right now is by voting to reconsider the A3 amendment to make sure we are applying the same rules to everything we do here. You know, rules are a big deal in this chamber. We have the rules of the House that this entire body votes on together, that we all agree that we are going to play by these rules. We also have Mason's Manual. We agree to play by these rules. Now, we agree to Mason's Manual. Then, of course, our rules of the House trump Mason's Manual. And thankfully, last night the Speaker also let us know what custom and usage is, very specifically. And fortunately, I was able to get a copy of that. I appreciate that. So we do have the strike zone very clearly defined now. And this A3 amendment needs to be reconsidered so that we can apply the rules of this body to the amendment. so that as a body we can choose consistency, and by choosing consistency, we're choosing transparency. Because frankly, if we don't know what the rules are from 1 minute to the next, the public certainly does not know what the rules are from 1 minute to the next. Because we have all of these resources right at our fingertips. But they don't. They don't. So thank you. And in fact, I'll be honest, Representative Schultz noticed immediately that, there's a question about this A3 amendment. I'm not sure that it should have been germane, but clearly he let it go. However, now that we've made a ruling on the A13 amendment, I'm sure you will all agree that we should actually have a thorough discussion on the germaneness of the A3. And the way we do that is by voting to reconsider. So members, let's have some integrity. Let's follow the rules that have been set forward. Again, in this instance, it really comes down to the custom and usage of the House, which we've got right in front of us. If anybody needs a copy, I've got it here. I'm happy to share it. We all have access to these rules now. So we should all be able to play by the same rules. So let's vote yes on Representative Schultz's motion to reconsider the A3 amendment. And let's make sure that this body is consistent in how we apply these rules.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the measure of how principled you are in a process like this is whether or not you're willing to subordinate your preferred outcome to an objective reading of the rules. And my preferred outcome is that the A3 amendment were retained in this bill because I love what it does. I have a bill that's categorically similar, but the amendment from Representative Hicks actually takes it further. My bill was the result of meetings that I had with blind parents who seek to not have their disability, as it's considered, to be a sole reason why they're considered unfit to remain parents, whether through child protection or in a custody dispute, in a marriage that's coming to an end, or whatever the case may be. I think that's a good cause. I want to see that outcome fulfilled in law. In this case, the idea that we're going to broaden that out to include all disabilities and say that just because you have a disability, that doesn't mean that you're an unfit parent. That is a good, righteous, moral provision that ought to be in the law. But if our pathway to achieving it is to violate our own rules in order to get there, it doesn't mean we can't get there some other way. We still have legislative days. We can still fast track something like that. There's all sorts of processes that we can utilize and call upon in order to make that happen. But I think what's important in this moment, and I appreciate, as New Brindley has noted, the acuity of Representative Schultz in bringing up this point, is that we have an opportunity here, and I'm going to skirt right along the edge of what our rules allow, because that seems to be pretty prudent, given the argument that I'm making. We have a unique opportunity here to signal and demonstrate our fidelity to our rules in a moment when the integrity of the overall legislative institution has come into question in recent days. For once, just for once, it costs you nothing. It really does. It costs you nothing to do this. for once, prioritize doing it the right way over just doing it because you can. Support this motion. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like Representative Hudson, I agree with the policy outcome of the A3 amendment. I think it's a good policy. But we do have to reconsider it for a more important reason, which is fundamentally whether we have rules in this body at all. And Representative Brindley, I have no idea. I've heard this pirates rules thing a few times. I have no idea what you're talking about. But here's what I do remember. One of my favorite cartoons growing up, favorite comics, every Sunday, Calvin and Hobbes. And and we had all the Calvin and Hobbes books. And one of the best things about Calvin and Hobbes was a game called Calvin Ball. Calvin Ball was the sport that Calvin and Hobbes would always play with each other. The most important feature of Calvin Ball was there are no rules. Or more precisely, they would just kind of make up different rules every time they played the game. It was pretty funny. It was really entertaining as a comic. Not so good for a legislative body. But I'm worried that that's what we're getting here is Calvin Ball, where we just make up new rules every time. And all that matters is whether the outcome is what the majority wants. And that's the A3 amendment. It's not germane by any of our rules. It's not germane by any of the standards that have been spoken related to any of the rulings that have been made. So, are we going to have Calvin Ball, or are we going to have rules? If we're going to have rules, we have to reconsider the A3 amendment so we can make a point of order. So, vote green on the motion to reconsider.
The maker of the motion, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate this debate, and I'm so glad that the members of this body are involved and engaged in it. This really hasn't been tonight a discussion over exactly the position that the Speaker has taken. It's a question for each of us. It's a question of priorities, and it's a question of rules. And I'm going to focus on rules for a second, because this is critically important. We're talking about germaneness, and we're talking about exactly the definitions of our conversation last night. The decisions that were made by the Speaker and the decisions that were made by us as it relates to germaneness. And the reason that's important, members, for each one of us, it doesn't matter whether it's Representative Hicks, whether it's myself, Representative New Brindley, or any other member of this chamber, or Representative Hudson to his amendment. This is important for every single one of us this week. What are the rules? What is the strike zone? We have to know this information in order to know how we operate, or we need to redefine our rules. Or this will happen every single day. This very topic will happen every single day until our constitutionally mandated date comes on May 19th to finish the business of this legislature. On May 20th, there will be some retirement speeches, but on May 19th is when the business needs to finish. And members, there is literally no understanding as to the rules of this body right now. 3.21 on germaneness. Literally, last night, decisions were made that guided our debate today. Then we bring up the amendments today. The chamber, as a whole, adopts something that isn't included within the title of the bill. So it's either unconstitutional, like Representative Niska mentioned, or it breaks the rules. So those were the options as it related to exactly what happened here tonight, which is why we are having this motion to reconsider. And let me just play this out for you. Today, literally today, I was operating under the decisions made by this body and the Speaker of the House on amendments to be filed for tomorrow. This is literally the way that this is playing itself out. Tomorrow, we are taking up House File 3911, which in essence is going to be the House Environment, Finance, and Policy Bill. And it specifically references areas and specific points of statute. And I literally have ideas and ways to help Minnesota as it relates to managing our wildlife populations. But based upon the rules, based upon the decision of the Speaker, based upon the decision of this body, I did not submit amendments based upon the rules from yesterday. Now we're over here, and this decision has been made that this is within the strike zone. And so, how am I supposed to operate? Because a key portion of the state budget is going to be on the floor tomorrow, and based upon the rules, I should be able to submit an amendment because this body has decided that it's within the rules. So which is it? Which is it? Which rules are we living by? Sincerely, as an elected member of this body, which rules is it that we're abiding by? Is it what was decided last night, or is it what's happening tonight? Which is it? In addition, there's another bill coming to the floor. My understanding is tomorrow. Has the exact same consequence. But this time, the amendment is being authored by someone on your side of the aisle. So what's it going to be? What set of rules are we using? Germaneness? Thank you, Representative Swazinski. Germaneness, so 3.21. In which case, we need to ensure that we reconsider the A3 amendment because it is outside the realm of germaneness. Now, I can certainly understand if you want to keep this in the bill, one option would be obviously not to reconsider it. But then someone on your side should be reconsidering Representative Hudson's motion. And we should be having a vote on it based upon the germaneness that you all, the standards that you all are using. So what's it going to be? We can't have two standards in this body. It directly impacts the way that we go about this session, the way that we go about the rest of the week. I'm sure none of us are all that excited to be here at 11:44 p.m. on Tuesday night. I get it. But this keeps happening. And why? Because there's no clarity over what rules we're operating under. So help us, members. Help us understand exactly what the rules are that we're going to use before this body. Let's establish what germaneness truly is. Vote green.
The author of the bill, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for speaking after the author of the amendment. There was a miscommunication with the Speaker. Members, this is not that complicated. So there was a reference made that the amendment, the A3, the chapter that it amends 260C is not in the bill. I direct members' attention to line 1.8, literally on the first page of the bill. Chapter 260C is in fact amended. Page 7 is where that section is. The amendment relates to child protection. It's a reform of child protection. This, as members know, is a very high priority, an area of focus for the session and certainly in the bill. The A3 amendment is germane. Now, there was a comment made the other side, I think maybe a couple of folks said this, not germane by any of our rules. If folks really thought it was not germane, of course, the opportunity, the time to do that was when the A3 amendment was up. I know the author of the amendment spoke with folks about that. About the amendment, that was the opportunity to do that. I assume that that did not happen because, in fact, it is clearly germane versus the amendment that was ruled out of order amends Chapter 16B related to Department of Administration and the capital area building account to address health, life, safety, and security needs. Nothing to do with what's in the underlying bill. So this is not that complicated. These are, it's a same set of rules being applied to the two amendments. Members, I would urge that we vote against the motion to reconsider.
For a third time on the same topic, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And since he referenced it, he cited exactly the example that I'm giving for the way that I am trying to participate in debate tomorrow. The House Environment Bill. To the exact same standard that Representative Pinto just mentioned, I did not pre-file an amendment because...
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Since 101, we are not debating an amendment for tomorrow. We are debating currently a motion to reconsider.
To the issue before the body, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The statute that the A3 amendment references is not within the title of this bill. So for the future, for the rest of this week, for the rest of this session, we either cannot bring amendments that go outside the scope of the chapter, or we need to suspend the rules. Those are the options. Those are the options. Because I was operating under, literally today, operating under the assumptions of the decisions made by this body yesterday. Okay? You can check. If you want to check the amendments filed for tomorrow's bill that Representative Hansen will lead, I didn't file amendments based upon the rules. Based upon the rules as defined by decisions made yesterday. So what's it going to be? That's the question, members, because it's the exact same thing. I'm trying to refrain from talking about the specific chapter and verse that we're going to deal with tomorrow, but it's the exact same standard. Exact same. So there's one decision. Vote to reconsider.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am going to quickly jump into this discussion, although I don't usually like to talk about the rules. I usually leave that to a number of other members. But on this one specifically, Representative Schultz and I discussed tomorrow's environment bill and this amendment that he wanted to bring. And I specifically cited the strike zone that was just recently established and advised Representative Schultz not to bring said amendment because we understood, at least we thought we did, the rules. And I'm just going to quickly mention something because I think it matters. We were doing a little bit of math the other day, and I believe that it is true that 57 members of the Democrat majority have never known the minority. And I'm just going to point out, this chamber likes to flip back and forth frequently. Minnesotans seem to like divided government. They want a bipartisan discussion. I'm just simply pointing out, members, that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And what we could be looking at down the road is another opportunity to discuss the rules, just a reversal of rules. So, Representative Schultz, I think that you're onto something, and I hope that we address this issue fairly, and that the strike zone that we thought was established is being operated under today. Thank you, Representative Schultz, for bringing the issue up.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay the motion to reconsider on the table.
I'm going to do it. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Representative Long has the floor. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay the bill on the table.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, would you like a roll call?
Sure.
Seems like a good idea. All those seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. A motion to lay the bill on the table is not debatable. The clerk will take the roll on the motion to lay the bill on the table. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go.
Carol, I.
Carol, I. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, I. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, I. Keel.
Keel votes aye.
Keel, I. Cagle.
Cagle votes.
Say it again.
Cagle.
Members, we'd like to hear the members who are voting.
Can you say it one more time?
I'm stuck right here.
Okay. Can you just say it one more time?
Aye. Sorry. Cagle votes aye.
Cagle, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 107 ayes and 23 nays, the bill is laid on the table. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 5242. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 5242, number 4 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to transportation.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 5242 be laid on the table.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The bill is on the table. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate file number 5335. The message is signed Thomas S. Potter, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading Senate file number 5335, an act relating to human services. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Without objection, so ordered. Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 1st, 2024.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 1st, 2024.